starts through message.
Thank you, and we can begin. Anna?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Anna Marie Wood, and I am the Director of the Outreach and Information Division at EPA's Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards. I will be chairing today's public hearing on the EPA's proposed amendments to the Standards of Performance for new, reconstructed, and modified sources of emission guidelines for existing sources for oil and gas sector climate review, which is also known as the Oil and Gas New Source Performance Standards. That's a mouthful. We just want to welcome you today and thank you for coming. Before we get started, I want to give the panelists who will be joining me today an opportunity to introduce themselves. So let me start with Amy.
Hi, folks. My name is Amy Hambrick. I'm one of EPA's rule writers with the Office of Air and Radiation.
Thank you, Amy. And our other panelists, Susie?
Good morning, I'm Susie Waltzer. I'm a team leader in the Office of Atmospheric Programs.
Great. And actually, before we kind of get into the meat of everything, I want to take this opportunity to introduce to you Tomas Carbonell, who is with the Office in Air and Radiation and is one of our senior leaders, and he is joining us this morning. So Tomas, thank you for being here, and we welcome this opportunity for you to offer a few remarks before we begin today's public hearing.
Thanks, Anna, and hi, everyone. As Anna mentioned, I'm Tomas Carbonell. I'm the Deputy Assistant Administrator for Stationary Sources in the Office of Air and Radiation here at EPA. I just want to thank you all for joining us today to share your comments with us on this proposed Clean Air Act rule, which will reduce methane and other harmful air pollution from both new and existing sources in the oil and natural gas industry. This industry is the nation's largest industrial source of methane, which is a highly potent climate pollutant that's responsible for approximately 1/3 of current warming from human activities. In addition, this sector is also a leading source of other harmful air pollutants that affect the health of surrounding communities and people who live and work near oil and gas facilities, including volatile organic compounds, which contribute to ground level ozone or smog, as well as air toxics such as benzene that are emitted along with methane. The proposal would lead to major climate and health benefits in the US by leveraging both innovative technologies as well as proven and cost-effective solutions that major oil and gas producing states and leading companies are already using to minimize or eliminate this harmful pollution. As we developed the proposal, we sought input from the public and from a broad range of stakeholders, and the proposal that you are seeing today reflects much of that input. Now that we have a proposal out for public comment, your input is more important than ever. In order to make good decisions and reach good outcomes, it's critically important that we hear from everyone affected by the regulations we develop, from the people who live and work in communities near oil and gas operations, to state air agencies and tribes that will develop plans to limit methane emissions from existing sources, to businesses that would be responsible for implementing measures to reduce pollution. So with that in mind, we're all really grateful that you've taken time out of your schedule today to speak with us. And now I'd like to turn things back to Anna Wood to get today's public hearing started.
Thank you so much, Tomas. I appreciate it. And it's always good to see you. All right, so before we begin, I'd like to go through a few ground rules and some housekeeping items that we like to have in place to help our hearing go more smoothly today. First, some ground rules. EPA is committed to an environment of mutual respect and safety. We want to hear your views on the proposed rule today. However, the agency will not tolerate harassment, discrimination, intimidation, inappropriate language and images, or sustained disruption of the public hearing. EPA expects everyone participating in this meeting, including registered speakers, attendees, and those of us on this panel, to conduct themselves in a respectful and civil manner. We will monitor and moderate this virtual event to ensure that common standards of decency are upheld. Please note that by registering for this event, you are agreeing to abide by the ground rules of the virtual event. Okay, so let's dive in and talk a little bit about how today's hearing is going to work. If you have registered to speak today, you should have received an email notification for today's hearing that includes the approximate time when you will be asked to speak. We will do our best to stick as close as possible to the times that we can. If you've joined us through Zoom, please keep the chat box open. It is at the bottom of your screen. we will put the names of the next speakers on the chat in the chat box. We also may use the chat to communicate directly with you during the hearing. I will call on each speaker when it is their turn. And please let me apologize and accept my sincere apologies if I mispronounce your name. When I call on you to speak, please unmute your line. And if you've joined us on Zoom, that button is on the lower left of your screen. And you can see that on the screen right now where it says unmute. If you have joined by phone, you will need to enter *6 to mute or unmute your phone, and then *9 to raise your hand. Please state your first and last name and spell it so that we have an accurate information for our transcript. When providing testimony, speakers are welcome to activate their camera by clicking on the Start Video icon at the bottom left of your screen, as you see now. This hearing, so that you can let us see you when you're providing your comments. This hearing will be recorded and transcribed so that it can be included in the record of comments on this rulemaking action and placed into the docket. Each speaker will have 5 minutes to give comments. You will see a timer on the screen to help you keep track of that time. When your 5 minutes are up, it is time to stop. In order to be fair to everyone, we are going to strictly enforce the 5-minute limit. If you have additional feedback that you would like to share, you may submit it to the docket established for public comment until January 14th, 2022. We are here to mainly listen to you today. However, occasionally a panel member may ask you questions to help clarify your comments. When you are finished speaking, please remain on the line until I am able to confirm that there are no further clarifying questions from our panel. Once we are done, the speaker monitor will remute your line, and then I will call on the next speaker and so on until we have an opportunity to hear from everybody. I encourage each of you to also submit a written copy of your testimony. Information on submitting comments is on our website, and we will be putting a link to that in the chat so that you can see how to access that. If time allows, we also may ask if any of those on the listener line would like to make a statement. So even if you did not register in advance, we will try to accommodate last-minute speakers as time allows. For those of you watching the live stream, if you are not registered and wish to speak, please call 888-372-8699 or email SPPD, that's all caps, SPPD public hearing @epa.gov. Instructions for submitting written comments and other information to the docket are provided in the November 15th Federal Register notice and in the How to Comment fact sheet on our website. Please note that there is a temporary suspension of mail delivery to EPA and no hand deliveries are currently accepted. For this reason, we encourage the public to submit comments via regulations.gov or email. As shown in the agenda, we are holding 3 sessions today. We may close a session 15 minutes after the last pre-registered speaker has testified if there are no additional speakers. We also may take short breaks throughout the day as needed. So thank you again for taking the time to share your comments on EPA's proposal. Without further delay, we are going to go ahead and get started. And our first speaker is Elizabeth Hauptmann.
Thank you. And you pronounced that perfectly. Once
Thank
again,
you.
my name is Elizabeth Hauptmann, spelled Elizabeth. Last name Hauptmann, H-A-U, P as in Peter, T as in Tom, M-A-N. Thank you for taking my comments today. I'm Elizabeth Hauptmann. I live in Brighton, Michigan with my family, and I'm the Michigan Field Coordinator with Moms Clean Air Force. We have 30,000 members here in Michigan and over 1 million nationally fighting for clean air and climate for the sake of our children's health and future. I support the proposed EPA methane rules and urge EPA to finalize the strongest, most comprehensive rules to protect children's health from all sources of oil, gas, methane pollution, including small wells and routine flaring. The oil and gas industry is one of the largest sources of industrial methane pollution. Methane, which is a primary ingredient of natural gas, is a powerful greenhouse gas that is contributing to the climate crisis. Michiganders are experiencing climate change today with more flooding, coastal erosion, warming of our Great Lakes, extreme weather. Climate change is causing our lakes to warm faster than our oceans, impacting fish populations. Michigan summers are getting longer and hotter. Our winters are seeing more rain and less snow. Our lake only freezes for weeks, not months. We cannot skate, sled, or ice fish because it's too warm. These changes affect commerce and recreation for all Michiganders. These hotter temperatures can cause an increase in ground level ozone pollution or smog. Smog is a lung irritant that triggers asthma attacks. My son has asthma, so I understand how vital it is for life. He is one of 166,000 children in Michigan who suffer from asthma. Michigan has some of the worst asthma rates in the country, according to the American Lung Association. In the summertime, parents like me need to check our weather apps to see if it's safe for our children to play outside. We have far too often had to rush home after a soccer game on a hot summer day to use his nebulizer. Children are impacted by air pollution for many reasons. They breathe more rapidly than adults, spend more time outdoors, and are more physically active than adults, thus exposing their still developing lungs to more air pollution. That is why I depend on the EPA to do their job and protect children from air pollution and climate change. Mom and dads want climate action, and we want the EPA to make protective regulations that would limit potent greenhouse gas emissions from the oil and gas operations. On behalf of more than 30,000 members of Moms Clean Air Force Michigan, thank you again for this opportunity to give my remarks today. We urge you to finalize the strongest, most comprehensive methane rules to protect children's health from all sources of oil and gas and methane pollution, including small wells and routine flaring. Thank you so much again for taking my comments.
Thank you, Ms. Hauptman. We appreciate you taking the time as well. Are there any clarifying questions from the panelists?
None from me. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you for protecting our kids. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Liz Scott.
Good afternoon. My name is Liz Scott, L-I-Z-S-C-O-T-T, and I am the National Director of Advocacy for Healthy Air at the American Lung Association. Thank you for giving me and so many others the chance to speak at this week's public hearing. I support EPA's proposal and encourage the agency to finalize even stronger limits on pollution from new and existing oil and gas sources. The American Lung Association often says, when you can't breathe, nothing else matters. As the country continues to battle an ongoing pandemic caused by a respiratory disease, those words ring truer than ever. Millions of Americans are living with the pre-existing lung condition, whether it's asthma, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, or those facing a long road ahead with lingering COVID-19 impacts. For those individuals, simply breathing can be a hard task, and it is made worse by the impacts of climate change, which is fueled in part by oil and gas operations. The extraction, transport, and distribution of methane gas releases emissions into the atmosphere at every step in the process. Methane is a powerful accelerator of climate change. It is 86 times more potent than carbon. The health impacts from climate change are not far off occurrences that we can ignore until they reach us personally. They are happening now, and we must mitigate the impacts by dramatically reducing the amount of methane we're putting into the atmosphere and hopefully staving off worse impacts in the future. This year, we saw record-breaking heat, droughts, wildfires, and extreme weather. These extreme weather patterns are being fueled by climate change, which is being fueled by methane emissions. Every time a wildfire or a hurricane strikes, it threatens the health and well-being of communities long after the last flames are put out or the floods subside. To paint a grim picture even further, it's not just methane emissions that are released in oil and gas operations. Volatile organic compounds are emitted alongside methane and can worsen asthma symptoms, increase the risk of cancer, developmental and neurological disorders. VOCs can also react to form harmful ozone pollution. Communities across the country are already dealing with these health impacts due to their proximity to oil and gas wells. I'm sure you've heard a few of their stories over the course of this hearing. A stronger methane rule and accountability placed on oil and gas operators can also help reduce the levels of these dangerous compounds. So EPA has an opportunity here to not only address climate change, but to provide immediate health benefits as well. Everyone is impacted by pollution and climate change, but there are some communities who are disproportionately affected. 1 in 3 people in the United States live in a county with oil and gas production, putting them at risk from the co-pollutants released along with methane. And climate change is making air pollution worse, making it even harder for some vulnerable communities to breathe. The American Lung Association State of the Air report found that 40% of Americans live in areas with unhealthy levels of air pollution. And people of color are 3 times more likely than whites to live in the most polluted of those areas. We appreciate this administration's commitment to prioritizing environmental justice, and we urge you to remember that commitment when it comes to finalizing standards for oil and gas operations. The American Lung Association supports EPA's proposal to limit pollution from new and existing oil and gas sources and urges the agency to finalize even stronger limits to reduce methane emissions from new and existing oil and gas sources by 65% of the 2012 levels by 2025 without loopholes. We have the technology to make it happen and the science to say that it has to happen. We look forward to living in a world where everyone can breathe easier. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Scott. We appreciate your comments. Any clarifying questions for anybody?
No, thank you.
All right, so our next 2 speakers, I'm going to announce the next 2 speakers in the order that they'll be coming up, just so people can be a little bit more prepared. So our next 2 speakers are Brooke Petrie and Diana Van Vliet. So Ms. Petrie, if you will proceed. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Brooke Petrie. It's B-R-O-O-K-E, P like Peter, E, T like Tom, R-Y. Good morning. Thank you so much for the opportunity to offer comments today. I'm Brooke Petrie. I'm a Pennsylvania field organizer for Moms Clean Air Force, a nationwide organization of moms and dads united to fight air pollution and climate change and to protect the health and future of our kids. I'm a resident of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, where I live with my partner and our 12-year-old daughter. Speaking today in support of the proposed EPA methane rules and to urge the EPA to finalize the strongest and most comprehensive rules to protect children's health from all sources of oil and gas methane pollution, including small wells and routine flaring. Like so many people across the Commonwealth and the nation, my family faces the daily challenge of living with asthma. My own asthma became significantly worse after moving to Philadelphia 20 years ago, and my daughter was diagnosed around the age of 2. In Philadelphia, the childhood asthma rate is more than double the national average, and we have the dubious distinction of being one of the top 10 asthma capitals in the US. We know that where there are oil and gas operations, you can find methane leaking along with toxic pollutants such as benzene. This pollution is harming the health of millions of people living near those operations, but also those who live all across the state, as this pollution travels hundreds of miles. With ever-rising temperatures, these dangerous pollutants mix with heat and sunlight, forming ground-level ozone at levels that are unsafe for many people to breathe and which can trigger asthma attacks. By choice, my family does not own a car, and we walk everywhere. Between poor air quality alerts and failing grades for ground-level ozone, we are faced with daily difficult choices. Can we safely walk to the store and back for groceries without having trouble breathing? Should I allow my daughter to go outside to spend time with her friends on poor air quality days, despite knowing the risk to her health? These are the types of questions that I ask myself every day because poor air quality can be life-threatening for people with asthma, like my daughter and me. Parents that live near oil and gas operations face an even more appalling set of choices because kids who live, learn, and play near oil and gas operations face a higher risk of exposure to industry's harmful air pollution. This air pollution from the oil and gas industry can cause respiratory problems, asthma attacks, neurological problems, cancer, and can increase the risk of adverse birth outcomes such as low birth weight, preterm birth, and birth defects. Further, Black, Latino, Indigenous, and low-income communities are disproportionately affected by the climate crisis, and many are already experiencing severe weather events like dangerous storms, wildfires, flooding, droughts, and oppressive heat waves. These groups also tend to have higher exposure to air pollution and worse health outcomes. Black and brown children experience the majority of the more than 12,000 asthma attacks that occur in Philadelphia each year, and asthma-related hospitalizations are 5 times higher among Black children in Philadelphia than their white peers. These communities have too long-shouldered an unfair burden, and their voices must be prioritized in any dialogue around the final version of this important rule. We are facing the existential threat of climate change, and we need a robust rule that addresses the urgency of the task at hand. Methane is leaking from the oil and gas sector at the rate of more than 16 million metric tons a year, the equivalent of the climate pollution from all the nation's passenger vehicles in a year. Without the strongest possible federal rule, this pollution will continue to skyrocket. The EPA has an opportunity to set us on the path towards improved health and environmental outcomes by strengthening the proposed rule, requiring frequent inspections for smaller wells and eliminating the practice of routine flaring when the rule is finalized. The addition of frequent inspections and repairs for smaller wells is necessary, especially in Pennsylvania, where there are a significant number of these smaller wells with the potential to emit methane and other harmful pollutants. We need a final rule that will comprehensively protect our communities from air pollution and climate change. I urge the EPA to move swiftly with a strong and comprehensive methane rule in order to protect the health and future of our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Petrie. We very much appreciate your comments. Any clarifying questions?
No, thank you for your time.
Thank you. So our next 2 speakers are Diana Van Vliet and then Phyllis Terwilliger. And again, my apologies if I mispronounce names.
You pronounced it perfectly. Thank you. Hello, my name is Diana Van Vliet, DIANAVAN space VLEET. And I am the National Director of Outreach and Engagement for the American Lung Association. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I strongly support EPA's proposed methane rules and urge EPA to strengthen the rules to maximize the benefits for public health. During this hearing, you have heard from others about the urgency needed when it comes to taking bold action on climate and about the sweeping health harms of climate change. What I'd like to underscore today is just how common sense and popular these protections from oil and gas pollution are. I'd also like to highlight the immediate health benefits they would provide, especially for fence-line communities living near oil and gas operations. The nation has the tools and technology to cut methane pollution from new and existing oil and gas operations right now. And while EPA's proposal is a good first step, it does not go far enough to address pollution from methane flares or require frequent and ongoing inspections of covered sources. EPA's final rule must eliminate routine flaring and must not include loopholes that allow any wells to forgo regular inspections. Flaring is a wasteful practice that is widespread in the oil and gas production sector. Some companies forgo investments necessary to capture and sell gas and instead burn it as a waste product, emitting a host of climate and health harming pollutants. Flares also commonly malfunction and spew methane directly into the atmosphere. Thankfully, flaring is avoidable. Leading operators have virtually eliminated flaring across their operations, and states like Colorado and New Mexico have moved to eliminate flaring, except in emergency situations. EPA should likewise move to end routine flaring. EPA should also strengthen monitoring requirements by requiring regular monitoring at smaller, high-polluting wells. Hundreds of thousands of wells across the country generate just a trickle of usable gas, but are large and disproportionate emitters of methane. Under EPA's current proposal, some operators could still escape regular leak monitoring. Let's make sure that oil and gas wells aren't emitting harmful pollution needlessly. It is important to note that safeguards to reduce methane pollution are popular. There is broad support for strong federal methane safeguards among the public. New polling data shows 71% of registered voters support the US strengthening rules to reduce oil and gas methane pollution, including by requiring frequent inspections at smaller leak-prone wells. Additionally, past Lung Association polls have found similar support. One of our polls from 2015 found that 2/3 of voters favored EPA placing tougher standards on methane and other toxic pollution from the oil and gas industry. Most importantly, these measures would result in immediate health benefits for some of the most vulnerable populations. As you've heard today, the extraction and production of methane by the oil and gas industry drives climate change, but it also leads to the release of other forms of air pollution. Most notable are volatile organic compounds, or VOCs. Some VOCs can cause cancer, affect the nervous system, and cause birth defects. In addition to being toxic, VOCs contribute to the formation of ground-level ozone when they mix with the nitrogen oxides from diesel fuel trucks and equipment at fracking sites. Exposure to ground-level ozone, also known as smog, can cause irreversible damage to the lungs and significantly increase the chance of premature death. It contributes to asthma attacks and aggravates other chronic lung diseases and pre-existing heart problems. Ozone is also linked to premature birth, which with low birth weight is the leading cause of infant death. Communities living near oil and gas operations are especially at risk from these toxic emissions. Children are particularly vulnerable to ozone and VOCs due to their faster breathing rates, proportion of time spent outside, and developing lungs. Reducing the levels of VOCs at ozone and would make an important contribution to children's respiratory development and health. Thank you for taking this critical step toward reducing pollution from oil and gas operations. EPA needs to go further to protect the health and address climate change. On behalf of the American Lung Association, I urge EPA to set stronger standards, eliminate loopholes for smaller operations, and end venting and flaring from oil and gas facilities. Finally, I urge EPA to finalize this rulemaking as quickly as possible. There is no time to waste, and we cannot miss out on this opportunity to protect health, particularly for the most vulnerable populations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Van Fleet, for your comments. We really appreciate it. Do any of the panelists have any clarifying questions?
No, not today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
No questions, thank you.
So our next two speakers are Phyllis Terwilliger and then Lucia Valentine. Ms. Terwilliger?
I am Phyllis Terwilliger, a member of United Methodist Women living on Susquehannock Native land in the Susquehanna River watershed in the colonized state of Pennsylvania. This land bears the memories of American Indians whose land, homes, crops, animals, and lives were destroyed by a path of destruction and greed. Now, there are citizens in Pennsylvania whose land, homes, crops, animals, water, and lives are destroyed by a path of destruction and greed by the oil and gas industry. These stories are not my story, but they are our stories. They are community voices, oil and gas impacts, recorded by the organization Earthworks. Jane from Washington County, whose 12-year-old granddaughter, Alexis, has been exposed to benzene and has had asthma, severe bloody noses, and joint pain. She won't wear white shirts because of the nosebleeds and won't participate in some activities because she's afraid her knees and hips will hurt. Marianne from Mercer County can't wear her contacts. She has had nausea, vomiting, and headaches. She's lost 5 alpacas, 2 dogs, and a horse. The collateral damage from fracking is large because she has practically lost everything. In December 2017, I participated with other United Methodist women on a frack land tour in Western Pennsylvania. We experienced firsthand the impacts of the oil and gas industry on adults and children's health and well-being. We met a mother whose child had leukemia. We met another mother who had air quality monitors in every room of her house to observe the particulate matter. In Pennsylvania, we have 107,717 wells, compressors, and processors. 1.5 million Pennsylvania residents live within a half mile of a natural gas infrastructure. Now is the time. Now is the time to rewrite our national narrative to eliminate the destruction of land, homes, crops, animals, and our lives. Now is the time for EPA to protect our health and well-being by, number one, setting stronger standards. Number two, eliminating loopholes for smaller operations. Number three, prohibiting the practice of routine flaring at oil and gas sites. Number four, working to incorporate emission monitoring results generated by community groups. Our United Methodist social principles state that greenhouse gas emissions threaten to alter dramatically the Earth's climate for generations to come, with severe environmental, economic, and social implications. The adverse impacts of global climate change disproportionately affect individuals and nations least responsible for emissions. Now is the time for the United States to sharply cut methane pollution that threatens the climate and public health. Anna, Amy, Susie, now is the time to hear stories of how the EPA heals and protects the nation. Thank you. And the spelling of my name is PHYLLISTERWILLIGER. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Terwilliger. We really appreciate your comments. Any clarifying questions?
No clarifying questions, but you did cite a couple of numbers of like the number of people living within a certain mile of natural gas infrastructure. I just wanted to encourage you to submit that information to the public docket.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
No questions for me. Thank you.
Okay. So our next two speakers are Lucia Valentine and then Barbara Jarmoska. Ms. Valentine?
Hi, good morning. My name is Lucia Valentine, LuciaValentine. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning. It's nice to be here with all of you. My name is Lucia Valentine, and I am the West Virginia organizer for Moms Clean Air Force, working to protect children from air pollution and climate change. I'm from Shepherdstown, West Virginia, and I support the proposed EPA methane rules and urge you to finalize the strongest and most comprehensive methane rules to protect children's health from all sources of oil and gas methane pollution, including small wells and routine flaring. Growing up in West Virginia, I have long lived with the negative environmental impacts of heavy industry here in my state. Oil and gas operations in West Virginia pollute our environment and disproportionately affect our most vulnerable communities. Methane, the main ingredient in natural gas, is a powerful greenhouse gas pollutant that is fueling the climate crisis. And this pollution is leading to climate disasters, especially flooding here in West Virginia. Over the summer, my family and I had to evacuate our home for several days due to flooding on the Potomac River. And it is quite a hopeless feeling not knowing the extent of the damage you may be coming home to. And the impacts of these extreme weather events feel very much out of our control, which is why it's important to control what we can, like implementing strong emission standards, in order to help mitigate the effects of climate change. Cutting methane pollution will help reduce the impacts of climate change and can also improve air quality and public health. Children who live, learn, or play near oil and gas operations face a much higher risk of exposure to industry's harmful air pollution. Air pollution from the oil and gas industry can cause respiratory diseases, asthma attacks, increased hospitalizations, reproductive problems, blood disorders, neurological problems, cancer, and contribute to climate change, which further harms health. West Virginia's state government does not adequately protect families from pollution, so we need the EPA to create a baseline of protections for all children across the nation, especially for states like mine that have failed to enact meaningful oil and gas methane protections. It is imperative that the EPA finalize the strongest and most comprehensive methane rules now in order to protect our environment and next generation from the worst possible effects of the climate crisis. So once again, I support the proposed EPA methane rules and urge you to swiftly finalize the strongest and most comprehensive methane rules to protect our children's health from all sources of oil and gas methane pollution, including routine flarings and small wells. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Valentine, and also thank you for spelling your name. Everybody's been so great doing that so far, so I haven't been reminding folks, but it's so much appreciated, so thank you. Our next, or before we go on to our next speaker, any clarifying questions from the panel?
No, thank you
questions.
for your testimony.
Okay. Our next two speakers are Barbara Jarmoska and Ruthie Rockwell. So Ms. Jarmoska.
Thank you. My name is Barbara Jarmoska, Barbara I want to first express my gratitude to the EPA staff who are present at the hearing this morning and to all those whose efforts will contribute to the final performance standards and emission guidelines that are adopted. A drastic reduction in anthropogenic methane and other harmful pollutants from oil and gas operations is critically essential for the future of our nation and for the planet writ large. I have a master's degree in special education and a lifelong concern and love for the youngest generation among us. I currently serve as president of Project Coffee House, a nonprofit child advocacy organization. Through outdoor, hands-on, screen-free opportunities, we strive to spark a sense of wonder and love for the natural world in the lives of today's youngsters. I speak today on behalf of those children. I live on 20 unleased acres in the woods of northern Pennsylvania in Lycoming County, which has been called the bullseye of the Marcellus Shale. My township is besieged with methane-emitting fracked gas wells. Currently, there are 1,725 permitted wells in Lycoming County. To my regret and anguish, many of these methane wells are in close proximity to my home. Pennsylvania has a long and storied history as a fossil fuel extraction state. It began with coal and oil, and we are now in the era of fracking for methane from the Marcellus Shale. We continue to this day spending millions of taxpayer dollars dealing with the depredations of past extractive industries while largely ignoring the climate scientists who warn us that the future consequences of our continued dependence on fossil fuels, including fracked gas and related methane infrastructure, will be far, far worse. In the United States, oil and gas production is the largest industrial source of methane pollution. Pennsylvania is the third largest contributor to greenhouse gas pollution in the United States and has the fourth dirtiest power sector. My state thus bears an enormous share of the nation's burden. Unfortunately, state regulations do not reflect that enhanced responsibility. Instead, Pennsylvania citizens like myself must rely on the federal government, specifically on you, on the EPA, to provide the protections that our state legislators refuse to enact. Last month, I was hiking in a section of the leased Pennsylvania state forest land that adjoins my property. I was alone, immersed in the sound of birdsong and rustling leaves and that magical spell cast by a quiet walk in the autumn woods. Suddenly, those sounds of nature were violently interrupted by the sound of a release of pressurized methane from a nearby gas well. To say I was startled would be a gross understatement. The sound of methane gas escaping into the atmosphere under immense pressure is on an auditory order of magnitude impossible for me to accurately describe. I happened to be present that afternoon to bear witness to a single example of a methane release. This highly potent greenhouse gas is being released intentionally and by accident, accounted and unaccounted for, silently and noisily from unnumbered sources on unnumbered occasions, day by day, hour by hour, minute by minute. It must stop now. It is for this reason that I am here today to offer my strong support of stringent new methane regulations. I encourage EPA to go even further than the current proposed regulations, which still contain dangerous and unnecessary exemptions and loopholes for low and non-producing wells, as well as pathways to permit flaring. These regulations are desperately needed, but they do not go far enough. There must be no exemptions from any requirement. Monthly inspections must be mandatory at all wells and possible sources of releases and leaks, regardless of volume or production values. Rural and underserved communities like mine that have been inundated with fracked gas wells over the past decade deserve to have community air monitoring systems that would notify us of air pollution incidents and require drilling companies to immediately fix malfunctioning equipment. I urge the EPA to finalize methane regulations that provide the most protective standards possible, defending and protecting the rights of nature, the environment, each unique ecosystem, and human health. No loopholes, no exemptions, monthly inspections, community monitoring. The clock is ticking and time is running out to create the future that generations yet to come deserve to have. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Musk. We appreciate it. Any clarifying questions from the panel?
No questions for me, but we just ask if you could please submit the statistics that you cited about like how many wells are in Lycoming County and like how far you live away from those wells. That type of information is helpful to have in our record.
I will add that to my written testimony and submit it to my oral testimony and submit it by written comment. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
I apologize. I just missed the name of the organization you mentioned at the beginning.
Yes, the child advocacy organization is Project Coffee House, and Coffee House is spelled as one word with a capital H in the middle of the word.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next two speakers are Ruthie Rockwell and Rajani Vaidyanathan. Hopefully I didn't mispronounce that second name too badly. Ms. Rockwell?
Morning. My name is Ruthie Rockwell, and I am a retired blue-collar worker and a resident of Weld County, Colorado. Experts have told me that Weld County is currently ranked as Colorado's #1 oil and gas producer, and that Weld County ranks #6 in the entire nation regarding oil and gas production. Here we are, surrounded by fracking sites, way too many and way too close. Spring 2018, my eyes were opened regarding fracking. I joined several environmentally concerned organizations, most notably Weld Air and Water. However, my comments today are my own, much less articulate than those which fellow Weld Air and Water members could convey. Can anyone please tell me how to get a simply written book all about fracking for dummies? Such a book could help many of us recognize the huge dangers that fracking brings and how vehemently we all need to resist fracking. Maybe even some of the outspoken oil and gas industry employees who are blinded by the good wages the industry affords them. 4 years ago, I thought oil wells were vertical gushers as seen on Dallas TV show. No, hydraulic fracturing unleashes nasty poisons and structural hazards that are way more destructive than vertical drilling. I also thought government agencies and politicians were earnestly serving the citizens. More recently, I've learned that the Bureau of Land Management has been willy-nilly allowing public land fracking operations, which ruin the natural beauty of public lands and unleash nasty, volatile organic compounds on all living creatures. Benzene, formaldehyde, and toluene do horrible, irreversible damage to creatures' nervous systems, respiratory, and reproductive systems. That includes people. Before the passage and enactment of Colorado Senate Bill 19-181, the mission of Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission literally was to foster the oil and gas industry. The mission change to instead prioritize health, safety, and the environment is too slowly being realized. Inspections, toxin measurements, and enforcement need to be vastly expanded. Probably government agencies' policing efforts are hampered by understaffing and underfunding. For the sake of life, health, and safety, let's source the moneymakers, the oil and gas industry, for the needed financial support. Some folks in neighboring counties resent Weld County as the source of fracking air pollutants that are carried out by the wind. I think Weld County commissioners are more interested in the revenue garnered from oil and gas operations than they are interested in health and safety. And as usual, the most injured citizens are the ones that are farthest from the white and wealthy description. Bella Romero, grades 4 through 8 school in Greeley, was not the first Greeley site choice of extraction oil and gas, but affluent, mostly Caucasian residents of the Front Range Academy area had a loud enough, powerful enough lobby to forestall fracking in their community. In contrast, Bella Romero is predominantly Latino, with 80% qualifying for reduced fee lunches. Extraction's 24 pads are within 700 feet of Bella Romero Academy. I fear for the students and for the Bella Romero staff who will be exposed to toxins indefinitely for the sake of their jobs. Friends who live near Bella Romero were not warned when unacceptable benzene levels were detected there November 2020. There are not enough sensors in place. Warning procedures are needed. Note that not seeing a fracking site does not mean that there are none there. Weld County has many old, forgotten, unidentified, orphaned wells that may not be properly sealed and shut down. These could be leaking nasty, noxious stuff without drawing our conscious attention. Please find them, make the oil and gas industry clean them up, and make them stop destroying our planet. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rockwell. We appreciate your comments. Any clarifying questions from the panel?
I don't have any questions, but I could just, if I could just ask you to please submit the information that you had cited about the number of wells in proximity to the Latino community you were talking about. That would be helpful to have in our public record.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next two speakers, and I also would like to just remind the speakers to please spell your name before providing your comments. We would very much appreciate that. Our next next two speakers are Rajani Vaidyanathan and then Lauren Anderson.
Hi, this is Rajni Vaidyanathan. Thank you, Ms. Wood. Awesome attempt at my name. I truly, truly appreciate the effort you've made in this. Thank you.
I appreciate that. My apologies.
Not at all, not at all. Thank you. My name is Rajni Vaidyanathan. I spell it R-A-J-A-N-I. My last name goes V-A-I-D-Y-A-N-A-T-H-A-N. Thank you for taking the time to hear my testimony. I'm from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I'm also a volunteer with Moms Clean Air Force. I support the proposed EPA methane rules and urge you to finalize the strongest and most comprehensive methane rules to protect all of our children's health from all sources of oil and gas methane pollution, including small wells and routine flaring. I've been here for the past maybe 20 minutes, and I see so many of my neighbors from Pennsylvania here. We in my community also have unconventional wells within a 2-mile distance of our elementary and our middle schools, and right above our soccer and rugby fields where all of our children play. This is a huge reason to have these methane rules, and it's long overdue. It's our children's lungs hard at work here, and we need them to be protected. The oil and gas industry is one of the nation's largest sources of industrial methane pollution, and they are allowed to function near our schools and our homes. These wells are not in the middle of nowhere where there are no residents available. These are right next to our homes, schools, and playgrounds. These companies leak and vent methane into the atmosphere when they extract, store, and transport this oil and gas throughout the supply chain. And these are all done in all of our backyards. Federal methane rules are needed to create baseline protections for all children across the nation. Again, you've heard so many people from Pennsylvania today. In my state, Pennsylvania, which has failed to enact meaningful oil and gas methane protections. These decisions to allow unconventional well in our residential neighborhoods are allowed to rest with the local municipal government, who don't always do the due diligence for fear from these large companies who threaten to sue. We really need a strong federal protection. Hundreds of thousands of small wells across my state alone would generate just a trickle of usable oil and gas. And these are mostly used in our cracker plant, which produce plastics. But they are an outsized source of methane pollution. EPA needs to close these loopholes and require frequent inspections of all wells, small, large, old, new, working, capped, yet to be capped, particularly the small leak-prone wells in the final room. We all know methane is highly potent greenhouse gas. Climate change is already impacting our families and our communities in my state of Pennsylvania. I see firsthand effects of climate instability. I have watched Lyme disease maps for close to 15 years in my state grow redder and redder and spread farther and farther. I've had my child exposed to tick bites. This is a problem that will get worse for many more children coming behind my daughter. That's a big reason to do methane reductions. The medical and productivity costs will skyrocket if we don't do this now. In closing, thank you for giving me the opportunity to offer testimony. We are fighting for our children. We need federal protection for our children. Small wells are just as bad because of the proliferation of these wells. Please provide us with strong methane rules. These oil and gas producers are terrible neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those comments. Any clarifying questions from the panelists?
No questions. Thank you so much for your
Thank
testimony
you.
today.
No questions. Thank you.
Before I announce our next two speakers, I just wanted to remind you that if you have any questions about this hearing, please send a chat to attendee support, or you can call 888-372-8699 or email SPPD, that's S as in Peter, Peter, D as in dog, all caps, public hearing at epa.gov. Thank you. Our next two speakers are Lauren Anderson and Emily Petrucci.
Good morning. The spelling of my name is Loren Anderson, Anderson. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments at today's virtual public hearing. Again, my name is Lauren Anderson, and I'm representing the Marcellus Shale Coalition. The MSC was formed in 2008 and represents the leading operators that are active in Pennsylvania's unconventional natural gas industry, as well as the supply, consultant, and professional services companies that partner with the industry. The MSC appreciates the opportunity to participate in the virtual public hearing. We value the opportunity to engage constructively with those that regulate the industry and demonstrate both the shared interest in protecting public health and the environment, as well as a documented track record of industry contributions to improving our air quality. Pennsylvania's shale gas industry takes seriously its responsibility to operate safely and efficiently and prides itself on going above and beyond federal and state environmental standards. After all, our employees live in our local communities and have a vested interest in ensuring that our water, land, and air resources are protected and enhanced. The MSC will be submitting comprehensive comments on the proposed rulemaking. Today, we focus our limited time and your attention on the following issues. We urge the EPA to extend the current 60-day public comment period by an additional 90 days. The current time frame is inadequate to appropriately review the hundreds of pages of new proposed regulations and accompanying documents. Additionally, in the administration's desire to release a proposed rule in advance of the Glasgow Climate Conference, it appears that traditional internal agency reviews and controls with respect to document preparation were fast-tracked. As such, commenters are left to review and comment not only on the substantive public policy matters, but also assisting in the rewrite of the proposed rules so they conform to drafting norms. We need to look no further regarding the critical role of American produced natural gas than right here in Pennsylvania. What happened last winter, or more precisely, what didn't happen last winter in Appalachia and the Midwest because of increased domestic energy production. When Texas experienced an energy crisis in mid-February of this year, leading to regional natural gas shortages and electric black and brownouts, the Mid-Atlantic and Midwest were largely spared of these events. While a series of events contributed to Texas crisis, there is no doubt that because of the Mid-Atlantic and Midwest states had drastically reduced their dependence on Gulf state natural gas in favor of Appalachian natural gas, there were very few, if any, service interruptions. Make no mistake, as evidenced in Texas and previously in California and New England, where they were forced to import Russian natural gas, the inability to meet American energy needs in a reliable fashion is literally a life or death proposition. We don't often hear of the crisis averted or the blackout that never happened, but it's critical that these favorable outcomes be considered to ensure that new proposals do not discourage domestic energy production in favor of costly and unreliable foreign development. In conclusion, It is critical that the EPA step back and recognize the critical role of energy in each of our lives. Domestically produced natural gas must remain a key component of our energy portfolio, and its development ought to be encouraged by the Biden administration. Shale gas in Pennsylvania is developed under perhaps the most stringent of standards in the nation, and US standards far surpass those of other countries. If domestic natural gas development is discouraged, it will simply shift this energy production to distant countries that fail to adhere to the standards of the American industry, and progress on climate change and air quality will be lost. Those of us who have studied and truly are interested in meaningful progress on climate change see natural gas as a key contributor to the success. We encourage you to do the same. Thank you so much for the opportunity to participate this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson, for your comments. Panelists, do you have any clarifying questions for Mr. Anderson?
No questions. Thank you for your testimony.
No questions. Thank you.
Our next two speakers are Emily Petrucci and Josh Eisenfeld. And please remember to spell your name.
Good morning. Thank you. Another Pennsylvanian here. My name is spelled E-M-I-L-Y, last name P-E-T-R-U-C-C-I. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Emily Petrucci, and I am also a volunteer with Moms Clean Air Force. My family and I live in Media, Pennsylvania, just southwest of Philadelphia. It's important to my family that I take this opportunity to say that we all support the proposed EPA methane rules and urge you to finalize the strongest and most comprehensive methane rules. These rules will help to protect our children's health from all sources of oil and gas methane pollution, including from small wells and routine flaring. My husband and I have two daughters, 14 and 11. We're already seeing the unfortunate effects of climate change. Here in the Philadelphia area, you'll find that unhealthy ozone days have become commonplace as part of our weather forecast. As parents, record heat threatens our children's ability to safely attend outdoor camps, play sports, and enjoy the summer days fully. We're experiencing stronger storms, increased rates of Lyme disease, unusual weather patterns not typical for our area like tornadoes, and record-breaking rain events in the Northeast. I'm a healthy 43-year-old with no history of chronic illness, and over the past several years, I have developed asthma for the first time in my life. I suspect this to be a direct result of our region's poor air quality. Methane leaks, along with volatile organic compounds such as benzene, are harmful to our health and can contribute to the ground level ozone and smog that we see in the Philadelphia area. This produces damage to the lungs. Vulnerable populations such as older adults, people with underlying health conditions, pregnant women, children, and communities of color are at increased risk. This has never been more clear than during the current COVID-19 pandemic. Additionally, methane is a highly potent greenhouse gas that warms the planet 86 times more than carbon pollution over 20 years. Methane is responsible for 25% of the human-made global warming we see today. Hundreds of thousands of small wells across the country generate just a trickle of usable oil or gas, but are an outsized source of methane pollution. The EPA needs to close the loopholes and require frequent inspections of all wells, including the smaller leak-prone wells in this final rule. These wells are responsible for more than half of the industry methane pollution in Pennsylvania. The rule should also eliminate any allowance for operators to reduce the frequency of their inspections. Frequent and regular inspections are needed to discover large and uncontrolled leaks, which can occur at any time and are not correlated with past inspection results. In fact, a recent analysis estimated that Pennsylvania's natural gas operators emit more than 16 times the methane they report to the State Department of EPA. Climate scientists agree that we have nearly run out of time for addressing the crisis we're facing with climate change. Decades from now, our children and grandchildren will look to the decisions our leaders make today. They will ask us what we did in this critical moment to help safeguard their health and their future, and we need to fight for them. Once again, I support the proposed EPA methane rules and urge you to finalize the strongest and most comprehensive methane rules to protect children's health from all sources of oil and gas methane pollution, including routine flaring and small wells. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you, Ms. Petrucci. We appreciate your testimony. Any clarifying questions from the panelists?
I had a question. You had cited a study from Pennsylvania about an analysis that was done. Is that something that you could submit to the public docket so we could have that as part of our formal record?
Sure.
Thank you.
No questions for me. Thank you for your time.
Great. So our next two speakers are Josh Eisenfeld and Grace Weatherall. Mr. Eisenfeld.
All right, thank you. My name is Josh Eisenfeld. That's JOSHEISENFELD. And I am the Corporate Accountability Manager for Earthworks. Thank you for taking the time to listen to the testimonies over these 3 days. Although it's a long process and time consuming, it is one of the few chances that ordinary people get to speak with you, and we value that deeply. Today, the purpose of my testimony is simple: to remind you to be skeptical of an industry that, in my professional opinion, spends more time and effort misleading us about its climate and health impacts than actually addressing the harms that they are solely responsible for. My job at Earthworks is to track industry commitments and claims, then work with our certified thermographers and residents living next to oil and gas operations to ground truth those claims. Over and over again, our investigations come to the same conclusion. Company claims about voluntary programs and big climate promises are getting bolder, while the persistent pollutants and problems that this industry has from its operations remain unaddressed. While companies have no problem funding industry trade groups who spend millions of dollars advertising supposed green credentials and improving their image, executives and their lobbyists have the gall to tell you known effective initiatives to reduce emissions are too costly. Well, if they don't pay those costs, who does? The problem is clear. Oil and gas pollution is worsening the climate, and satellite imagery shows that emissions are far greater than industry self-reports and hurting the health and quality of life of the people who live near it. The solution is industry cleaning up their own mess and you doing what is necessary for climate and health. The real cost of doing anything less is far greater than any cost that individual companies may bear. Already, communities living next to their pollution are paying the steep cost. The same folks who are here telling you the horrifying impacts of methane and volatile organic compounds. They're paying in nosebleeds, in rashes, and headaches, rare cancers, and long-term health issues that we've yet to understand. These are physical and emotional costs, but they're also economical costs. Every visit to the hospital, every day of school missed, and every night spent in the hospital to evade the odors comes at a real price. We know the health-related issues associated with oil and gas pollution, and so we have an obligation to make sure those impacts are factored into the economic discussion. Everything gets paid for in one way or another. I think it's far past time that oil and gas companies pay to track and curb the pollution that they create. But we need you, the EPA, to use your full authority under the Clean Air Act. You have the authority to require monthly inspections at all wells. You have the authority to ban routine flaring, and you have the authority to prioritize the complaints filed from frontline communities experiencing the impacts. We need you to use that authority, all of it, to have any chance to stave off the worst impacts of the climate crisis. And we want to work with you to make that happen. In doing so, we will create jobs, improve health, lower the cost of emission reductions technology, engage the communities to document and monitor what is happening in their own backyards to begin to undo some of the harms that we'll spend these 3 days hearing about. I look forward to working together with you towards that goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eisenfeld, for your testimony. Any clarifying questions from the panel?
No questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
No questions. Thank you.
Okay, our next two speakers are Grace Weatherall and Bernard Goldstein. Ms. Weatherall.
Good afternoon. My name is Grace Weatherall, spelled GraceWeatherall, and I'm a legal fellow on the U.S. Clean Air team at Environmental Defense Fund. We want to thank EPA for hearing and for considering the important issues of flaring and abandoned wells in the proposed rulemaking. We particularly applaud EPA's decision to end venting practices. We also urge EPA to go farther, to end wasteful routine flaring and to address the widespread problem of abandoned and orphaned wells. Flaring is the burning off of excess gas produced during oil drilling operations. Flaring done at oil wells to dispose of excess uncollected gas is known as routine flaring. Methane is a climate pollutant with over 80 times the global warming power of carbon dioxide in the near term. Flaring is considered to mitigate methane emissions as compared to venting, because by burning gas, operators convert pure methane into CO2. But flaring is a wasteful process, even in ideal conditions, and an ineffective method of reducing methane emissions. Not all methane is converted successfully, and in practice, flaring releases approximately 200,000 tons of methane into the atmosphere every year in the Permian Basin alone. Colorado and New Mexico have already taken action to eliminate routine flaring, and EDF urges EPA to do the same. Under EPA's proposed rule, associated gas must be routed to a sales line if access to a sales line is available. If access is not available, gas can be used as an on-site fuel source, used for another useful purpose that a purchased fuel or raw material would serve, or flared. This is an improvement on current regulations, but it does not eliminate routine flaring, which could allow many operators to continue business as usual on the theory that collection of the gas would be difficult or inconvenient. EDF therefore urges EPA to finalize a standard for associated gas methane emissions from new and existing oil wells, which would require capture of associated gas and enable a diverse array of solutions to do so, including routing to a sales line, transport in tanker trucks, and other on-site and off-site uses. Such an approach would protect public health and the environment by significantly reducing methane, CO2, NOx, and VOC emissions. In many cases, well operators capturing and selling associated gas can be expected to break even, if not earn money on the captured gas, because they will be able to sell the gas at a profit rather than burning it as waste. In all of the above, EPA can and should refer to the flaring rules developed by Colorado and New Mexico and take advantage of the state innovation developing protective standards in this area. Next, I'll discuss abandoned wells, which are a massive and costly problem. EPA reports that abandoned and orphan wells emit 55,000 metric tons of methane in 2019 alone, and other studies suggest that the number may be much higher. In cases where a well operator or responsible party cannot be identified, the cost of plugging the well falls squarely on the taxpayer. EDF appreciates EPA's attention to this problem and urges the agency to explore various options for addressing the massive problem of leaking and abandoned wells, including, for example, considering closure plans and standards, drawing from examples the EPA has previously adopted for other sources where post-closure emissions are likewise an issue. Finally, as in the case of flaring, EPA can and should look to state examples in designing its own rules. For example, in Colorado, temporarily abandoned wells must satisfy a mechanical integrity test within 30 days of abandoning the well and at 5-year intervals thereafter. Further, temporarily abandoned wells must be closed to the atmosphere and any needed repairs must be made within 6 months. Colorado also links its permit application reviews to completion of a well closure plan and documentation satisfying financial assurance requirements. Thank you for your time and for considering our recommendations. We respectfully urge EPA to finalize standards that are protective and substantially reduce climate and other health-harming pollution from the oil and gas sector.
Thank you, Ms. Weatherall. We appreciate your testimony. Any clarifying questions from the panel?
No questions. Thank you for your testimony.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next two speakers, and again, I'm just going to periodically remind people, although everybody's been doing a really wonderful job, to please just spell your name and before you speak, and I always apologize in advance if I mispronounce your name. So our next two speakers are Bernard Goldstein and Caroline Burkholder.
Good afternoon. I'm Bernard Goldstein, B-E-R-N-A-R-D Goldstein. I'm speaking as a citizen who has also been the Assistant Administrator for Research and Development at EPA in the past and have long followed the issue of EPA's oversight, or in this case, lack of oversight of important industries. I'm in the embarrassing situation of having my written testimony somehow lost between our university's switch from one source to another for its storage capacities. And so I'm going to speak directly to what I think are the key points. And the key points to me are that we have an industry that has demonstrated its unwillingness to be responsive to the needs of a potential polluting organization. More importantly, in my view, is that this industry, despite this long record of having violated any of the real principles that we would expect of a cooperative industry, this industry has not been given appropriate oversight by the federal or state governments. And I speak now as a former dean of the Graduate School of Public Health at the University of Pittsburgh, and have been involved in writing about the industry and working with the industry since 2010. My past history is led me, when I was at EPA from 1983 to 85 was when EPA developed risk assessment or risk management approach, has led me when I came back to my academic program in New Jersey to focus on teaching in that area. My risk communication teaching is usually taught to graduate students where one includes a lot of examples of problems. I had EPA examples in the 80s. In the 90s, we did major studies with communities that were affected by the atom bomb cleanup, and that got me a lot of DOE studies, which replaced the EPA ones. I replaced all of them with the Marcellus shale industry in 2010. And since then, this is an industry which brings us back to the past of New Jersey, which is where some of my program development began. Well, let me focus on what I think is the key issues that need to be addressed here. This is an inadequate oversight approach that you have laid out. The industry will do its best to take advantage of the lack of oversight. You need to have a much stronger program at EPA that really looks to see that the industry is not emitting methane. In the past, we had an excuse in that it was a little hard to really perceive local methane releases from these multiplicity of sites. That's no longer an excuse. There are many very, very valuable approaches that have been developed to show relatively small leaks for methane. You need a regime which basically not only penalizes the industry for these small leaks, but uses very high substantial fines and other approaches to shut down those industries that are not complying at a local site or anywhere in the distribution network with the methane release rules that you put in. Will you do that, or will you just simply, well, this is another industry? No, it's not another industry. It's a very major industry. And I'm someone who is relatively susceptible to agreeing that there is some value to the U.S. energy production through shale gas, but there's no value if it's going to continue the kind of careless taking advantage of every loophole they possibly can. I think it's time for you, EPA, to not only push through tougher rules than you've done now, and I congratulate you for restarting, but to do this in a way that has much stronger penalties, much stronger oversight. The industry must be ready to have everybody looking over its shoulder in a way that has not happened in the past. And perhaps it will reform itself, perhaps it not, or perhaps you will be able to drive them out of business if they don't reform themselves in a way that's going to protect the American public. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Any clarifying questions of the panel?
No, thank you.
No questions, thank you.
All right, our next two speakers are Caroline Burkholder and Lindsay Easter.
Hi, my name is Caroline Burkholder. It's Caroline Burkholder. Hello, my name is Caroline Burkholder, and I am the Sustainability Manager at Temple University and a resident of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'm also a student of urban bioethics at the Lewis Katz School of Medicine. As an ethicist in training and a sustainability officer, leading the execution of a climate action plan for a large public R1 institution of higher learning, I strongly support EPA's proposed methane rules and urge your agency to strengthen regulation to maximize the benefits for both public health and the environment. I, along with my neighbors, my university students, and thousands of others across the Commonwealth and the Mid-Atlantic, remember this past September when Hurricane Ida and resultant extreme weather, no doubt induced and made worse by anthropogenic climate change, ripped apart our region. Tornadoes tearing up, uprooting dozens of our beloved trees at the Temple University Ampler Arboretum in Montgomery County, watching helplessly as our rivers rose higher than ever before, and floodwaters filled the Vine Street Expressway, disrupting our lives and making real what an international consensus of scientists have long predicted. Climate change and these extreme weather events are no longer an abstraction, but rather our new reality. And it is our duty as environmental health professionals and as advocates and everyday citizens seeking justice for those living on the fence line and in frontline communities who will no doubt disproportionately feel these effects first. It is our duty to do everything within our power to preserve the vitality of our urban, rural, and suburban ecosystems and the safety and the future prosperity of our communities. We already know the cost of inaction. Earlier this year, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, or the IPCC, released their report, and this devastating projection identifies methane pollution as one of the key drivers of climate change. As we likely all know, methane is 86 times more potent than carbon dioxide in its greenhouse gas effect. In the US, and especially here in Pennsylvania, the nation's second largest natural gas producer, oil and gas production is the largest industrial source of methane pollution. Each year, the oil and gas industry releases 16 million metric tons of methane. And without immediate action, methane pollution from the industry will continue to skyrocket. I urge EPA to strengthen the monitoring requirement. Specifically, I ask that EPA require regular monitoring at smaller, high polluting wells. Hundreds of thousands of these wells across the country generate just a trickle of usable product, but are large and disproportionate emitters of methane. EPA has recognized in the proposal that a low production exemption is not appropriate. However, under EPA's current proposal, operators that calculate lower potential emissions or less than 3 tons per year of methane could still escape regular leak monitoring. This is a big problem since operators would be required to factor in super emitters or equipment failures, and the many smaller leak-prone wells could escape detection. I'm not alone in this call for strong federal methane safeguards. In fact, recent survey data tells us that 71% of registered voters across the United States support the strengthening of rules to reduce oil and gas methane pollution by requiring further and more comprehensive inspections of wells. Even after hearing that the oil and gas industry claims that low producing wells are too costly to inspect for leaks, still half of voters say that this makes them more likely to support comprehensive rules that cover all types of wells. It is my hope that the public servants at EPA listen to the wants and needs of their constituents and institute comprehensive, loophole-free methane safeguards that hold industry accountable. Thank you so much for this opportunity to share my comments. On behalf of my family, 7 generations of Pennsylvania residents, and my institution, the only public university in the city of Philadelphia, I urge EPA to set stronger standards and eliminate loopholes for small operations. Finally, I urge EPA to finalize this rulemaking as quickly as possible, as our planet and its many inhabitants cannot afford further delay. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Ms. Burkholder. We appreciate your testimony. Any clarifying questions from the panel?
No questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Okay. Our next speaker is Lindsay Easter. Ms. Easter.
Hello, my name is Lindsay Easter. It's spelled LindsayEaster. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am the Communications Director for the Evangelical Environmental Network and Young Evangelicals for Climate Action, and I live in Littleton, Colorado. At EEN and YECA, our Christian faith guides everything we do. We believe that reducing harmful methane pollution and ensuring cleaner air, along with creating a safe and healthy climate for everyone, is a critical way of following one of the Bible's greatest commandments, to love our neighbors. As a potent and dangerous greenhouse gas that is 80 times more powerful than carbon dioxide over 20 years, methane pollution has serious implications for the climate crisis. In my home state of Colorado alone, I have watched climate-fueled wildfires destroy some of the wilderness areas I most cherish and fill our summer air with smoke, all while exacerbated drought conditions threaten many aspects of our economy. The consequences we see now will only increase in severity if we do not immediately act to reduce emissions. And the recent global methane assessment released by the UN finds that cutting methane emissions is the quickest way to slow global warming in the near term over 25 years. In addition to the consequences of climate change, methane pollution also has dire impacts on public health. The consensus of medical and scientific literature is clear. Living near a methane extraction or production site is dangerous to the health of both children and adults, with higher risks of heart failure and asthma, as well as the exposure to known carcinogens. Even unborn children are at an increased risk of low birth weight and birth defects. Currently, 2.9 million children attend a school located within 0.5 miles of an oil or gas facility, and 12.6 million American households are also within that radius. In Weld County here in Colorado, the county in which I grew up and where many of my friends and family members still live, over 150,000 people face this hazard, along with heightened risks of cancer. Reducing methane gas pollution and its many negative effects is beyond what one person, company, or community can do. To make much needed progress, we must all work together, including the federal government and the EPA, living up to its mission to protect human health and the environment. I'm thankful for the EPA's proposed rules that will defend public health and pave the way for a safer climate. I'm especially thankful that the new proposed standards are based on methane emissions rather than the amount of oil and gas produced. Recent studies show that many smaller leak-prone wells have disproportionately high emission rates of methane and associated gases. Under the new emission-based rule, these methane super emitters will no longer slip through the cracks. Combined, the two standards will save between $6.6 and $9.2 billion in avoided health costs and loss of life. While this is indeed good news, the proposed standards in the rule would be strengthened by incorporating the following actions. Implementing a ban on routine flaring except in emergency situations, implementing annual inspections for sites below 2 tons per year of methane emissions, requiring a time limit to replace all pneumatic valves and actuators, developing a process for the incorporation of monitoring data from third parties, and instituting quarterly inspections via leak detection and repair procedures of all wells with 2 ton per year or greater methane emissions. The health and climate impacts of methane pollution require proper accountability for the companies failing to protect the communities in which they operate. It is time for all of us to care for our neighbors by implementing strong, comprehensive methane standards for new and existing sources. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Easter, for your testimony. We very much appreciate it. Any clarifying questions from the panelists?
No questions from me. I just asked, I think you had a couple of citations there about like 2.9 million children with maybe within a certain proximity and then so many homes. If you could just submit those citations to the public docket, we'd love to have those for the record.
Yes, I'll definitely submit those.
Great, thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, our next speaker is Michael Green, and after Mr. Green's testimony, we will take a 15-minute break. Mr. Green.
Hi there. Thank you so much for allowing me to fit in before the break. My name is Michael Green, spelled M-I-C-H-A-E-L, Green, G-R-E-E-N. And I am the Director of Climate and Energy Policy for the American Sustainable Business Council, who I'm speaking on behalf of today. American Sustainable Business Council has 250,000 member businesses across the country, and we also have some of our largest chapters in the Ohio Sustainable Business Network, as well as the Pennsylvania Sustainable Business Network, and have great allies and partners across the Four Corners states and some of the states where this, I think, really needs to be a keen focus, because it's quite frankly in this business community's backyard and needs to be addressed. Businesses, I'll start at a high level and say that, our business membership and most businesses across this country, when we work with our small business community, support ambitious and bold action on climate change. This narrative that businesses don't want to see action, or that the businesses are already doing enough and therefore we don't need action from the EPA or from this administration, is just completely false. We've been the leader for the past 4 years, and now it's time with a new administration to come in and really be supportive of that private sector leadership and set an even higher bar to make sure that those businesses that are leading on addressing their carbon footprint, the role they play in their community, or the role they have and impact they have on their environment, aren't put at a disadvantage towards businesses that are still relying on antiquated technologies, energies, and policies. So not only do we stand here in support of the business community that is at the front line, but also the communities that surround them and that we've heard already from today. And I applaud everyone who's come out and spoken. And I think it's also important to hear from the private sector. So a couple of things that we would like to bring to awareness, specifically on some research, which I'd be happy to provide in the comments that we've done in New York and in Pennsylvania, that looked at, first the jobs claims that are coming from industries that are being left unregulated at this point, and that this will impact those jobs, that often those jobs claims are quite over exaggerated on their end. And what we find is that the more we make our economies reliant on fossil fuel infrastructure, on fossil fuel extraction, the more we submit those local communities to boom bust cycles that are not possible for local small businesses to actually account for or prepare for, and are often left to be outcompeted by larger box stores that are able to come in and then pick up and leave when the bust happens. We also are very concerned about the stress and continued use of fracking on water supply and what that means for our important water basins, as well as for agriculture use in the competition of these energy systems and energy extraction against our ability to be able to provide local American farms and agriculture to feed this nation. Plain and simple, you've heard enough about methane as a super pollutant in that it's poisoning our communities, but most importantly, the long-term impacts for these short-term gains for a very few is not worth the poisoning of our community, nor is it worth the climate impacts and what that means for future generations. We need strong rules, especially on routine flaring, on wells and extraction sites, no matter the size. We cannot continue to allow small sites to exist or continue to exist in the way in which they have. And we need to really look at our energy infrastructure and how we're fueling a transition away from fossil fuel industry. We heard a little while ago from an earlier speaker who was talking about the energy dependence and resilience of our infrastructure systems in Texas in the past year. And really what the challenge we saw there was that centralized energy systems are prone to fail. And the fossil fuel industry is dependent upon these centralized energy systems, and we need to make that transition as soon as possible. Again, my name is Michael Green. I'm the Director of Climate and Energy for the American Sustainable Business Council, and I'd like to thank the EPA for organizing this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Green. We very much appreciate your testimony. Any questions from the panelists? Clarifying questions?
No clarifying questions, but any information you have on jobs gained, lost, broader impacts, we'd be really interested to see any of those numbers that you have from your experience.
Be happy to share that.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And anything else, Ms. Waltzer, for you? You good?
No
All right.
question. Thank you.
Thank you. So we did have another speaker that has joined us that we're going to accommodate before we go to the break. It's Jorge Daniel Taliant. So Mr. Taliant, if you could please spell your name and welcome.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to just put an image in the background that I hope that you can look at while I speak. My name is George Daniel Taliant. I'm the Executive Director of the Center for Human Rights and Environment, working to accelerate fast climate mitigation action and reduce short-lived climate pollutants, including methane. Over the past few months, I've worked closely with partners and alongside the current administration to craft, promote, and now to implement the global methane pledge signed during COP26 to reduce methane emissions 30% by 2030. I've also had the pleasure, or maybe I should say the displeasure, of taking a FLIR camera around the world, visiting over 100 oil and gas sites to actually see methane emissions. I emphasize the term see because what you, the EPA staff working on methane, think that you're addressing in this very rule is actually an illusion. It's pure theory. And as you likely know, methane emissions are calculated using factor emissions, a fancy way of saying we're guessing. We're guessing that what is being emitted by oil and gas companies is in line with what a laboratory test showed that a certain piece of equipment emits. We multiply that guess by the number of pieces of equipment, and that's our total guess on emissions. No one has actually ever done a complete inventory of actual methane emissions from oil and gas. That's coming soon with emerging satellite technology, but we're not there yet. When we actually do carry out real tests of actual emissions, utilizing technology that does allow us to see these emissions and not just guess at them, we usually discover that what we thought were the emissions are in order of magnitude 2 or 3 times higher than what we had guessed. If you, the administrative staff of EPA that are working on methane, have not held a FLIR camera, like the one in that picture, in your hands and actually visited an oil and gas site and pointed it at an emitting source like a storage tank or a compressor or an abandoned well, and until you've actually looked through that viewfinder, like the woman in that picture is looking at now in that FLIR camera, you really don't know what you're up against. I usually gauge that revelation moment when you look through that viewfinder with what I call a wowometer. At that moment, your jaw drops, your heart skips a beat, and usually for most people, all they can say is wow. I've taken dozens of people like this woman and dozens of people to look at emissions when they live near these sites through these FLIR cameras, including people that live there that suffer the consequences. After years of seeing clear blue skies and hearing from the oil companies that the air around them is clean and that they have this aha moment when they look through that viewfinder. Many things start to make sense, like illnesses over the course of their lives, crop loss, birth defects, and even cancer. All of these very real impacts suddenly become logical conclusions to their proximity to oil and gas. This is the methane moment. And you, the EPA staff that are working on this methane rule, you have the responsibility in your hands to make good of that moment. Methane is 86 times more potent than CO2 as a global warming potential contaminant. The idea that methane is somehow clean or a bridge fuel to a zero carbon economy, that's pure fantasy. Reducing methane quickly is the most viable low-hanging fruit to slow global warming in the next decade and to keep to the 1.5C pathway that scientists are warning about. Not only that, but reducing methane in the oil and gas sector is low to no cost, and it actually makes money for oil and gas companies. It's a no-brainer. The strictest methane rules are in order and urgently needed, and that is on you. It's on you, Anna and Susie and Amy and all of your team staff. I've had the pleasure of speaking with the authors of the Global Methane Assessment, and I know you've read it because EPA held its publication up until you had thoroughly reviewed this landmark study. The good news about the oil and gas sector's irresponsible reporting on their theoretical emissions versus their actual emissions, which are much worse, is that when we tighten the bolts on equipment, when we capture vented gas, when we change out technologies to zero bleed, when we cap those orphan wells, and when we refuse to tolerate the emission of a gas that is 86 times more potent for global warming than CO2, simply because oil and gas companies don't want to make cost-effective investments, we'll actually be reducing methane by much more than you're calculating now, and that we're theoretically thinking is going to happen. When we actually change out this technology, we're likely to achieve up to 40 or 50% more reduction than what we're guessing we will achieve. And that's good for climate. It's good for the atmosphere. It's good for fence line communities that suffer disproportionately from poor air quality that we know exists at and near neighborhoods that have the misfortune of being located near an oil well or a production or distribution facility. So my message to you in closing, the EPA staff working on methane, do the right thing, and do the right thing at every step of the way in your review of the emissions rule, and take those opportunities to reduce emissions in the sector. Err on the side of caution. Make these rules as stringent as you can. We have one shot to avoid irreversible climate tipping points in the next decade. Let's make the most of it. Please do your part. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Taliant. We appreciate your testimony. Are there any clarifying questions from the panelists?
No questions, but we'd be curious, based on your experience with the FLIR camera and your experience with your organization and calculating, I guess, anything from your experience on the actual emissions versus potential emissions. We'd be interested in any comments you specifically have on how EPA calculated baseline emissions
Yeah.
for this rule and how EPA, whatever factors we're using. So any comments like that, we sure would appreciate that to be submitted to the public docket. And thank you so much for your testimony today.
Amy, I can certainly hook you up with some of the authors of the Global Methane Assessment, which you may be in contact with, that, off the record and sort of in ballpark numbers have thought about, what the real emission reductions might be. I think that's a really important number to think about because, again, you're going to be reducing a lot more than you think.
Thank you.
No questions for me. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you again for your testimony. Again, my name is Anna Marie Wood, and I've been chairing this hearing session today. I want to thank everyone who has shared comments so far on EPA's proposed action. If you have any questions about the hearing, please send a chat to attendee support or call 888-372-8699 or email SPPD, all caps, S as in Sam, P as in Peter, PD, public hearing at epa.gov. At this time, we are going to take a short recess. Sorry, we'll resume the hearing in 15 minutes. And at that time, the time will be displayed on the screen, and we look forward to seeing you back here after the break. And so again, the 15 minutes will be run down on the screen so you can see how much time of the break is remaining. Thank you.
Thanks, guys, for sitting through this. I know it's long.
Thank you. All right, I think we are ready to resume. Oh, wait, hold on. My computer did something uninvited. Okay, there we go. All right, so welcome back, everybody, from break. My name is Anna Wood, and I'm one of the chairs for today's public hearing on EPA's proposed amendments for the standards of performance for new, reconstructed, and modified sources and emissions guidelines for existing sources for the oil and natural gas sector. Climate review. It's also known as the oil and natural gas new source performance standards, or just the NSPS, because we always have to have our acronyms at EPA. Thank you again for coming today. Joining me on the panel are my colleagues, and I'll give them a moment just to introduce themselves briefly again.
Hi, folks. My name is Amy Hambrick. I'm one of the rule writers in EPA's Office of Air and Radiation.
Hello, I'm Susie Weltzer, and I'm a team leader in the Office of Atmospheric Programs at EPA.
Yeah. So thank you for joining us today as well on the panel. And I neglected to mention that I am at EPA, and I'm the director of the Outreach and Information Division for the Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards, which is where the rule that we are hearing about today is underway. So if you are listening to the hearing but did not register to speak, but you wish to speak, please call 888-372-8699 or email all caps SPPD public hearing at EPA.gov. Only the SPPD part is in caps. Public hearing is all lowercase at EPA.gov. If we have open time in the schedule, we will call you. Please note that by registering for this event, you're agreeing to abide by the ground rules of the virtual event, which includes certain rules of behavior. And I would just like to remind people of those ground rules before we jump back into our hearing. The agency will not tolerate harassment, discrimination, intimidation, inappropriate language, and images, or sustained disruption of the public hearing underway. EPA expects that all participants, including panelists, registered speakers, and attendees, to conduct themselves in a respectful and professional and civil manner. We will monitor and moderate this virtual event to ensure these common standards of decency are upheld. Just a quick reminder, if you're going to be providing testimony, when I call on you to speak, please unmute your line. While you're providing testimony, you are also welcome to activate your camera by clicking the Start Video icon. And as a reminder, this public hearing is being recorded. Okay, with that, let me announce our next two speakers. They are Andre Restrepo and Michael Fetting. Mr. Restrepo.
Can you see me? Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. All right, so my name is Andres Restrepo, and I am a senior attorney with Sierra Club's Environmental Law Program. Sierra Club strongly supports EPA's decision both to strengthen its oil and gas standards for new sources and to issue emission guidelines for existing equipment. The agency has rightly made this rulemaking a high priority item, and finalizing a strong set of protections is a necessary, although not sufficient, step towards addressing the dual crises of climate change and unclean air. We look forward to submitting written comments to the agency on the proposals, and we wish to share some thoughts with you today. Sierra Club endorses many specific aspects of the proposed rules. For example, we believe that EPA was correct to establish zero emitting pneumatic equipment as the best system of emission reduction for both new and existing sources. As regulators in Colorado, California, Alberta, and British Columbia have shown, zero bleed requirements for pneumatic fully achievable and can be implemented at a reasonable cost without disrupting operations. We support many other aspects of the proposed rules. These include the methane and VOC standards for liquid unloading operations, the issuance of methane as opposed to only VOC requirements for storage tanks, the express inclusion of malfunctioning control devices and pneumatic equipment in the definition of fugitive emission components, the removal of production-based exemption for leak detection and repair requirements at well sites, the restoration of quarterly LDAR requirements for compressor stations, and the increased frequency of LDAR inspections for many well sites. These requirements and others will secure millions of tons of methane emission reductions and, as EPA has calculated, are achievable at a reasonable cost. However, EPA can and must go further. First, we're concerned that EPA's exemption from regular LDAR requirements for well sites with a calculated potential to emit below 3 tons per year will leave a large amount of achievable emission reductions on the table. While EPA has preliminarily determined that regular LDAR inspections for these wells would not be cost effective, its calculations rely on emission factors that almost certainly underestimate the true extent of the fugitive emissions originating from this infrastructure. Moreover, those calculations assume that all equipment at each site is functioning properly at any given moment, when in fact it's well documented huge amounts of fugitive emissions occur during malfunction events. Although it may be impossible to predict when and where any specific malfunction might occur, EPA's methodology assumes that no malfunctions ever occur. We know for certain that this is not correct. EPA must therefore develop mathematical tools to reflect the emissions that do occur from equipment malfunctions at these sites, and the fact that actual on-the-ground fugitives are very likely higher than the emission factors would suggest, which would impact the cost effectiveness calculations. To the extent that EPA considers record-keeping expenses to be a barrier towards imposing regular LDAR requirements on these sources, we encourage EPA to consider ways to help sources streamline those administrative expenses, perhaps through economies of scale or with money appropriated by Congress in pending legislation for methane reduction purposes. Lastly, EPA's cost effectiveness threshold for methane emission reductions, which it reports is around $2,185 per ton, appears to reflect the 100-year global warming potential for this pollutant. However, a 20-year GWP, which is approximately 3 times higher than the 100-year value, would reflect a much higher monetary threshold for the cost effectiveness of methane controls, especially given the fact that the next 2 decades are a critical window for staving off the worst impacts of climate change. EPA must adjust its cost effectiveness determination of methane controls in a way that accounts for the 20-year GWP. Sierra Club also urges EPA to adopt more aggressive action to limit routine flaring of associated gas and oil wells. Colorado's regulations severely restrict this practice at both new and existing well sites, and EPA must follow suit. At a minimum, EPA must prohibit routine flaring at new oil and gas wells, which can be designed at the outset to capture associated gas rather than flare it, although we nevertheless maintain that a routine ban is feasible at both new and existing sites. Finally, to the extent that flaring does occur anywhere throughout the oil and gas sector, the mandatory destruction efficiency must be improved from 95 to 98%, a fully achievable target that's already required in Colorado. Lastly, in its existing source emission guidelines, EPA must closely cabin states' authority to issue more lenient standards based on sources.
Leaving. I was already walking.
Unlike many other Section 111 source categories, the oil and gas industry consists of millions of smaller, more modestly priced pieces of equipment, rather than large and extremely expensive facilities with similarly expensive control options like SO2 scrubbers or selective catalytic reduction systems. Pollution controls for oil and gas sources are unlikely to result in large amounts of stranded capital assets, which was Congress's primary motivation for enacting Section 111D's remaining useful life provision. Indeed, certain key requirements, such as LDAR surveys, require no capital investments at all, making the age of the regulated equipment irrelevant for determining cost effectiveness. EPA must therefore permit state plans to include relaxed standards based on remaining useful life, with a particular requirement which results in stranded capital above a reasonable dollar threshold.
I would just note that your time is up. If you want to just take a couple of seconds to wrap
Yeah,
up.
I have like 2 more seconds.
Okay.
We think that EPA must limit the remaining useful life provision where stranded capital assets would be above a certain dollar threshold, where the source in question accepts a mandatory and federally enforceable retirement date, and where the source has not already outlasted its full IRS depreciation schedule. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Restrepo. We appreciate your testimony. Any clarifying questions from the panel?
No questions. Thank you so much for your testimony. We really look forward to reading the full comprehensive submittal of comments. Sounds like you've a lot of good information in there.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you.
No questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, our next 2 speakers are Michelle Fetting and Christina Krost.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michelle Fetting, and I live in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and I'm the program director of the Breathe Project. Thank you so much to the EPA for holding this hearing on the new methane rule, including updates on performance standards and emissions guidelines to reduce methane and other harmful pollution from the oil and gas industry. I'd like to focus my remarks on the other harmful pollution part of that title. First, we need EPA to protect the environment here in Pennsylvania because our Department of Environmental Protection has failed. Second, with the onset of fracking, it is much, much more than just methane that we need to fear. Yes, methane is a potent greenhouse gas and a significant contributor to climate change, but the other harmful pollution we are seeing as a result of new oil and gas development has made the EPA's role more urgent than ever. This is not your grandpa's methane. The EPA's recognition of VOCs and the protocol for optical gas imaging in identifying leaks is to be commended. But the EPA must also require testing for the massive amounts of radioactive material we are also seeing from this industry due to fracking that brings the material up from miles underground. We need to understand how that material, including radium and radon gas, is intermingling with methane and entering the environment, from the well pad and worker exposure through the transportation process and disposal of the extremely hazardous waste. The radioactive material is in fact a silent public health crisis happening right now as it becomes more concentrated through the life cycle. Southwestern Pennsylvania has high rates of cancer and an unusually high rates of Ewing sarcoma, a rare pediatric bone cancer. And we do in fact know that radium, which is highly present in fracking operations, is known in the medical community as a bone seeker. We are depending on the EPA to recognize this threat. As a critical next step, EPA should develop a protocol for thorough testing of emissions from the oil and gas industry at every phase of its life cycle. This testing must be conducted with advanced technology, including gamma spectrometers, that will identify with a much higher degree of certainty what is in the waste. We recently learned that PFAS chemicals are being used in fracking. We also need to understand how the PFAS chemicals may be present in the methane. These are chemicals that can be aerosolized, so the EPA should be calling for further testing. How do we know we are safe when we turn on our gas stoves and breathe in the emissions from burning methane and cooking in our own homes? In fact, burning methane in our homes is not safe, and it is harmful to the health of people in 40% of American homes that have gas stoves. The EPA is planning to address other issues in a supplemental rulemaking effort in spring of 2022. I urge the EPA to build upon the protections in this rule. In addition to addressing emissions from small wells and flaring events, which are horribly toxic, flaring should not be allowed in a routine way or for any other reason except in an emergency situation that should be clearly defined. When we don't fully understand what's being flared, it puts a terrible burden on communities. The EPA must take on this important work because individual states have been unable to act. The industry holds too much power and has a tight grip on our state legislatures. Therefore, the role and responsibility of the EPA has never been greater. Please act boldly to undo some of the damage and neglect of critical science, especially during the last administration. There's so much new information that we are learning every day about oil and gas operations, the toxic life cycle of methane, and the long tentacles of fracking. EPA must answer these questions and especially conduct intensive and necessary testing so we know what we are dealing with. There are still many questions about what else is in the methane, and EPA has a responsibility to be on top of it because this industry has gotten out of hand and there are global consequences. Thank you very much for holding this hearing and for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Fenning. We appreciate your testimony. Any clarifying questions from the panel?
No, thank you for your testimony.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Our next two speakers are Christina Crost and Shania Oliver. I apologize sincerely if I mispronounce your names. And please do spell your name at the beginning of your testimony so that we have it appropriately on the record. Thank you. Ms. Crost?
Okay. It says my video is disabled, but can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Here it comes. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity to share my comments today. My name is Christina Krost. I am the Policy Coordinator for Faith in Place, which is the Illinois affiliate of Interfaith Power and Light. I'm also the Vice President of the United Methodist Women of the Illinois Great Rivers Conference of the United Methodist Church. I live in Mattoon, Illinois, which is about 3 hours south of Chicago. I'm a mother of a child with asthma, and I am a person of faith. And so I strongly support EPA's proposed methane rules and urge the EPA to strengthen these rules to maximize the benefits for public health, our children, and the environment. I live in a community with nearly 500 wells. The county itself is only about 500 square miles. So after consulting the oil and gas threat map online, I learned that many of these wells are located in the low income area of my community and impact about a quarter of our residents. Many of them are children, people of color, and indigenous. United Methodist Women has 2 priorities: climate justice and disrupting the school to prison pipeline. And I've learned that children of color are 10 times more likely to have asthma than white children because our oil and gas infrastructure is often located in communities of color and low-income communities. American children with asthma miss 500,000 days of school annually due to ozone pollution from fossil fuels. And according to the oil and gas threat map, kids in just my county alone miss 145 days of school per year. That's almost an entire school year. As a mother and a former school teacher, I know what happens to kids when they miss school or they get left behind. Their education is impacted, and eventually their community is impacted. And as a person of faith and justice, I must work to break down systems that do harm to my neighbors. My community and many like it in Illinois have to live with these oil and gas wells and the toxic air that they create. Many don't know the risk because the air quality is not being monitored. So we must do better for our communities. So that's why I urge the EPA to strengthen the monitoring requirements. You should require monitoring at even small wells, high polluting wells. Hundreds of thousands of these little wells across the country generate very little usable product, but are large and disproportionate emitters of methane. Even small leaks are unacceptable to the health and safety of our children, and they contribute to the climate crisis. Flaring is another wasteful and avoidable practice that is rampant in the oil and gas production sector. I don't need to drive very far from my home to see such flares. They dot the rural landscape in East Central Illinois. And when companies rush to extract oil, some forgo the investments that are necessary to capture and sell gas, and instead they burn it as a waste product. So that emits a host of climate and health harming pollutants. Flares are commonly malfunction and they spew methane directly into the atmosphere. And so I urge the EPA to move to end routine flaring. Methane is accelerating the climate crisis. My children, 16, 12, and 8, are fearful about the planet that they will inherit. I lose sleep at night thinking about the climate catastrophes that they will face. This year alone in Illinois, we've experienced floods and droughts, the effects of unpredictable thunderstorms, and that is just the beginning. Again, I want to thank you for this hearing and for the opportunity to share my comments. So on behalf of Faith in Place and United Methodist Women and my family, I urge the EPA to set stronger standards, eliminate loopholes for smaller operations, and end venting and flaring from oil and gas facilities. I urge the EPA to finalize this rulemaking as quickly as possible, as climate change is an emergency and our children and planet cannot afford further delay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Panelists, do you have any clarifying questions?
No clarifying questions, but for the information that you cited about the, I guess, number of days lost due to asthma, like in your county, and then I think maybe you cited like a more national level, information like that, those numbers, would be very interested in having that in our public docket record.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you.
No questions from me. Thank you.
Okay. So our next 2 speakers are Shaina Oliver and Charles Vendotti. Or Venditti.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you. I am with Moms Clean Air Force Colorado chapter, and I would like to acknowledge that we do acknowledge the stolen lands of over 574 tribal nations, and that we sit directly on the lands of the Cheyenne, Arapaho, and Ute nations, and 45 other tribes that once occupied Colorado. I am Shayna Oliver, resident of Denver, Colorado, Indigenous Peoples' Rights Advocate, field organizer for Eco Madres and Moms Clean Air Force, Colorado, representing our more than 37,000 members here in the state. Most importantly, I'm an Indigenous mother of 4, and we are the descendants of the genocide known as the Indian Removal Act, known to the Dene as the Long Walk of the Navajo. These types of policy violations have run a long historic impact on Indigenous people, community, health, wealth, and environmental well-being. And moms support the proposed EPA rules and urge the EPA to finalize the strongest and most comprehensive rules to protect children's health from all sources of oil and gas methane pollution, including small wells and routine flaring. And historically, policy violations have ravaged Indigenous communities' well-being. As a tribal affiliate of the Navajo Nation, I've seen the devastating land and health impacts contributed by coal, uranium, oil, and gas extraction. Because of these disparities, Indigenous people now have the highest rates in asthma, diabetes, heart disease, cancer, leukemia, adverse birth outcomes, and premature deaths than the general population. I myself and my family can check off on many of those conditions. My uncle, who lives near an oil and gas site, has already suffered a heart attack since he's moved in his location and has undergone heart surgery. In addition, my grandfather also suffered from asthma continuously before passing away from leukemia. Because of this systemic environmental violence and racism built into our treaties, laws, policies, and regulations, Black, Brown, Indigenous, and low-income people have been segregated, redlined into communities near polluting industries. We are seeing this reality play out once again as oil and gas permits are being proposed near vulnerable communities already disproportionately impacted by pollution. Scientists have known this for decades, that air pollution is harmful to health, especially true to vulnerable populations such as older adults and people with underlying health conditions, community of color, pregnant women, and children. Air pollution from oil and gas industry can cause respiratory disease, asthma attacks, increased hospitalizations, reproductive problems, blood disorders, neurological problems, cancer, and contribute to climate change, which further harms health. 1 in 3 people in the US lives in a county with oil and gas production, and over 17 million live within a mile of an active well, putting their health at risk. But the risk is not evenly distributed. Black, Indigenous, Latino, low-income, and rural communities are disproportionately exposed to dirty air, exposing harmful pollution from oil and gas operations. Cutting methane will have the benefit of reducing associated harmful volatile organic compounds such as benzene. Benzene has the worst, can worsen asthma, affect lung development in children, and increase the risk of cancer, immune system damage, and neurological, reproductive, and developmental problems. Colorado, Arizona, Nevada, and California, and Alaska experienced this summer's most extreme heat and poor air quality levels in human history. Indigenous tribal members continue to be the front lines of climate change and continue to be the leaders when addressing climate change resilience. So moms and the next 7 generations, we need to continue monitoring small wells from frequent leak detection and repair that would prevent actual protections for families, including the need to create standards that ensure wells are properly shut down and plugged without shifting the burden on taxpayers. As well as self-reporting needs to be eliminated from industries and more transparent for communities to also provide community air monitoring. So moms are counting on the EPA to finalize the strongest and most comprehensive rules to protect children's health from all sources of oil and gas methane pollution. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Oliver. We very much appreciate your testimony. I am sorry for your loss of your grandfather. Any questions, clarifying questions from our panelists?
No questions. Thank you so much for your powerful testimony.
Thank you.
No questions. Thank you.
Okay, our next two speakers are Charles Venditti and David Bach. Mr. Venditti?
Good afternoon. I'm Charles Vendetti, Charles, V as in Victor, Enditti. I work for an oil and gas company in Indiana, and our employees work and live directly in proximity to the oil and gas wells that we operate. So we have firsthand experience in operating the wells and making sure that we're doing our job to protect our employees who live in proximity to the wells. I'd like to address a few things that are in EPA's preamble that has been released for the proposed regulation. The first one is safety. EPA is requesting to have community involvement in identifying emissions at oil and gas well sites. The untrained public going out to oil and gas sites is potentially going to get somebody hurt or killed if they are out there accessing our locations and they don't have the right protective equipment. I would strongly advise EPA to consider carefully how they encourage community involvement in identifying emissions at oil and gas locations. Second, I'd like to approach or address the small business aspect. The majority of the wells in the United States are operated by small businesses. The marginal wells in the United States produce approximately 10% of the US oil and 10% of the United States gas. The economics for operating these wells is very, very different from the economics of operating new and high volume wells. So as you're considering the cost for compliance, you really need to consider what the cost burden is on these marginal wells, because it doesn't take a lot of extra cost to move them from an economically viable option to something that's unaffordable to operate. Third, I'd like to address the calculations. EPA is referencing subpart W, table 2.2-8 in EPA's protocol for equipment leak estimates. As we look at the tables, we see that EPA is reporting kilograms per hour on the table, but in the preamble, we see that the metric is tons per year. And there's going to be small operators that don't have technical staff that are going to have problems making these transitions or calculations. I'm suggesting that EPA go through and develop something similar to the tanks program that was put together in the past for evaluating emissions from storage tanks for people in the oil and gas industry to be able to estimate the emissions and not have to do unit conversions and complex calculations. Further, from looking at these tables, I don't see that EPA has sufficiently addressed the operating pressure of the wells. An oil or gas well operating at 25 or 50 pounds per square inch is going to have a very, very different emission profile than one that's operating at greater than 500 pounds per square inch. So EPA needs to consider this. Fourth, I'd like to suggest that EPA has encouraged industry over the last 5 years, as we've dialogued about methane and VOC emissions. EPA has encouraged us to provide data and engage in the robust discussion so that we can develop rules and regulations that are applicable and something that we can manage. There's a study that's being released by DOE here towards the end of the year, sometime in December, that we're advocating that EPA consider the findings from this DOE study as they're putting together the final regulations. Once already today, there's been a suggestion to extend the comment period. We have over approximately 1,000 pages between the preamble and the TSD to read through and develop meaningful comments. And if you want meaningful comments, I would encourage you to consider extending the comment period. Lastly, I'd also like to address the use of a FLIR camera. We have one. I've personally used it, and I've been to a lot of our well sites, and the emissions that I've found are not very, very big. My personal experience, we have low pressure wells with a low gas composition. We don't have a lot of emissions here in the Illinois basin. So those are my comments. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Thank you, Mr. Vendetti, for your testimony. Clarifying questions from the panelists.
I did have a clarifying question. Did you have, you talked about a request to extend the comment period. Was there a particular time frame that you were requesting?
I'd say at least 60 days. I mean, on top of all of our daily responsibilities, now we have another 1,000 pages to read and interpret and understand how it impacts our business, and then figure out how to develop meaningful comments for you guys. 60 days would be valuable.
Thank you for that information. And then I just asked some of the technical information that you had cited, and you were making the comparisons with the subpart W table. Any, I guess, more specific technical information, it would be very helpful to have that in writing. So if you could submit the, more details on the technical comments to the public docket, we sure would appreciate it.
Be happy to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, no further questions. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, we will move on to our next speakers, which are David Bach and Casey Patnode. And if you could please spell your name for the record before providing your testimony, is greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Yes, my last name is spelled B-A-A-K-E. So yeah, my name is David Bach, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the Natural Resources Defense Council. I would like to begin by expressing my appreciation to EPA for its commitment to reducing dangerous air pollution from both new and existing oil and gas facilities. While EPA's proposal is a good start, the rule must be strengthened to provide greater protection. In particular, we believe the final rule must include a ban on routine flaring, which is the practice of flaring associated gas from oil wells in non-emergency situations. I am based in New Mexico, where I represented NRDC and other environmental and community groups earlier this year in a rulemaking before the state's Oil Conservation Commission. Following this hearing, the commission adopted rules that ban routine flaring, making New Mexico the third state to impose such a ban after Alaska and Colorado. Notably, this aspect of the New Mexico rule was adopted without industry opposition or opposition from anyone. I would like to summarize the evidence that we presented to the New Mexico rulemaking before describing some features of the rule. First, we presented evidence that routine flaring is a major source of emissions in the Permian Basin, which lies in both Texas and New Mexico. When flares are properly functioning, they emit ozone-forming NOx and carbon dioxide. In 2019, Permian operators reported emitting 5.5 million metric tons of carbon dioxide as a result of flaring of associated gas. Unfortunately, it's also extremely common for flares to malfunction, which results in venting of methane, VOCs, and cancer-causing hazardous air pollutants directly into the atmosphere. For example, a 2020 EDF study found that 10% of flares in the Permian Basin were either unlit or otherwise malfunctioning. Second, there's substantial variation in terms of how operators handle associated gas. On one end of the spectrum, Amerdev reported venting or flaring 78% of its associated gas, while other operators such as EOG and Oxy reported venting or flaring only about 1% of their associated gas. So this wide variation indicates that routine flaring is not necessary from an operational perspective. Rather, it is a business decision that certain companies are making. Third, there are many technically feasible alternatives to venting or flaring associated gas. For new wells, an operator always has a technically feasible alternative, which is simply to delay drilling until adequate pipeline capacity is available. But even in the absence of pipeline capacity, other operators have many alternatives to venting and flaring. Associated gas can be used to generate electricity on site. It can be compressed and transported via truck to a processing plant. It can be re-injected into the underlying formation or used for enhanced oil recovery. For example, the bulk of the gas produced on the Alaskan North Slope in the last 5 decades has been re-injected. Finally, it is also possible to temporarily shut in wells at times when takeaway capacity is restricted. In response to the pandemic-induced crash in the price of oil in 2020, operators in New Mexico obtained permission to temporarily shut in over 6,000 active wells, or about 12% of the wells in the state. Industry's response to the pandemic shows that it's technically feasible to shut in wells during times of insufficient takeaway capacity. However, given the numerous other alternatives to flaring, we do not expect shut-ins to be a common method for operators to comply with New Mexico's ban on routine flaring. So this evidence demonstrates there is absolutely no reason to allow operators to continue the wasteful and polluting practice of flaring. EPA should look to the rules adopted in New Mexico in finalizing this rulemaking. For new and recompleted wells, EPA should adopt a new source performance standard that requires operators to certify before a well is spud that the operator has plans to capture 100% of the volume of gas that the well is expected to produce, and that the gas will either be routed through a pipeline or put to another alternative use other than flaring, such as power generation or reinjection. The emission guideline for existing sources should prohibit flaring from existing wells except in narrowly defined cases of emergency or malfunction, which is what the New Mexico rule does as well. Thank you again for the opportunity to give these comments. We look forward to continuing to work with all of you to ensure the final rules are as strong as possible, and happy to answer any other questions about the New Mexico experience. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Any clarifying questions from the panelists?
None for me. Thank you very much.
No questions for me. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. So our next two speakers are Casey Patnote and Marcus Cole. And again, please spell your name for the record.
Hello, my name is Casey Patnote. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like my video is, oh, there we go. Sorry about that. So again, my name is Casey Patnode, spelled C-A-S-E-Y-P-A-T-N-O-D-E, and I'm representing medical students for a sustainable future. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony and for listening to the concerns of the public during this long process. And I'm here to support the EPA's proposed methane rules and also here to urge the agency to further strengthen these rules in order to protect and promote human health. As a future physician, I'm deeply disturbed about the impacts of climate change on our health. And this has been described by over 200 international health journals as the greatest threat to public health that the world is facing. And these effects are already being seen, from extreme heat waves like the one this past summer in the Pacific Northwest that killed hundreds of people, to more powerful tropical storms in the south and along the East Coast, to wildfires raging nearly year-round on the West Coast, to frequent recurrent flooding here in the Midwest, including in my home state of Michigan. And methane is a potent greenhouse gas, 80 times more powerful than carbon dioxide within a 20-year period. So in this time-critical existential threat we're facing, there's no time to lose in terms of restricting methane emissions. And there's other short-term benefits as well in terms of restricting emissions. Along with methane, the oil and gas industry releases volatile organic compounds that, among other adverse effects, are a precursor to ground-level ozone that we've heard about. And these result in harmful effects to respiratory health, particularly in individuals and communities that are the most vulnerable due to a legacy of decades of pollution in their area and other systemic causes that have harmed their health. Long-term exposure to ozone air pollution is linked to 1 million premature deaths annually due to respiratory diseases. And on a personal note, I'm graduating from medical school in May, and I'm pursuing a career in emergency medicine. And I've spent a lot of time working in the ER already, and I've seen many patients coming in, gasping for air, terrified, on the brink of death. And I wonder about how many of them wouldn't be in our ER at all, let alone in that severe condition, were it not for the toxins and the environment that they're in their community. So when it comes to addressing climate change and environmental degradation, we truly need a whole of government approach to reach the goal that has been set out to have emissions by 2030. And EPA has a critical role to play in this. And so for this reason, I'm urging the EPA to strengthen their standards. And additionally, the final rule should eliminate routine flaring, as we've just heard about. It's a wasteful practice that emits a host of climate and health harming pollutants, and should also strengthen monitoring requirements by requiring monitoring at smaller, high polluting wells. These are hundreds of thousands of wells generating little usable gas, but representing a disproportionate amount of emissions of methane. These could still escape regular leak monitoring under the current proposal from EPA, and that's unacceptable in terms of preserving public health, because everybody deserves a safe, healthy environment to live, work, and play in. And we owe this to our communities, to ourselves, and to future generations. And some folks have brought up cost effectiveness or lack thereof of regulations, but I would ask, at what point do we have to determine that having a viable future is not cost effective? Because on a community level, we're on the brink of being in a situation like the patients I've seen in the ER, in critical condition, gasping for air on the precipice of catastrophe. And as a healthcare provider, I applaud you for your efforts up to this point to help us reaching that critical inflection point. But I would urge you to please strengthen these standards, because we truly are in desperate need. Again, thank you for the opportunity, and we really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. Any clarifying questions from the panel?
No questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Just a quick question. Can you mention again the organization that you were with? I just want to make sure I captured it correctly.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a Medical Students for a Sustainable Future.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So our next two speakers are Marcus Cole and Juliana Alderfer.
Marcus Cole, present here. I seem to be unable to enable my video. There we go. I think that's coming through now. Thank you. Marcus Cole, M-A-R-Q-U-S, last name common spelling C-O-L-E. And I serve as Director of Church and Community Engagement at the Evangelical Environmental Network. And I reside in Snellville, Georgia, in the suburbs of Atlanta. And I just want you to know, as a Southerner, there are a few things we know really well down here: faith, football, and family. And so as people of faith, we take scripture seriously when it says everything in the heavens and earth is yours, O Lord, and that this is your kingdom. We adore you as being in control of everything. And that's found in 1 Chronicles 29, 11, 12. And we believe that the earth itself belongs to God and everything in it. So to treat the land and its natural resources as simply one more thing to extract at any cost is to be unfaithful. And to use these resources in a way that harm others is not honoring the faith. And yet the medical and scientific literature is clear. Living within half a mile of a methane extraction or production site harms our children. And new research is suggesting that even those living further afield within a 5-mile radius may also be at risk. Currently, 2.9 million American children attend school within half-a-mile radius of an oil or gas facility. This makes addressing that fugitive and leaking methane from both existing and leaking oil gas facilities a moral responsibility. And as those football fans, we know that everyone has to play by the rules on the field, but the truth is right now, the rules are out of whack. Methane gas is a more potent greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide, warming the planet 86 times more over the past 20 years. In fact, methane accounts for a quarter of today's global warming. And my resources, fossil fuel energy system, are the primary sources of methane emissions in the United States. Each year, the oil and gas industry releasing 16 million metric tons of methane. As a pro-life evangelical, I know all about family values, and I have a special concern for the unborn, but not just that they be born, but that they be born healthy and unhindered by the ravages of pollution, even before they take their first breath. And again, the medical community has long known that unborn children are especially vulnerable to environmental impacts. These impacts, it's clear that fossil fuels are the most serious threat to children's health worldwide. And in my remarks I'll submit, I'll have more documentation about that. But what I really want to say here today is that I'm thankful for the EPA's proposed rule that will defend children's health. I'm especially thankful that the new proposed standards are based on actual methane emissions instead of the amount of oil and gas production. Recent studies clearly prove that many smaller leak-prone wells have disproportionately high emission rates of methane and those associated gases, and the footnote will be there. Under these new emission-based rules, these methane super emitters will no longer slip through those cracks. And I believe that with these two standards, we'll save about $6.6 to $9.2 billion in avoided health costs and loss of life. These proposed standards in the rule would be strengthened by incorporating a couple of additional things. One, and several people have noted it, a ban on routine flaring except in emergency situations. Two, quarterly inspection via LDAR, that's leak detection and repair procedures, of all wells with 2 tons per year, that's TPY, of methane emission or greater. Sites below 2 tons per year emission need to be inspected at least annually. We should be requiring a time limit on the need to replace all pneumatic valves and actuators, developing a process for the incorporation of monitoring data from third parties. That expanded monitoring may even result in a major public health benefit. And then finally, we look forward to secondary proposal due in spring 2022 and hope that the new methodologies for monitoring are approved and incorporated. With the final seconds, I'd just like to note in the US, oil and gas production is the largest industrial source of pollution. Each year, the oil and gas industry releases at 16 metric tons of methane. I strongly urge the EPA to promulgate these standards in the most expeditious fashion, as quickly as possible, to defend our children and their future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. We appreciate your testimony. Panelists, do you have any follow-up or clarifying questions?
No questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So our next two speakers are Juliana Alderfer and Susan Homer. So Ms. Alderfer, and please just a reminder to spell your name for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Juliana Alderfer. It's JulianaAlderfer. I'm an environmental engineering student at Temple University. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. I'll start by saying that I very strongly support EPA's proposed methane rules and support an increase in regulations to maximize benefits for human health, as well as for the prevention of biodiversity loss. Climate change and environmentalism are things I'm hugely passionate about, but sometimes it's hard to keep fighting when it seems like no progress is being made. In those times, I always think back to my grandparents. My grandparents live in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. My family and I visit them almost every year, and we love to go to New Orleans. It's one of my favorite places. Every year as they get older, it seems like they spend more and more of their time preparing for the next big hurricane. They're getting to the age where they can't physically protect themselves from all the storms coming their way, and they're not alone. The fact of the matter is, at the current rate sea levels are rising, New Orleans could be underwater in less than 30 years. And things may sound bad here, but that's not to mention all the minority and low-income communities around the world already facing far worse consequences. In South Sudan, 500,000 people have been displaced by recent flooding. A study done by Nature Climate Change Journal found that as of October 2021, climate change has already begun to affect 80% of the world's land area, and it will only get worse from here. There's no question anymore. We can see what's happening all around us. Thinking about all of this scares me a lot, which is why I decided to pursue environmental engineering. I wanted to figure out how I could help. The more I learned, the more I realized, unfortunately, how much of the power lies in the hands of politicians when it comes to climate change. And that if I wanted to make any real difference, I'd need to get involved in policy somehow. Since then, I've tried to take every opportunity for advocacy. Today, I emphasize the dire need for a reduction in methane emissions. The recent proposed Clean Air Act rule does not go far enough in addressing methane pollution. Ultimately, EPA's final rules must fully address this pollution, including specifically the gaps and loopholes that allow certain wells to avoid regular inspection. Hundreds of thousands of wells across the country produce extremely low amounts of usable products, as has been stated, while they emit low and disproportionate amounts of methane. Currently, any well emitting less than 3 tons of methane per year can escape monitoring. These emissions add up quickly, And as we know, methane traps exponentially more heat than carbon dioxide, which is why regulations are essential. EPA must also take into consideration monitoring results from community groups. This would allow major leaks directly harming communities today to be prioritized. The bottom line is, we know methane is one of the key drivers of climate change, and there's broad public support from US voters to strengthen rules against methane pollution. At Temple, I'm part of the Sunrise Movement, which is a youth movement to stop climate change and produce millions of good jobs in the process. A friend of mine from Sunrise recently reminded me of the critical decade we're coming up on. I know when people say we're running out of time, this time we really are. If significant change is not made in the next 10 years, irreversible damage will occur, and I'm not willing to give up on that yet. I hope you're not either. And it all starts with steps like this. So for those reasons and more, I am in utmost support of strengthening the regulations and monitoring for small, high polluting wells. I appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Alderfer. Any clarifying questions for our speaker?
No questions. Thank you for your testimony.
No questions. Thank you.
And our next speaker is Susan Homer. Homer.
Hello, my name is Susan Homer, SUSANHOMER. I live in Albuquerque in New Mexico, which which is we depend primarily on oil and gas here. So first, I want to thank you for your proposed methane rules, which are really good as far as they go. And I appreciate the urgency with which you have put this proposal together. I myself, nor my son, nor my granddaughter and her mother have asthma, but without the rules that you propose, along with further tightening, I'm very, very concerned about the air that they and all others younger than I will be breathing in the time after I'm no longer around. I'm also, of course, extremely concerned about the climate change effects of methane pollution in our atmosphere. And I understand that you intend to follow up with provisions eliminating the one-time only inspection of small wells and the flaring of methane gas. So on behalf of my family, our community, and all living, breathing beings, I urge you to include these protections in the follow-up supplemental proposal. Thank you for all that you do to make our environment cleaner, safer, and healthier.
Thank you, Ms. Homer. We appreciate very much your testimony. Any questions for Ms. Homer from our panelists?
No questions. Thank you for your testimony.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that was our last speaker for a break. We're about to be taking a break. And before we do that, let me just mention that, again, my name is Anna Wood, and I'm with the Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards at EPA. And I've been chairing our hearing session today, and I want to thank everyone who has shared comments so far on EPA's proposed action. If you have any questions about the hearing, please send a chat to attendee support in the chat box, or you can call 888-372-8699 or email all caps SPPD lowercase public hearing, that's all one thing, SPPD public hearing at epa.gov. At this time, we're going to take a short recess. We're going to resume the hearing in 15 minutes. The time will be displayed on the screen so that you can see that as a reference point. And we look forward to seeing you back here after the break. And again, thank you all for your participation.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Paul Gunning. I'm the Director of the Climate Change Division here in EPA's Office of Atmospheric Programs. I have the pleasure to chair this afternoon public hearing on EPA's proposed amendments to standards of performance for new, reconstructed, and modified sources and emissions guidelines for the existing sources, our oil and natural gas sector climate review, which is also known as the Oil and Natural Gas New Source Performance Standards, or our NSPS. Welcome, everybody, and thank you for coming today. We really are looking forward to all of your comments and thoughts on our proposal. Let me first start by welcoming my fellow panelists who are joining me today, and I'll allow them to introduce themselves. We'll start with you, Riley.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Riley Berger. I come from the EPA Region 3 office in the Air and Radiation Division.
Sarah?
Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, I guess. My name is Sarah Loiacono, and I am in EPA Region 8 in Denver, and I am in the Enforcement and Compliance Assurance Division.
Thank you, Sarah. All right, before we get into the mix here, let me start with some ground rules. And I'd like to go through a few of these rules and some housekeeping items that will help make today's hearing run as smooth as possible. First, ground rules. EPA is committed to an environment of mutual respect and safety. We want to hear your views on the proposal today. However, the agency will not tolerate harassment, discrimination, intimidation, inappropriate language and images, or sustained disruption of this public hearing. EPA expects everyone participating in this hearing, including the registered speakers, attendees, and those of us on this panel, to conduct themselves in a respectful and civil manner. We will monitor and moderate this virtual event to ensure that common standards and decency are upheld. Please note that by registering for this event, you have agreed to abide by all the ground rules of this virtual event. Okay, let's move on and get into a little bit about how the hearing is going to work today logistically. If you've registered to speak, you should have received an email notification for today's hearing that includes the approximate time when you will be asked to speak. We will do our very best to stick to this as close as possible and make sure that your time slot is honored. If you've joined us through Zoom, please keep your chat box open. It is at the bottom of your screen. We will put the names of the next speakers in that chat box. We will also may use the chat to communicate directly with you during the hearing. I'm going to call on each speaker when it's their turn. And let me apologize in advance for any mispronunciations. It's not my strong suit, but I'll do my best. And when I call on you to speak, please unmute your line. If you joined us on Zoom, that button, you'll find it on the lower left of your screen. If you joined by phone, you will need to enter #6 to unmute, and #9 to raise your hand. Please begin by stating clearly as possible your first and last name, and then spell it so that we have accurate information for our transcript. When providing testimony, speakers are welcome to activate their camera by clicking on the start video icon that you'll find on the bottom left of your Zoom screen. This hearing will be recorded and transcribed so that it can be included in the record of comments for this rulemaking action and placed in our docket. Each speaker will have 5 minutes to give their comments. You will see a timer on the screen to help you keep track. When your 5 minutes is up, it is time to stop. Please, everyone, to be fair, we are going to strictly enforce this 5-minute limit. We have a lot of speakers this afternoon. If you have additional feedback that you would like to share with us, you may submit it to the docket established for public comment all the way up until January 14th of 2022. We are here mainly to listen to you today. However, occasionally a panel member may ask you a clarifying question or have a comment. When you are finished speaking, though, please remain on the line until I am able to confirm that there are no further clarifying questions from our panel members. Once we're done, the speaker asks you to remute your line. I'll then call the next speaker, and then we'll go on from there and so on. I encourage each of you to also submit written copies of your testimony. Information on submitting comments is on the EPA website. We are also putting a link to that in this chat. If time allows, we may also ask If there are those on the listening line that would like to make a statement and you did not register in advance, we will try to accommodate any last minute speakers, again, if time allows. For those of you that are watching on the live stream, if you have not registered and do wish to speak, please call 888-372-8699. That's 888-372-8699, or email us at capital S, capital P, capital D, public hearing. That's all one word, at epa.gov. Instructions for submitting written comments and other information to the docket are provided in the November 15th Federal Register notice and in the how to comment fact sheet that is also on our website. Please note there is a temporary suspension of all mail delivery to EPA, so no hand deliveries are currently being accepted. For this reason, we do encourage you to please submit your comments via regulations.gov or via email. As shown in the agenda, we are holding 3 sessions today. As you know, this is the second of those 3. We may close a session 15 minutes after the last pre-registered speaker has testified. If there are no additional speakers, we also may take short breaks throughout the day, depending on how things go. Again, thank you all for taking the time today and for sharing your comments with us. We really look forward to it. And then let's begin today with our first speaker. And I am gonna, let's see, the first speaker is Stephanie Kodish. Stephanie, are you there?
I am. Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Stephanie Kodish. It's Kodish. I'm the Senior Director and Counsel for the National Parks Conservation Association's Clean Air and Climate programs. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public comments on EPA's proposed rule, standards of performance for new reconstructed and modified sources and emission guidelines for existing sources of oil and gas. The National Parks Conservation Association, or NPCA, is a national, nonpartisan organization whose mission is to protect and enhance America's national parks for present and future generations. NPCA has over 1.6 million members and supporters nationwide who help our organization advocate for strong protections for our parks, visitors, wildlife, and communities in the face of harms, including those related to the climate crisis and air pollution. As you know, methane is the primary component of natural gas and is a powerful climate pollutant. The United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change made clear in its 6th assessment that rapid reductions in methane is a must, and it is low-hanging fruit in the fight to avert climate catastrophe. The leaking, venting, and flaring of methane from oil and gas production contributes to climate harms, harming people, wildlife, and our lands and waters, including the places and resources that make up the 423 units of our national park system. Methane and other air pollution, like volatile organic compounds or VOCs from oil and gas operations, contributes also to ground level ozone in places like Carlsbad and Joshua Tree National Parks. These pollutants combine to produce smog, marring scenic views that can lead to asthma attacks and other respiratory ailments, including in those recreating in our national parks and other public lands. High levels of ozone can also harm plants and trees like the quaking aspen in Rocky Mountain National Park. In the over 100 years since the creation of NPCA, parks and their dependent communities have never faced a threat of the scope or scale unfolding and impacts of the climate crisis. From historic structures lost to fire, coastal communities and ecosystems destroyed by sea level rise and hurricanes, and species pushed to extinction from loss of habitat, the cultural and natural landscapes that we work to protect have never known changes of the current pace and scale. On behalf of NPCA and our members and supporters, we thank you for your attention to curbing methane emissions. It's something that US and the world must do quickly and drastically if we are to mitigate the climate impacts that are already occurring and to stem further more catastrophic damage. While we support the provisions in the rule, improvements must be made, and we ask that the forthcoming supplement include measures to end routine flaring and also to address pollution from smaller wells. Specifically, we want to see the wasteful and dangerous practice of routine flaring of oil and gas facilities end, except in emergency situations. Routine flaring burnt natural gas is a waste product emitting a host of climate and health harming pollutants. Flaring also wastes money and companies' operations on federal and tribal lands waste about $330 million each year through leaks, venting, and flaring. The rule must also require regular monitoring of smaller wells that are highly polluting and prone to leaks. There are hundreds of thousands of wells that generate just a trickle of usable product, but are large emitters of methane. EPA must also incorporate emissions monitoring results generated by community groups into the rule, as this would help the agency prioritize monitoring results and also fix major leaks harming communities nearest to the polluting sources. We urge EPA to propose these changes in its upcoming supplement and finalize a rule that integrates these elements alongside the other strong provisions already proposed. Addressing the host of harmful pollution from the oil and gas sector is critical to protect national parks and all of the values that they represent. Please take bold action to protect our planet, our health, our communities, and our parks from the dangers of climate change and air pollution. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Stephanie, for your thoughtful comments. Do we have any clarifying questions from the panelists?
No questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Sarah, anything? No? Okay, thank you so much. Okay, our next speaker is Kara Cook.
Hi, yes, thank you. My name is Kara Cook, that's spelled C-A-R-A-C-O-O-K. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to provide my comments today. As I mentioned, my name is Kara Cook. I'm a public health nurse and director of programs for the Alliance of Nurses for Healthy Environments. The Alliance is a national nursing organization focused solely on the intersection of human health and the environment. Our organization supports EPA's proposed methane rules, and we strongly urge EPA to strengthen the rules to maximize the benefits for public health. Nurses are immediate responders to those affected by climate-related threats. We work to prepare patients and communities for the impacts of climate change that are already here, while also working to support protections that will make those threats less likely. Methane is a potent climate pollutant. Reducing emissions from the oil and gas sector is a step our country has to take to lessen the cadence and severity of those threats. Climate change poses an immediate and growing threat to human health. Warming temperatures, due in part to methane leaks, will contribute to more ozone pollution, wildfire smoke, extreme heat, severe storms and flooding, longer allergy seasons, the spread of disease, and more. The climate crisis demands immediate action. If we want to avoid catastrophic tipping points in the climate system, we must reduce greenhouse gas emissions, including methane, significantly. Decreasing methane emissions is an essential step to reduce the burden of climate change, but the benefits go far outside the impact on climate. There are life-saving benefits to public health for methane limits. By reducing methane emissions, we see immediate reductions in the emissions of volatile organic compounds that are released with methane during oil and gas operations. We know that some VOCs can cause cancer, affect the nervous system, or cause birth defects, among some of the health effects. Certain populations in the more than 12 million US residents that live within a half a mile of an oil or gas well or facility are disproportionately harmed by methane and air pollution. Reducing the emissions of these harmful pollutants will ensure that people with asthma and other lung diseases, people of color, children, the elderly, and individuals with pre-existing conditions are at less of a risk for developing or worsening health conditions, which means fewer doctor visits and need for treatment. EPA's proposal is a good start, but needs to go further to protect health and address climate change. EPA must strengthen the standards to require that the oil and gas industry take the strongest steps possible to prevent fugitive emissions of methane and other gases from operations. Specifically, EPA's proposal does not go far enough to address pollution from unlit methane flares or require frequent and ongoing inspections of covered sources. In the final rule, we're asking EPA to ensure the elimination of routine flaring and not include loopholes that allow any wells to forego regular inspections. These gaps in the proposed rule must be addressed to ensure public health and frontline communities are protected. So in closing, I just want to thank you for the opportunity to provide comments and thank you for the proposed rule. The Alliance of Nurses for Healthy Environments urges EPA to set strong standards, eliminate loopholes for smaller operations, as well as eliminate venting and flaring from oil and gas facilities. We additionally urge EPA to finalize this rulemaking as quickly as possible. Methane standards are health protective and are a necessary step to address climate change and improve the health of all Americans. Thank you.
Thank you, Kara, for your testimony. Any clarifying questions from panelists?
No questions, thanks.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Kara. Let me queue up our next two speakers, are Tracy Sabeda and Brenda McKenna. We'll start with Tracy. And reminder, please spell your name before delivering your remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Tracy Sabeda, Tracy, and Sabeda is S as in Sam, Abetta. And I'm the state field organizer for Moms Clean Air Force in Columbus, Ohio, and the mother of one daughter. I support the proposed EPA methane rules and urge you to finalize the strongest and most comprehensive plan to protect children's health from all sources of oil and gas methane pollution, including small wells and routine flaring. Adopting rules to limit methane pollution would have a profound impact on states like Ohio. We're currently home to more than 103,000 oil and gas production facilities. We rank first in the nation for total residents living within half a mile of these facilities and second for total students attending a school, daycare, or college within a half mile. Increased methane pollution is hitting us here at home and bringing along its own costs. The most severe impact currently being seen is a rise in overnight temperatures. Columbus had 20 days this summer where the temperature hit or exceeded 90 degrees, above normal for June through August, reflecting many nights when morning readings didn't drop below the low 70s. These overnight temperatures broke records in 4 major Ohio cities, with Toledo, Akron, Mansfield, and Findlay setting records for average minimum summer temperatures. These rising temperatures have a stark impact on cooling systems, electric bills, and people's health. The proposed rules include an important step forward in reducing methane and other harmful air pollutants by including both new and existing oil and gas operations. Still, the proposal does not go far enough to address pollution from unlit flares or require regular monitoring at smaller leak-prone wells. Flaring emits pollutants that impact the health of nearby communities and contributes to climate change, making the inclusion of a flaring prohibition critical in the final rule. Also, hundreds of thousands of wells across the country generate a tiny amount of usable product, but are disproportionate emitters of methane. Under this current proposal, a loophole would exempt wells from regular methane leak monitoring and repair. These small wells can be just as prone to equipment failures and be big emitters. That is why all wells, including the smaller ones, need to have frequent inspections under the rule. When I started working with Moms Clean Air Force in 2011, my daughter was only 12 years old. I jumped at the chance to make a difference for her future and her health. Now, 10 years later, I wonder if I've actually done enough. She will graduate from The Ohio State University in just 18 days with a degree in chemistry. And she wonders how much value we place on science these days and if her work will be taken seriously. I'm hoping that you will take the science seriously and help all of us out here fighting for our kids every day. You have the power to make the difference on this one. On behalf of the more than 85,000 members of Moms Clean Air Force in Ohio, thank you again for the opportunity to offer remarks today. We urge you to finalize the strongest and most comprehensive methane rules to protect children's health from all sources of oil and gas methane pollution, including small wells and routine flaring. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Tracy, for your thoughtful comments. Any clarifying questions from the panelists?
No questions here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tracy. Our next speaker is Brenda McKenna.
Good afternoon. My name is Senator Brenda McKenna. Brenda is Brenda. McKenna is McKenna. And thank you for providing me the opportunity to participate today in this important EPA forum. In April 2019, I accompanied former U.S. Representative Deb Haaland when she was a member of the House Natural Resources Subcommittee on energy and mineral resources. The subcommittee held hearings in Santa Fe, New Mexico, and went on a field trip to specifically study methane leaking on Navajo Nation lands. We visited methane gas well sites near the Navajo Nation Counselor chapter, and using a forward-looking infrared camera, also known as FLIR, one could see methane leaking profusely, and the odor was quite evident. Homes were and are still nearby. The hearings explored the public health consequences of oil and gas development by hearing from affected community members, health experts, and state officials who were working to address the impacts and reduce the emissions of methane and other air pollutants. The hearings covered the climate and financial impacts of unregulated methane emissions and potentially discussed threats to the Chaco Canyon area from oil and gas development. Oil and gas operations were leaking and flaring methane. They clearly needed to be repaired. And as the potent greenhouse gas that it is, and emitting volatile organic compounds, we know that this is hazardous air pollutants that lead to cancer, birth defects, and damage to the nervous system. Last Monday, I accompanied Secretary Holland and U.S. Representative Melanie Stansberry to Chaco Canyon, where we officially recognized the Biden administration's administrative withdrawal of lands with a 20-year moratorium on oil and gas leasing in the surrounding area. This area includes the very areas that we visited in 2019. As the number 2 country in the world for contributing to climate change, the world is watching what we do and what we do not do to address this global emergency. It is incumbent that the United States be a world leader to reduce the use of methane, VOCs, and embrace solar and wind energy. Thank you again for welcoming my remarks this afternoon.
Thank you, Brenda, very much. Any clarifying comments from our panelists?
None here. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Brenda. Let's go to our next 2 speakers, Jim Danforth and Carolyn Alden. Jim, we'll start with you.
Let's see. What's the secret to getting my video going? I'm hitting on it, but it's not. Let's see, start my video. Let me see if that'll work here.
Yeah, bottom left.
Yeah, I'm hitting that. I've hit it several times. Oh, here we are. Okay. Thank you. My name is Dr. Jim Danforth, JIMDANFORTH. I'm a retired family physician from Loveland, Colorado. I'm speaking in support of the EPA's efforts to control methane emissions, and I'm doing it primarily for my 3 granddaughters who are all under 9 years of age and will hopefully live to experience, unfortunately, the mess that we are creating for them. Basically, as a family physician, I spent most of my time trying to keep my patients healthy. But to avoid illness, we humans need some pretty basic things. We need clean air, clean water, healthy food, tolerable temperatures, and protection from extreme weather events. Unfortunately, excessive methane release threatens all of these necessities. Methane contributes to air pollution and drives climate change. It's a VOC, and it is a major component of ozone, which plagues the Front Range of Colorado, where I live. It's an oxidizing agent that irritates the mucous membranes of the eyes, nose, and throat, and can damage the lungs and trigger asthma attacks, and inhibits the normal lung development of children and promotes the development of asthma in children. From May 31st of this year to August 31st, Denver and the Front Range experienced 65 ozone alert days out of that 92-day stretch. That means ozone exceeded 70 parts per billion while the World Health Organization recommends 60 parts per billion for human safety. These days are not safe for sensitive groups: elderly, those with asthma, chronic lung disease, coronary artery disease, pregnant women, and babies. It's even dangerous for outdoor exercise, including our youth and outdoor workers. Ozone is second only to PM 2.5s, which are particulates, as a dangerous air pollutant. And when mixed with PM 2.5, it is responsible for greater than 10 million premature deaths worldwide and 335,000 deaths in the US per year. These pollutants increase the risk of premature births and babies delivered at small weights. They increase the risk of serious respiratory failure if you happen to have COVID-19 and you experience elevated ozone. It is a bad combination. Ozone, as it was previously mentioned, actually is toxic to plants and trees and reduces growth. It actually inhibits nutrient levels in our food. Barry Raby, who is the Gerald R. Ford chairman of the University of Michigan School of Environment and Public Policy, states that methane is the second most dangerous greenhouse gas after CO2. It is 80 times more warming than CO2 in the first 10 years after release and causes up to 25% of global warming in the storms and floods and ocean rising that we're experiencing. Climate warming causes temperature spikes, which can cause more deaths around the globe than any other climate-related health risk. This was stated by Drew Shindell of Duke University. He's a professor of earth science and was testifying to the House Committee on Oversight on August 5th of 2020. And he states, if we can keep global temperatures below 2 degrees centigrade over the next 50 years, we will prevent 4.5 million premature deaths, 3.5 million hospitalizations, and 300 million lost work days in the US, and save over 200,000 deaths from heat exposure alone. The country will save over $700 billion per year by doing this. Otherwise, we'll face more dangerous storms, wildfires, droughts, crop failures, sea level rise, and the poor, the elderly, children, pregnant women, and those with chronic health problems will pay the biggest price. And those who might challenge the EPA's efforts to protect the American people by the use of the Clean Air Act must be ready to accept the responsibility for thousands of unnecessary premature deaths in our country over the coming years. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your testimony, Dr. Danforth. Any comments from our panelists? No. Okay, with that, we'll move on to our next speaker, Carolyn Alden.
Hi, my name is Caroline Alden, and it's A-L-D-E-N. And I'm a co-founder of LongPath Technologies, which is creating an industry-wide network of scalable and quantitative continuous monitoring systems. I'm also a research scientist at the University of Colorado Boulder. Thank you very much for the excellent work that was put into drafting this rule language. I will make 4 points today, all regarding alternative monitoring. Point 1. The text for this rule chooses winners and losers in the alternative monitoring space, an outcome that EPA has specifically committed to not doing in this process. The EPA states a goal of, quote, allowing for the use of broad types of methane detection technologies, unquote. However, bi-monthly surveys are directly included in the rule, but while continuous monitoring systems such as ours could easily meet the stated requirements, rule language explicitly excludes continuous monitors from being used. This forces continuous monitors into the AML process, a burdensome and multi-year procedure that, regardless of how well it can be streamlined, severely disincentivizes operators from adopting continuous compared with survey monitors. This is extremely detrimental to new technology adoption. Point 2, the preliminary text for this rule misstates the issue of intermittency and continuous monitoring. In fact, spot check methods like aerial surveys cannot reliably discern between intermittent and sustained emission events. Ours and other continuous monitoring systems are built specifically to alert only on sustained events, not intermittent blips. Point 3, another narrative that is incorrectly promoted by the rule language is that continuous monitoring systems are behind survey technologies in terms of usability or scalability. This is not true. Let me tell a quick story. In 2014, the Department of Energy's ARPA E-Monitor program funded 12 teams to develop novel methane detection technologies. One team was Bridger Photonics, an aerial survey platform, and another team was LongPath Technologies, our continuous monitoring platform. Over the course of the next 7 years, both technologies underwent the exact same standards of rigor in terms of blind testing, validation, and commercialization milestones. In 2021, the Department of Energy's highly competitive ARPA-E scale-up was awarded to Bridger and LongPath Technologies. These two technology platforms have been on the exact same trajectory, have been proven in the same ways, and are at exactly the same commercial scalability. Both continuous and survey monitoring also have equal numbers of viable competitors. Both are thriving markets. The costs of these two approaches are also very similar, yet one technology was picked to be represented in the rule, and the other was relegated to the AMAL process. We asked EPA to give industry the option to use either of these equally proven monitoring modalities. Not only is continuous monitoring as scalable, point 4, not only is continuous monitoring as scalable, as proven, and as commercial as any other tech on the market, it also mitigates more emissions. I'll give an example, a stuck oil dump valve that was leaking about 150 MCF of gas per day. LongPath found this leak in 2 days, and it was repaired 2 days later, so that a total of 600 MCF of gas was lost. A bi-monthly survey would have caught the emission up to 2 months later, with added time for reporting, leading to 9,750 MCF of gas lost, an amount that is more than 16 times more. A quarterly LDAR survey would have resulted in 13,800 total MCF of gas lost, a 23-fold difference. There is not a single stakeholder in this process that would not agree that finding and fixing these emissions faster, saving 16 or 23 times more emissions, is better for industry, better for the environment, better for the communities living close to extraction, and better for the global community vulnerable to a changing climate. Our customers are already using continuous monitoring. Please don't put them at a disadvantage or disincentivize others from using this true gold standard by excluding it from the main rule. Our ask to the EPA is to include continuous monitoring as another optional alternative to LDAR as a new line in Table 2. With other stakeholders, we're happy to suggest targets. We propose as a starting point a 10 kilogram per hour action threshold, just like bi-monthly surveys, with a clause for operators to demonstrate that OGI is not needed if the event were planned. This will be needed for bi-monthly surveys as well. For continuous monitoring to demonstrate its added strengths for avoiding alerts on intermittent events, a provision could be added that OGI visits would not be required until the emission were observed to be sustained for a period of several days. Follow-up repair and annual OGI requirements could follow the exact same guidelines as for bi-monthly surveys. We look forward to providing full detailed comment regarding the framework for the continuous monitoring that would be appropriate for our particular modality, that is networked open path sensors for regional node-based monitoring. We expect that the other continuous monitoring modalities, networked point sensors, full pad coverage point sensors, and fixed imaging cameras will also provide details on their frameworks. Thank you very much for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Carolyn. We look forward to getting that additional detail on those technologies. That's very helpful. Any clarifying questions from our panelists?
No questions. Thank you for the information. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you again. Let me introduce our next two speakers, Fernando Gaxiola. Hope I pronounced that right, Fernando, and Kate Fissel. Fernando, we'll start with you.
Hi there. I'm sorry, I thought I was gonna go a little later, but my name is Fernando. My name is Fernando Gaxiola. I'm sorry, I'm in a bit of a hurry. I am a Temple student, which is a university in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And I am the campaign coordinator for the local chapter of the Pennsylvania Interest Research Group, Public Interest Research Group. I am also an international student from Mexico. And I am here to say that I strongly support the EPA's proposed methane rules and urge the EPA to strengthen these rules for the sake of our collective well-being and that of our environment. I don't know if anybody here has been to Mexico. I was born there and I lived there for 8 years in total. But if you have, you might know that the capital city is ringed by these giant snow-capped volcanoes. And in my lifetime, I've seen the pollution in Mexico rise to the point where you cannot see those volcanoes anymore. And not to speak of the way pollution has affected millions of Mexicans. And the reason I believe that's relevant is because I just see these issues everywhere, and it's become common to feel like there's nothing you can do except expect these issues to worsen. I believe the EPA should strengthen as much as possible regulations on methane emissions, because certainly in Pennsylvania and in the US, there is an extreme responsibility for the amount of methane that is emitted. That's why I urge the EPA to strengthen specifically the monitoring requirement and those of smaller, high polluting wells. Hundreds of thousands across the country, certainly in Pennsylvania, are disproportionate emitters of methane. So I thank you for the opportunity to share my comments on behalf of PennPIRG, Campus Action, Temple University, and my family from Mexico. I urge you once more to strengthen these standards. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Fernando. We appreciate that. And sorry for the slight mix up in order here. It's a work in progress, so I apologize if we caught you surprised. Any clarifying questions from the panelists?
No questions. Thank you, Fernando.
Okay, I'm going to redirect us here a little bit and in terms of speaker order to get us back on track. So our next speaker will be Michelle Uga. Michelle, are you there?
Hi.
I apologize in advance if I mispronounced your last name.
It's great. No worries. It's Ubaraga. So thank you so much for the time to speak. Yeah, so it's Michelle Ubaraga and it's spelled Michelle. And Ubaraga is Uberuaga. It's a Basque name for anyone curious. Well, I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak today. I am a mother of 3 and a member of Mom's Clean Air Force. I identify as a cisgender white woman from a middle-class family. My pronouns are she, her. I live on the unceded lands of the Apsaloka and Shoshone people in the town called Livingston, Montana. I'm testifying today because I am concerned about the impacts of climate change that will continue to impact my children's future, and to urge the EPA to take swift action to help protect the health and safety of my children and future generations by working to reduce pollution. So first and foremost, I support the EPA's proposed methane rules and urge you to finalize the strongest and most comprehensive rules to protect children's health from all sources of oil and gas pollution, including small wells and routine flaring. My youngest, Mario, is just 18 months old. Among the many things that he needs every day, like all children, he needs clean air and a safe future. He'll turn 30 in 2050 and 60 in 2080. I worry about the hardships his generation will face as a result of our decisions today that will irretrievably influence his future. Livingston is a small town. We're in a rural county on the northern edge of Yellowstone National Park. You might imagine that we have pretty good air quality, and most of the year we do, but we're significantly impacted by wildfire pollution, and we also have oil and gas leasing across Montana and around our small towns and communities and schools. Our communities have been faced with potential oil and gas development that right here on the edge of my town, and folks were pretty worried when oil and gas leases were up for auction on the outskirts of town. Folks turned out by the hundreds and asked our local officials to help us and to say no. We realize we have very little power at the local level to protect our communities, and we are a relatively privileged community on the outskirts of Yellowstone National Park. So that's why your job is so important, to set the rules that everyone has to follow, rules that protect communities like mine and other communities living in and around oil and gas development. Unfortunately, the communities living adjacent to oil and gas development are oftentimes the ones that don't have the same resources to fight that development or to ensure the air quality is protected. And as we all know, often it is poor communities and communities of color that are disproportionately impacted by methane pollution. So that's why your job is so important, to set the rules to safeguard and protect everyone from pollution. If we are faced with oil and gas development in and around communities, we want to be sure that the EPA has set standards that will reduce pollution and the most harmful impacts to our community. Additionally, cutting methane pollution will help reduce the impacts of climate change across the country and help curb the looming climate crisis that we're all living in right now. Where there are oil and gas operations, you can find methane leaking along with toxic pollutants. This air pollution is contributing not only to global warming, but it's harming the health of millions of people living near and far away. So I respectfully request that the EPA adopt the most stringent methane rules to protect children's health and their futures, and to protect the thousands of vulnerable children that are exposed to dangerous levels of air pollution every day. This is a simple step, and we can and must continue to do more to protect vulnerable communities from air pollution and climate change. I want my kids to know that we did everything, specifically that I did everything within my power to help protect their future. We're counting on you to do the same. Thank you so much for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Michelle, for your testimony. We appreciate it. Any clarifying questions from fellow panelists? No. Thank you again. We appreciate it. Let me now introduce our next two speakers. They will be Jessica Mengestab and Kate Fissel. Kate, we haven't forgotten about you. Sorry about the mix-up in the order. So Jessica, let's start with you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Mengestab. It's Jessica spelled Jessica, Mengestab spelled Mengistab. I'm speaking in place of Katie Huffling from the Alliance of Nurses for Healthy Environments. I'm the program manager focusing on climate and clean energy with the Alliance of Nurses for Healthy Environments. And first off, I'd like to thank you for allowing me the time and space to express my support of the EPA's proposed rule to regulate methane emissions. I'm also a travel nurse specializing in maternal and child health. And in my current practice in the hospital setting, I often see the impacts of poor air quality, rising temperatures, and other climate-related events on patients. Expecting parents are an especially vulnerable population, as are their unborn babies. Pregnancy places a much higher requirement on both cardiac and respiratory effort. Polluted air is especially stressful on even the most healthy lungs during pregnancy, and rising temperatures have numerous negative impacts as well. Both can be linked to maternal and fetal stress during pregnancy and labor. They may lead to increased office visits or hospitalizations, low birth weight, and even lead to premature birth. Volatile organic compounds that are released with methane emissions as a byproduct of oil and gas operations can harm a baby's growth and development before they're even born. And we already know by scientists already know that they are linked to birth defects. So the EPA must now take this step to set strong standards that reduce methane emissions and toxic air pollutants. Guidelines and regulations that address the current wasteful practices of our gas industry are essential at this time. Currently, the combined practices of routine flaring along with continuous gas leaks, as many have been mentioning today and yesterday as well, across the country result in tremendous methane waste being released into the atmosphere. Methane is a greenhouse gas that is 86 times more potent than carbon dioxide. And as we rush to tackle the climate emergency, we must acknowledge its contribution in accelerating climate change. Because of its higher potency, Strict regulation of methane is an excellent opportunity at making faster and stronger impact in reducing the adverse effects of climate change. And the Alliance is urging the EPA to commit to stronger standards by eliminating routine flaring and requiring regular inspection of wells, including at smaller, high-polluting wells. It has long been time to prioritize the public and environmental health of our nation, while also holding gas and oil industries accountable. Do we really want more babies to be born with compromised or diminished air quality? Of course not. So the EPA should take this opportunity to set stronger methane standards and finalize this rulemaking as quickly as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony, Jessica.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Any questions, Riley or Sarah? Okay. Thank you again. Our next speaker is Kate Bissell. Kate?
Yes, hi. My name is Kate Bissell. I live in Pittsburgh. That's Katefissell. I live in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Thank you for this opportunity to comment. I support the EPA's proposed rule to reduce methane pollution from the oil and gas industry. The combined climate and health crises caused by this industry behoove the EPA to not only issue the proposed methane emission rule, but to extend it in 3 areas: monitoring small well sites, abandoned well sites, and flaring. Here in Pittsburgh, we are already paying a price for climate change with increased torrential and damaging rainfall. For example, the Pennsylvania Department of Transportation has typically budgeted $30 million a year for flooding and landslide damage. In 2018, they spent $127 million. The heavy concentration of oil and gas industry in Western PA causes as much concern for public health as for the climate crisis. The county where I live, Allegheny County, is still receiving an air quality grade of F from the American Lung Association. A recent study in Allegheny County screened over 1,200 school children from 15 elementary schools, predominantly in environmental justice communities, and found a 22% incidence of asthma. It is appalling that we have not yet acted to eliminate a 22% asthma rate in children. The city, county, and state where I live have not been willing or able to address these hazards, so I welcome federal action. I urge the EPA to extend their proposed ruling in 3 areas. First, the rules for monitoring low-emitting wells need to be strengthened. The amount of methane a well emits is not always accurately estimated. It needs to be measured. Emission can change abruptly if equipment malfunctions, so wells need to be measured regularly. Further, gas companies may be motivated to keep marginal, deficient wells in production simply because that is cheaper than retiring and plugging them. A large number of small wells collectively have a large climate and pollution impact. I urge the EPA to require regular monitoring of all wells and to implement programs to support and utilize community monitoring and notification programs wherever a community requests it, regardless of well size. No well is a small well if it's your kid who has asthma. Second, EPA rulemaking needs to address the issue of abandoned wells. An October 2021 Bloomberg article describing the business plan of the largest onshore well owner in the country said, the model seems like it's built on abandoning those assets, and went on to say, it looks like a liability bomb that's destined to explode. A recent study by the National Parks Conservation Association and Fractalker Alliance counted 214,538 abandoned wells across the country. There's a heavy concentration of abandoned wells in the tri-state Pennsylvania, Ohio, West Virginia region that release more than 71,000 metric tons of methane per year. There are new federal programs to plug abandoned wells, and they need to be expanded. But we need the EPA to plug its own holes and strengthen the financial responsibility requirements for companies that own or purchase wells to ensure that no more wells are abandoned. Taxpayer dollars can no longer subsidize life cycle costs for the oil and gas industry. Third, I ask that EPA rulemaking be extended to ban venting and flaring of oil and gas wells, both in production and exploration, except in emergencies. All energy production, Even clean, renewable energy production degrades the environment, destabilizes our climate, and harms people's health. It is the height of arrogance and folly to burn off what we have sacrificed so much to produce. The World Bank says 4 countries, Russia, Iran, Iraq, and the US, are responsible for nearly half of the gas flaring worldwide. This is not a leadership circle we can afford to be in. Colorado and New Mexico have moved to ban most flaring, citing climate and public health considerations. I urge the EPA to follow their lead and make this a national ban. Thank you for holding this hearing and accepting my comments. I ask the EPA to issue the methane emission ruling as soon as possible with the strongest possible monitoring program, attention to the ticking liability bomb of abandoned wells, and with strict flaring and venting rules. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate, for your comments. Any clarifying questions from panelists? Okay, thank you again, Kate. We appreciate it. Let me now move on and introduce our next 2 speakers. They will be Shakira Jackson, followed by Mike Moore. Shakira, we'll start with you.
Alrighty. So hi, everybody. My name is Shakira Jackson. That's spelled S-H-A-K-I-R-A, Jackson, J-A-C-K-S-O-N. And I attend the University of Pittsburgh at Bradford. I'm a senior with a major in pre-law and political science with a minor in legal studies. And I'm speaking today to voice my concern with the EPA's rules on oil and gas production. I am very aware and involved in current events and public affairs and involved with many such clubs on my campus, including CFAC, the Collegians for a Constructive Tomorrow, which discusses energy and environmental matters. And as an avid follower of politics and history, I have learned the value of federalism in our nation's governance. While some decisions should be up to the federal government, many others should be up to each individual state to decide what is best for their residents. This rule enrods the system of federalism by changing the way we regulate existing sources of emissions. That is supposed to be regulated by states under the Clean Air Act, but this regulation takes that authority away from states and forces a one-size-fits-all approach on states. It is saying that the same regulations for California should match those for Pennsylvania states with different populations, different industries, and different priorities. As many decisions, the pros and cons must be weighed. And while the EPA may claim that the good outweighs the costs in this rule, that ignores the environmental gains the United States has already achieved. The USA has achieved historic emissions reductions over the past several decades. And according to the EPA, the United States has reduced emissions of the 6 common pollutions by 71% since 1980, all while gross domestic product increased by 182%. And this shows that though a smart balance of economic growth policy and environmental production regulation, both impressive ecological achievements and economic achievements can be had. And with small contribution to methane emissions that comes from US oil and gas production, the steps already taken over the last few years to reduce methane leaks and skyrocketing energy prices and inflation on most consumer goods. This proposed rule by EPA is both ill-timed and ill-formed. And as a concerned student looking to make my way in the real world soon, I just want to urge EPA to not adopt this rule for the sake of all young Americans looking to succeed. And this is something that's really prominent to me being a student and me just loving my country. And I can't emphasize this enough. So as stated, if you don't take anything else from this statement, I just want you to know that like I said, I'm urging you to not adopt this rule for the sake of all young Americans looking to succeed. Thank you so much for your time and consideration, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you for your testimony, Shakira. We appreciate it. Any clarifying questions from the panelists? No, thank you again, Shakira. Mike Moore is up next. Mike.
Hello, my name is Michael Moore. That's Mikel. Last name Moore, Moore. I'm a law student at the University of Houston. I also lead the Young Conservatives of Texas chapter and intern for CFACT, the Collegians for a Constructive Tomorrow, at my campus, which is a student-based nonprofit that discusses energy and environmental issues. There are many points I wanted to make about the EPA's proposed rule, but I will keep it to two main points for the sake of time. The first is in regard to methane and how it is leaked by the oil and gas industry. Methane that is leaked is just natural gas that isn't sold by companies. The industry already has a strong incentive then to limit these leaks, to limit profit loss, and has clearly taken steps already. Methane emissions from US oil and gas have dropped 12% since 2005, while oil and gas production increased by 80% and 51% respectively, according to the Wall Street Journal. Better efficiency, management, and technological innovation, coupled with smart regulation, have already started to achieve the EPA's goal of methane emission reduction without overburdening oil and gas suppliers, businesses, and consumers. The second point has to do with where methane comes from. The urgency with which EPA is trying to act here will lead the layman to believe that methane emissions from US oil and gas operations are the biggest source of such emissions. But of the 60% of global greenhouse emissions that come from human activity, oil and gas account for just 1/3. Oil and gas production, the main target of this rule, make up a mere 1.2% of US oil and gas emissions. And by far the greatest source of methane is not oil and gas production, but natural sources, primarily wetlands. So in conclusion, the EPA's desired goal of methane emissions reductions is mostly already being accomplished without further burdening our already overstretched energy industry with another costly regulation. And even if those emission reductions weren't being accomplished already, being that oil and gas production makes up such a small percentage of total emissions, it is unlikely this rule will have any significant impact on our air or climate. For these reasons, I oppose EPA's rule on methane and other emissions. Thank you for the time, and thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Moore. We appreciate it. Comments, clarifying comments from the panelists? No. Thank you again, Mr. Moore. We appreciate it. Let me now cue the next two speakers. We have Rohan Arora and Chloe Crumley. Rohan, we'll start with you.
Hi, my name is Rohan Arora, spelled Rohanarora, and I am a youth climate activist and the founder of the Community Checkup, a national organization focused on reducing environmental health disparities through education and youth empowerment. Today, I would like to express my strong support for the EPA's proposed methane rules and urge it to strengthen and expand these rules to prioritize and protect public health. Growing up in the DC area, I witnessed firsthand how city smog worsened my father's asthma. I distinctly remember the first time as a young boy that I saw my dad have an asthma attack. The fear for my dad's health that I had at that moment has been ingrained in my mind ever since, and it is unfortunate that air pollution made my dad's asthma attacks a normal occurrence during my upbringing. Like my story, thousands of Americans have similar stories about how environmental issues like air pollution are harming their health and wellness. Along with inspiring me to pursue climate health advocacy, it is also one of the fundamental reasons that I am studying to become a physician. It is ever so clear that climate change is a health emergency, and even with thousands of health providers and community advocates working to reduce the impact air pollution has on our families, we cannot achieve environmental justice without backing from strong environmental regulations. If we want to avoid catastrophic tipping points in the climate system and protect the health of our communities, we must reduce greenhouse gases like methane drastically and immediately. For me and millions of American families, cleaning up methane and other pollutants is personal. So although the EPA's proposal is a commendable start, it ought to go further by strengthening standards that require the oil and gas industry to prevent fugitive emissions of methane and other gases, along with recapturing those that do escape. In fact, methane extraction and production can lead to the release of various forms of air pollution, the most notable of which are volatile organic compounds, also known as VOCs. These VOCs are extremely detrimental to our health because some VOCs can cause cancer, impact the nervous system, and even cause birth defects. On top of these already scary effects, VOCs can also increase the formation of ground-level ozone, better known as smog, the same smog that harmed my dad's lungs and the same smog that can increase the chance of premature death. Underserved communities that may live near oil and gas operations are especially at risk of the health impacts of these toxic emissions. In order to expand its standards, the EPA should address two major action items: eliminating routine flaring and removing loopholes that allow high-polluting wells to avoid regular and ongoing inspections. Flaring is caused when companies in a rush to extract oil forego investments to capture and sell gas and instead burn it as a waste product. And this practice spews methane directly into the atmosphere and emits a host of other health-harming pollutants. In addition to this, the EPA ought to address how even though hundreds of thousands of wells across our nation are disproportionate emitters of methane, many operators are able to escape regular leak monitoring under the EPA's current proposal. The air we breathe is something most of us take for granted. However, without clean air, the health and wellness of our citizens are at risk. As someone who has worked at the grassroots level and has seen the impact air pollution has on community health, it is imperative that the EPA takes action to expand and strengthen pollution reduction requirements. This is not just an environmental issue. Rather, this is a matter of our health and should be treated with the utmost priority. I appreciate the opportunity to share my testimony on behalf of Community Checkup, my family, and the millions of Americans suffering at the hands of air pollution. I urge the EPA to set stronger standards, eliminate loopholes for smaller operations, and end venting and flaring from oil and gas facilities. Given that 71% of registered voters support methane pollution reduction efforts, I humbly ask the EPA to finalize this rulemaking as soon as possible to ensure we use this opportunity to protect the health of our citizens. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Rohan, for your testimony. We appreciate any questions, comments from panelists. No. Thank you again. Our next speaker is Chloe Crumley.
Hi, and good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to comment before you today. My name is Chloe Crumley with the Texas and Oklahoma office of the National Parks Conservation Association, and I strongly support EPA's proposed methane rule to reduce emissions. The climate crisis is unlike any threat our national parks, communities, and planet has faced before, and bold action must be taken to address it. I'm speaking up for our parks and gateway communities today because national parks are the canary in the coal mine. According to scientists, they're warming at twice the rate as the rest of the country and are more susceptible to hotter temperatures, severe weather, sea level rise, and natural disasters. So to give you a brief example of what's happening here in Texas and Oklahoma. Already, we experience a wide range of intense and impactful extreme weather events like hurricanes, flood, ice storms, and severe storms that can cause hail or tornadoes. And extreme weather can cause loss of life, damage infrastructure, and create serious economic loss. Throughout our region, extreme weather threatens national park sites from the Gulf Coast to West Texas. And along the Gulf Coast of Texas, there are 6.5 million people that rely on the coast's bays, estuaries, and other natural features to contribute $37 billion to the area's economy. Hurricanes and other extreme weather events can cause millions of dollars of damage to park sites, and on top of devastating coastal communities. According to our own analysis, Hurricanes Harvey, Irma, and Maria in 2017 caused unprecedented damage to the park sites, resulting in hundreds of millions of dollars worth of needed repairs. And if another Category 4 hurricane along Padre Island National Seashore hits, the Park Service projects that almost the entire island would flood because of the storm surge. That's why bold action to reduce potent greenhouse gases like methane is necessary to curb future climate-related impacts to our communities and our parks. So although the proposed rule is a strong step into curbing methane emissions, I'm commenting today to bring up two major gaps in the rule that must be addressed before EPA moves forward. So to achieve a robust and protective rule, I urge EPA to first end the wasteful practice of routine flaring, and secondly, require frequent inspections at smaller wells. So my first point, flaring is wasteful and avoidable practice that is rampant in the oil and gas sector. In Texas alone, 1 trillion cubic feet of natural gas in the Permian Basin of West Texas has been flared since 2013. That's according to the U.S. Energy Information Administration. And some of that estimate is that could have powered every house in Texas 3 times over. Leading operators have virtually eliminated flaring across their operations, and states like Colorado and New Mexico have moved to eliminate flaring except in emergency situations. So EPA should likewise move to end flaring, which is wasteful and harmful to our health and the planet. Secondly, I urge EPA to strengthen the monitoring requirement for smaller wells. EPA should require regular monitoring of these smaller wells across the country because while they generate just a trickle of the usable product, there are large and disproportionate emitters of methane. Methane is 80 times as potent as carbon dioxide over a 20-year period. So even smaller operators should be required to do regular monitoring to reduce their contribution to climate change and air pollution. On behalf of the Texas and Oklahoma office of MPCA, I urge EPA to set stronger standards, to look at the regulation of smaller operations, and to end venting and flaring from oil and gas facilities that's unnecessary. I urge EPA with rulemaking as quickly as possible, as climate change is an emergency and our planet, our parks, and communities cannot afford further delay. So thank you for the opportunity to share my concerns.
Thank you, Chloe. We appreciate it. Thank you for your testimony. Any clarifying comments, questions from panelists? No. Thank you again so much. Just before I introduce the next 2 speakers, let me just put out a reminder. If you have any questions about this hearing, just send a quick message vis-a-vis the chat feature to attendee support, and we can be able to help you. Our next 2 speakers are Kari Pohl and Jeremy Summers. We'll start with Kari.
Hi, thank you. My name is Carrie Pohl, and I'm a member, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Sisters of St. Joseph of Baden, Pennsylvania, which is a group of women religious within the Roman Catholic faith tradition. We urge you to finalize the strongest and most comprehensive methane rules possible to protect the health, safety, and well-being of everyone in America and throughout the world from all sources of oil and gas methane pollution, including small wells, routine flaring, and transportation. The oil and gas industry has wanted the world to believe that they're capable of policing themselves. They would do what's right. After all, methane is a sellable commodity. Unfortunately, though, all too much methane is allowed to escape because capture is deemed too costly and might hurt the bottom line. As you know, methane is a greenhouse gas that warms the planet over 80 times more than carbon pollution over the course of 20 years. We don't have 20 years. Our planet's warming, and it's warming rapidly. What that looks like where we live in southwestern Pennsylvania is rain. You heard it from an earlier speaker. Our summers have become subtropical with high heat, high humidity, and near daily rain showers. As a result, landslides have become more frequent. Usually they just pour into a roadway and close off a lane or 2 of traffic. Occasionally they take out a house or cause a train derailment. Not long ago, one caused a pipeline explosion near where most of us live. Methane is leaking from the oil and gas sector at the rate of more than 16 million metric tons a year. Hundreds of thousands of small wells across the country generate just a trickle of usable gas and oil, yet are an outsized source of methane pollution. Other wells are just plain abandoned. According to a 2018 Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection Oil and Gas Annual Report, there are around 200,000 abandoned oil and gas wells that are unaccounted for just in Pennsylvania. It's tempting to blame these numbers as the result of the early days of the oil and gas boom in Pennsylvania, yet it continues to happen even today. Within the past 2 years alone, oil and gas companies have abandoned 4 wells just within Beaver County, which is where we are located. These wells aren't plugged, they're abandoned. The EPA needs to close the loopholes and require frequent inspections of all oil and gas wells, including the smaller leak-prone wells in the final rule. As Pope Francis said in his COP26 message, now is the time to act urgently, courageously, and responsibly. Once again, we urge you to finalize the strongest and most comprehensive methane rules possible to protect the health, safety, and well-being of everyone in America and throughout the world from all sources of oil and gas methane pollution, including from small wells, routine flaring, and transportation. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Kari. Any clarifying questions? No. Thank you. Our next speaker is Jeremy Summers.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm the Reverend Dr. Jeremy Summers, board chair of the Evangelical Environmental Network and faculty at staff member at Indiana Wesleyan University. As evangelical Christians, we are people of the Bible, and throughout Scripture, we are called to join God in pursuing justice. And in the book of Amos, the prophet cries out, "But let justice roll like a river and righteousness like a never-failing stream." Additionally, as Jesus states in Matthew 25, says, "Truly I tell you, whatever you did for the one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did for me." And our children are especially among those that Jesus calls us to care for the most. And as a father of 4 children, this is personal. All of us would agree that our children are precious and must be defended from the threats imposed by known cancer-causing toxins like benzene, VOCs that increase ozone levels, and methane that is over 80 times more potent greenhouse gas than CO2 in the first 20 years, increasing temperatures, which then increases ozone levels another step further. The medical and scientific literature is clear that living within 0.5 miles of methane extraction or production site harms our children. And newer research suggests that even those living further afield within a 5-mile radius may also be at risk. As pro-life evangelicals, we have a special concern for the unborn. We want children to be born healthy and unhindered by the ravages of pollution even before they take their first breath. The medical community has long known that unborn children are especially vulnerable to environmental impacts. And of these impacts, it is clear that fossil fuels are the most serious threat to children's health worldwide. The once thought chemical protection a mother gives her developing child is actually untrue, and studies have shown that smog, VOCs, and air toxics have disproportionate impact upon a life in the womb. Research by Dr. Shana L. Stacy and others at the University of Pittsburgh found close proximity to unconventional gas wells in Pennsylvania is associated with babies born with lower birth rate. Also, Dr. Lisa McKenzie with Colorado School of Public Health published peer-reviewed research that links birth defects to methane production. And research by KCJA in 2019 further describes that living within a half-mile radius of natural gas development leads to increased brain, spine, or spinal cord birth defects. Now, we are thankful for the EPA's proposed rules that will defend children's health, and we are especially thankful that the new proposed standards are based on actual methane emissions instead of just the amount of oil and gas production. Recent studies clearly prove that many smaller leak-prone wells have disproportionately high emission rates of methane and associated gases. And under the new emission-based rule, these methane supermeters will no longer seep through the cracks. So combined, the two standards will save $6.6 to $9.2 billion in avoided health costs and also the loss of life. While this is indeed good news, the proposed standards in the rule would be strengthened by incorporating the following: a ban on routine flaring exception in emergency situations, quarterly inspection of the leak detection and repair procedures of all wells with 2 tons per year of methane emissions or greater. This recommendation is based on EPA's own conclusion in the proposed rules, which states, sites with total baseline methane emissions of 2 TPI, we conclude that the regular monitoring of the semi-annual or quarterly frequencies would be cost effective. So based on this conclusion, that quarterly inspection of well sites with T2 TPI emissions is cost effective. And we recommend that the 3 TPI emissions threshold is currently proposed standard be reduced to 2, and that this frequency of inspections be increased to quarterly. Sites below 2 emission need to be inspected at least annually. Require a time limit on the need to replace all pneumatic values and actuators. Develop a process for incorporation and monitoring the data of third parties, and the expanded monitoring may result in a major public health benefit. Now, we look forward to the secondary proposal due in spring 22 and hope that new methodologies for monitoring are approved and incorporated. In the US, oil and gas production is the largest industrial source of methane pollution, and each year the oil and gas industry releases 16 million metric tons of methane. And without immediate action, methane pollution from the industry will continue to skyrocket. We urge EPA to promote these standards in the most expeditious fashion to defend our children and their future. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Reverend. We appreciate your testimony. Any clarifying questions from the panelists? No, thank you again. Let me now introduce our next two speakers. They will be Nora Privitera and Juliana Adolfer. I hope I got that right. Nora, let's start with you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. My name is Nora Privitera. I am a climate activist with 350 Bay Area located in Northern California. As you know, California has suffered extreme drought and is still suffering from extreme drought and horrific wildfires over the past few years, which are destroying our quality of life. And so I'm urging the EPA to impose the strongest rule possible and include the small wells because they have a disproportionate impact with their methane leaks. I'm also concerned with the fact that the proposed rule does not address abandoned wells at this point. I think that that's critical, and there are so many of them, and they're leaking methane all over the place. And I also am concerned that I don't see a really adequate enforcement mechanism in this rule. What are the penalties for noncompliance? I see that environmental justice communities are encouraged to contact the polluters when there's a problem, but that seems to me a grossly inadequate remedy because the oil companies have traditionally and historically ignored the concerns of environmental justice communities. So I think this rule, as much as I support it and I hope it will be strengthened and have rigorous enforcement mechanisms and inspections to make sure that there's compliance. This is not a joke. California is in serious trouble. I read today that we may have no snowpack by the end of the century. That would devastate California. And the rest of the world is also suffering from hideous impacts. We cannot mess around with climate change. The time to act and to act forcefully is now. It's not something to be timid about. And the oil industry's disingenuous comments that they're so highly regulated and it's so expensive is frankly nonsense. It's a very wealthy industry which has co-opted our government and many other governments, and they can afford to pay, and they should. And they need to clean up their act because they're destroying the climate. We all know that. It's not notably in dispute. So, and with that, I'm going to close my remarks, and thank you very much for having me.
Looks like I was temporarily muted. Our next speaker is Juliana Adolfer.
I spoke earlier today. I'm not sure if maybe I was scheduled twice.
Okay, that's
okay.
Our mistake. I'm sorry about that.
No problem at all. Thank you.
All right. Let's at this point in time, I'd like to take a break, a 15-minute break. As you all know, I'm Paul Gunning, and I've been chairing the session today. I do really sincerely want to thank everyone who's shared comments so far on this proposed action. A couple reminders: if you are listening to the hearing but you did not register to speak and you wish to speak, please call 888-372-8699 or email us at capital S, capital P, capital D, public hearing, all one word, at epa.gov. And again, if we have open time at the end of the schedule, we will definitely call you. All right, so we'll take again a 15-minute break and let's resume at approximately 3:40. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. My name is Paul Gunning. I, again, am one of the chairs for today's public hearing on EPA's proposed amendments to standards of performance for new, reconstructed, and modified sources and emission guidelines for existing sources, oil and natural gas sector climate review, which is also known as the Oil and Natural Gas New Source Performance Standards, or our NSPS. Again, thank you everybody for coming today, and we are really looking forward to hearing your comments. Joining me on the panel this afternoon, Riley and Sarah. Riley, I'll let you guys do your own intros. Riley, we'll start with you.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Riley Berger. I'm from the EPA Region 3 office in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, in the Air and Radiation Division.
Thanks, Riley. And Sarah?
I'm Sarah Loiacono, and I'm in the EPA Region 8 office in Denver, and I'm in the Enforcement and Compliance Assurance Division.
Thank you, Sarah. If you guys are listening to the hearing, but you did not register to speak, and you do wish to speak, again, a reminder, please just call us at 888-372-8699. That's 888-372-8699, or shoot us an email at capital S, capital P, capital P, capital D, public hearing at epa.gov. If we do again have open time at the end, we will certainly call on you and ask you for your comments. Please note that by registering for this event, you will be agreeing to abide by the ground rules of this virtual event. That includes our rules of behavior. EPA is committed to an environment of mutual respect and safety. The agency will not tolerate harassment, discrimination, intimidation, inappropriate language and images, or sustained disruption of this hearing and meeting. EPA expects that all participants, including the panelists, registered speakers, and attendees, will conduct themselves in a respectful, professional, and civil manner. We're going to monitor and moderate this virtual event to ensure that the common standards of decency are, in fact, upheld. Just again, a quick reminder about providing testimony. When I do call on you to speak, please unmute your line. While you're providing your testimony, you're also welcome to activate your camera by clicking on the start video icon in the bottom left-hand side of your Zoom screen. We are, again, recording this public hearing as a reminder. And please also, if you can spell your name for the record, that would be helpful. That would be helpful as well. So our first two speakers coming off the break here are Jerome Paulson and George Sneeden. Jerome, we'll start with you.
Good afternoon. I'm Jerome Paulson, Jerome Paulson. I'm a fellow of the American Academy of Pediatrics. I live in Alexandria, Virginia. I'm a founding member of Virginia Clinicians for Climate Action, and I'm testifying on their behalf today. I wholeheartedly support EPA's methane rules and urge EPA to strengthen the rule to maximize the benefits for public health. Climate change is the greatest threat to human health in the world. As I relive 2020 in my mind, aside from the coronavirus pandemic, I was greatly alarmed about the severe climate-linked heat dome over the northwestern part of the US and the 116 deaths reported in Oregon and 78 in the state of Washington. Climate-linked wildfires in the US killed 47 people directly and an additional 1,200 to 3,000 individuals as a result of exposure to smoke from the wildfires. It is impossible to calculate the mental health toll of these wildfires or of the 12 climate-driven hurricanes that made landfall in 2020. Livelihoods, progress in school, and family roots are all destroyed with the attendant mental health trauma. While this list is not inclusive of all the climate-related disasters in recent years, there have been many, and they have been extremely disruptive. Methane is a powerful climate pollutant. Its heat trapping capacity is more than 80 times that of carbon dioxide in the first 20 years after it is released to the atmosphere. So let me state the obvious. The more methane released to the atmosphere, the worse climate change will become. Limiting the intentional and unintentional release of methane into the atmosphere will save lives of Americans and others around the world. If we want to avoid catastrophic tipping points in the climate system, we must reduce greenhouse gases, including methane, dramatically and immediately. EPA's proposal is a good start, but needs to go further to protect health and address climate change. EPA must strengthen the standards to require that the oil and gas industry take the strongest steps possible to prevent fugitive emissions of methane and to capture those gases that do escape. EPA's proposal does not go far enough to address pollution from unlit methane flares or require frequent and ongoing inspection of covered sources. EPA's final rule must eliminate routine flaring and must not include loopholes that allow any wells to forego regular inspection. EPA must strengthen its proposal to address these gaps to ensure public health is prioritized and frontline communities are protected. Thank you for this opportunity to present my testimony. I encourage EPA to complete this rulemaking as quickly as possible and to make the rule as strong as possible. Lives are at stake.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Paulson. We appreciate it. Any clarifying questions from the panelists? Okay, thank you again. We will now move on to our next speaker, and that is George Sneeden.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is George Sneeden. That's spelled Georgesneddeden. I am a senior environmental engineering major at Temple University. I'm a member of several clubs, including Engineers Without Borders, Defend Our Future, and Society of Environmental Engineers and Scientists. I wanted to testify so I can show my strong support for the EPA's proposed methane rules and to urge the EPA to strengthen the rules to maximize the benefits for the public health and the environment. It is no secret that we need to drastically cut greenhouse gas emissions as quickly as possible to avoid the worst impacts of climate change. Even though methane only lasts 20 years in the atmosphere, it has more than 80 times the warming potential of carbon dioxide. I know that if we do not take bold action now, 50 years down the line, we will look back and desperately wish that we did. I'm only 21 years old. I want to have kids, but I don't want to bring kids into a world that is ravaged by natural disasters, a world where it is too dangerous to go outside during the summer because of unbearable heat waves, or a world in which countries fight over access to the little habitable land that exists. I deserve to be able to have a family just like every generation before mine. Not only do these leaking wells accelerate climate change, but they also present a major risk to nearby communities. Oil and natural gas wells have been proven to leak toxic chemicals like volatile organic compounds. I have taken entire classes about how VOCs can leak into the soil and contaminate groundwater. This groundwater can travel for miles in underground aquifers and make people living in nearby towns very sick. Chronic exposure to VOCs from drinking water can cause cancer, as well as seriously damaging the livers, kidneys, spleen, stomach, nervous, circulatory, reproductive, cardiovascular, and respiratory systems. I also know that cleaning up these plumes can be very difficult and expensive once they've been leaking for a long time. I urge the EPA to require smaller wells to be monitored consistently because over half of the methane and pollution in Pennsylvania is caused by these low producing wells. I don't think it is right that certain operators can avoid having to partake in regular leak monitoring if they calculate that less than 3 tons per year of methane emissions would occur, because these calculations are not always correct. This loophole needs to be closed. All operators need to be held accountable. Not only has the EPA recognized that low production exemptions are not appropriate, but the American public has recognized this as well. Polling data shows that 71% of registered voters supported the U.S. strengthening the rules to reduce oil and gas methane pollution by requiring more frequent inspections at smaller wells. The EPA should also work to include emission monitoring results generated by local community groups. This would allow the agency to recognize and prioritize input from communities, as well as fix leaks that are harming nearby communities more quickly. There's no time to waste. Thank you for the opportunity to share my comments. On behalf of the Society of Environmental Engineers and Scientists at Temple University, I urge the EPA to prioritize public health, respect what the people want by passing this rule right away.
Thank you for your testimony, George. We appreciate it. Any clarifying questions? No. Thank you again, George. Let me now introduce our next two speakers, Allison Steele and Alex Ross. Allison, we'll start with you.
Good afternoon. My name is Allison Steele. That's ALISONSTEELE. And I am the Executive Director at the Environmental Health Project. We're a data-driven public health organization headquartered in McMurray, Pennsylvania, just south of Pittsburgh. By working directly with communities in southwestern Pennsylvania and beyond, and by consolidating research on the subject for the past 10 years, EHP has become a national leader in understanding the public health consequences of shale gas development, including the effects of air quality on individuals' health. I'm commenting today to express my organization's unequivocal support for stronger rules to curb air pollution from the shale gas industry, which jeopardizes the health of countless Americans. Improved standards of performance for new, reconstructed, and modified sources, as well as emissions guidelines for existing sources, will better protect public health and save lives across the nation. We already know how methane worsens the effects of climate change, which has its own public health consequences. But it is also important to note that methane released from shale gas operations, along with the toxic emissions that accompany it, can seriously impact the health of residents at the local level. More than 24 peer-reviewed epidemiological studies show a correlation between proximity to shale gas infrastructure and a variety of health harms. These impacts include respiratory issues such as persistent coughs, asthma, and COPD. Those with existing health conditions may suffer worsening symptoms and are more likely to end up in the hospital. People living close to shale gas sites risk higher rates of heart disease, poor birth outcomes, and neurological issues. Additionally, if a resident lives within a mile of shale gas drilling, they will likely experience significantly greater exposure to known cancer-causing chemicals. Hundreds of investigative reports corroborate these studies by demonstrating similar health impacts and even elevated levels of toxic chemicals in the blood, urine, hair, and nails of people living close to shale gas facilities. There can be no mistake that shale gas development puts public health at risk, and that strong governmental intervention is required to help stem this serious public health threat. The EPA has asked how it could empower communities to help reduce large emission events. Over the last 10 years, my organization has placed more than 800 air monitoring devices in communities and has assisted them in interpreting that data. So we are happy to share our perspectives here with additional detail to follow in our written comments. We appreciate the EPA's acknowledgement that current EPA air monitoring provides only a limited regional view of air quality through a small number of monitors, some of which are not located near pollution sources. The data reported, therefore, has the risk of lulling residents into a false sense of security, seeing that the air near a monitor is clean when in reality they could be exposed to localized sources of pollution not captured by a sparse monitoring network. For that reason, it makes sense to rely on monitoring done closer to the source of actual emissions. However, we are skeptical that community air monitoring, as the EPA has outlined it, is a realistic course of action to protect public health at large. Community monitoring can be expensive, requiring residents to purchase devices or pay for laboratory analysis. Without government subsidies, some less affluent communities, which are commonly among the most impacted by pollution, may not have the means to participate and therefore protect themselves. While real-time monitoring data can help protect individual communities from health harms, we believe that any meaningful reduction in emissions and therefore health impacts can only come with active regulatory agency participation and enforcement. Only through the involvement of regulatory bodies that have the mandate and resources to address issues revealed by community monitoring can we expect any improvement in the health and well-being of those who live and work near oil and gas sites. In our opinion, it would be better for the EPA to require operators to perform regular monitoring at all wells with active agency oversight. Even a small well can become a large emitter at any time. Additionally, when larger emissions are detected, operators should be compelled to inform residents living nearby using a codified warning system. At the same time, EPA should provide a vehicle for residents who do monitor to report peak emissions. Those reports should go directly to a government agency first and should be dealt with in a responsible fashion. And finally, if community monitoring is to be relied upon for accurate data, it should be subsidized so that more communities and residents, particularly those in environmental justice communities, can afford to participate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Allison, for your testimony. Any, Riley or Sarah, any clarifying comments? Yeah. Thanks again. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alex Ross.
Hello, my name is Alex Ross, ALEXROSS. I'm the Arizona Program Manager for Defend Our Future, a project of the Environmental Defense Fund. I'm here today to speak in support of the proposed methane rules, as well as urge the EPA to strengthen those rules in the name of our public health. I grew up in a small rural community in Shelby, Ohio. It was a beautiful Midwestern town to grow up in, save for the coal plant down the street from my home. As a child born premature with pre-existing medical conditions, my proximity to that plant led to a childhood of chronic respiratory issues and increasing medical expenses. I'm proud to say that that plant is no longer burning coal, and the town of Shelby built a solar farm in response to the pressing needs of climate change. Today's advancements in technology have allowed small rural communities to really transition away from the fossil fuel industry and our dependency on it. With natural gas being the largest source of energy in Arizona, it is imperative that we regulate and mitigate the effects on our air and in our water. As we consider the proposed rules, I want to emphasize the importance of prioritizing, again, our public health. So many communities are often silenced in the process of developing these environmental regulations. So please make sure to pay extra attention to Black, Brown, and Indigenous communities who have been telling us these things for years, but we really need to listen to now. I work with young people, specifically in Arizona as well as across the country, and what we're looking for now is bold and transparent leadership. Thank you again for the opportunity to share my comments, and I urge you to set stronger standards, as others have mentioned, and finalize the rulemaking process as quickly as possible. This climate crisis is an emergency that we cannot afford to delay. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Alex. Panelists, any clarifying questions? Okay, with that, thank you again. I'll move on. Our next two speakers will be Laura Turner and Jeff Perkins. We'll start with you, Laura.
Hi, my name is Laura Turner, Lauraturner, and I work for the American Lung Association serving Missouri and Arkansas. And I strongly support EPA's proposed methane rules, and I urge them to strengthen the rules to maximize the benefits for health. So this is really personal to me because I have asthma, and I have close family members who also have asthma. And pollution is a really big trigger for me, especially in the summer months when ozone levels are higher and I'm spending more time outside. I'm mostly concerned for my 3-year-old daughter and her developing lungs, and how air pollution and climate change is going to affect her and my future grandchildren. I don't want to leave her with a legacy of increasingly hazardous climate and health conditions to contend with. As many people have said, methane is a powerful climate pollutant. It has a heat trapping capacity that's more than 80 times that of carbon dioxide. And I think that bears lots of repeating. Climate change is a health emergency, and that's really what I want to focus on. It hurts certain groups of people disproportionately, such as children, like my daughter, older adults, low-income communities, communities of color, and people living with chronic disease. And these are a lot of the people that we serve, especially with the American Lung Association. We see the impacts of climate change on their health. So it's a health emergency, but it's also a health opportunity, because reducing climate pollution will result in immediate and long-term health benefits. And if we want to avoid a catastrophic tipping point in the climate system, we must reduce greenhouse gases, including methane, dramatically and immediately, not conservatively and over a long period of time only. EPA's proposal is a really good start, but it needs to go further to protect the health of people, such as those I mentioned, and address climate change. EPA must strengthen their standards to require that the oil and gas industry takes the strongest steps possible to prevent fugitive emissions of methane and other gases from their operations and to capture those gases that do escape. Fortunately, our nation has the tools and technology to cut methane pollution from new and existing oil and gas operations. And these safeguards to reduce methane pollution are popular. There's broad support for these safeguards among the public, and 71% of registered voters support this sort of rule. And I also wanted to mention that this ruling would encourage the creation of many new well-paying jobs in methane detection and associated activities. I heard somebody mention that the costs were a concern, but I think there's always an answer to that, and creation of more jobs is definitely a good answer. So although I support EPA's proposal, it does not go far enough to address pollution from unlit methane flares or require frequent and ongoing inspections of covered sources. The final rule must eliminate routine flaring and must not include loopholes that allow any wells to forego regular inspections. I want the EPA to strengthen its proposal to address these gaps to ensure public health is prioritized and frontline communities are protected and our future children are protected. Thank you for the opportunity to share my comments. On behalf of myself and my family, I urge EPA to set stronger standards, eliminate these loopholes for smaller operations, and venting and flaring from gas and oil facilities. And I urge the EPA to finalize this rulemaking as quickly as possible. There is no time to waste, and we can't miss out on this opportunity to protect health, especially for the most vulnerable populations. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony, Laura. Panelists, any clarifying questions? No. Thank you again. Our next speaker is Jeffrey Perkins.
Good afternoon, and thank you to the EPA for the opportunity to provide comments on the proposed rules. My name is Jeff Perkins, spelled Jeffperkins, and I'm the Executive Director of Friends Fiduciary Corporation, which is headquartered in Philadelphia. I'm here today speaking on behalf of Friends Fiduciary, which is a faith-based, socially responsible investment firm. We invest on behalf of Quaker churches, meetings, schools, and other organizations across the country. And we invest consistent with our Quaker values of integrity, community, and care for creation. As investors, we see climate change as a systemic threat to our portfolio, and a growing number of institutional investors agree with us. For this reason, we strongly support EPA's proposed methane rules, and in fact, urge EPA to further strengthen the rules to maximize the benefits for public health and the environment. Specifically, I'm here today to urge the EPA to strengthen the monitoring requirement in the rules. Hundreds of thousands of smaller, high-polluting wells require regular monitoring because even though their usable production is low, they are large and disproportionate emitters of methane. While the EPA has recognized in the proposal that a low production exemption is not appropriate, under the EPA's current proposal, operators that calculate lower potential emissions, those less than 3 tons per year, could still escape regular leak monitoring. This is a problem because operators wouldn't be required to factor in excessively emitting operations or equipment failures, and thus many smaller leak-prone wells would likely escape detection, including many here in Pennsylvania. In addition to the public health benefits of reducing methane emissions, there is also a compelling business case for stronger methane regulation. Lost methane is lost product that companies could be selling, which means lost profit. The International Energy Agency estimates that oil and gas companies can reduce 1/3 of methane emissions at no net cost, even at today's prices. Over the past several years, we and other investors have engaged with oil and gas companies to make the case for voluntary methane mitigation. Many leading companies recognize the business case and have taken measures to reduce emissions. But companies that don't enact best practices risk the industry's social license to operate in communities across the country. As an investment manager with many clients in Pennsylvania and across the country, we at Friends Fiduciary urge the EPA to finalize the rulemaking with the noted additions to the proposed rules as quickly as possible. The urgency of the climate crisis calls for strong regulation, which will help preserve the environment and protect public health in communities across the country. That concludes my comments. Thank you again for your consideration of my testimony on behalf of Friends Fiduciary.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Perkins. We appreciate it. Riley or Sarah, any clarifying questions? Thank you again. Let me now introduce our next two speakers of the day, Elizabeth Chun-Hai Lee and Tracy Coppola. Elizabeth, let's begin with you.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Chun-Hai, or Liz Lee, and I serve as the Executive for Economic and Environmental Justice at United Methodist Women. Thank you for holding these public hearings on methane regulations. I support EPA's proposed methane rules and urge EPA to strengthen the rules to protect public health and the environment. United Methodist Women is a 150-year-old, 800,000 member faith-based organization with members in every state of the country and partners globally. Our vision is turning faith, hope, and love into action on behalf of women, children, and youth around the world. We are women who sit in the church pews, organize Bible studies, prayer meetings, fellowship time, soup kitchens, and teach Sunday schools. We are daughters, mothers, aunties, grandmothers, and community caretakers. We take seriously God's call from Genesis to be stewards of God's creation. And in the United States, this is done by ensuring that our laws, policies, regulations are working to protect and not harm God's creation. We are deeply concerned about the climate crisis, where countries and communities least responsible for the crisis are most impacted, often women, children, low wealth, marginalized individuals who experience the greatest harm. Our members have suffered from wildfires in California, lost electricity during the winter storms in Texas, and have had their health at risk during heat waves. The primary cause of the climate crisis is from fossil fuels, and we in the United States are a major contributor. The only 4% of the world's population, we have emitted more than 25% of cumulative greenhouse gas emissions. The recent August UN IPCC report identified methane as one of the key drivers of the climate crisis, methane being 86 times more potent than carbon dioxide. But each year, as others have noted, the oil and gas industry in the US release at least 16 million metric tons of methane into the atmosphere. To do its fair share, the US must drastically reduce our methane emissions more quickly and more significantly than the rest of the world. This means EPA requiring frequent inspections, stopping leaks, and prohibiting venting or flaring. And as if that were not enough reason to pass and enforce stronger regulations, co-pollutants emitted with methane in the oil and gas industry include VOCs, particulate matter, and various forms of hazardous air pollutants. These substances can cause cancer, affect the nervous system, cause birth defects, and increase the likelihood of COPD, leukemia, heart attacks, and particularly are harmful to children like my daughter, pregnant women, and the elderly like my late father, who suffered with COPD. Our members in New Mexico, Texas, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Oklahoma, and Colorado are just a few who are part of the 12.6 million who live, study, work, or worship near oil and gas facilities, and have family and friends who are now sick because of inhaling toxins emitted from these places. Our members who are Black, Native American, Latina, or low wealth have particularly been impacted by oil and gas pollution. We are troubled that the government has permitted oil and gas production at the cost of the health of others and the environment, especially when pollution-free renewable energy sources like wind and solar exist. Further, more than 9,100 schools and daycare centers are half a mile from oil and gas facilities, with almost 3 million students who are exposed to oil and gas pollution on a regular basis. 750,000 summertime asthma attacks in children are due to ozone smog resulting from oil and gas pollution. How many more children must suffer before EPA says enough? For all these reasons, I urge EPA to strengthen its current proposal by both requiring regular monitoring at smaller, high-polluting wells and eliminating routine flaring that is not only wasteful, but harmful to the planet and nearby communities. EPA was established to protect human health and the environment, and therefore we urge EPA to ensure the strongest methane pollution safeguards so that there are no sacrificed children or communities. Everyone has a right to clean air and abundant life. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Elizabeth. Riley or Sarah, any clarifying questions? Okay, thank you again. Our next speaker is Tracy Coppola.
Good afternoon. My name is Tracy Coppola. I'm located in Denver, and I'm the Colorado Senior Program Manager for the National Parks Conservation Association, NPCA. I'm here today on behalf of our nearly 1.4 million members and supporters nationwide, including approximately 12,000 in Colorado. At NPCA, we care deeply about our nation's treasured national parks, their surrounding landscapes and communities, and about protecting current and future generations. NPCA strongly supports EPA's proposed rule to cut methane and other harmful pollutants from oil and gas operations. More than half of the US population near and far from parks and park landscapes lives in areas where health is threatened by ground level pollution, ozone pollution from methane. And this has been and remains an environmental justice issue, an issue of historic inequity with non-white people and people with lower incomes mostly at risk. Should our country continue at the current pace and scale of climate pollution, we won't come close to a sustainable renewable energy future. We won't meet the goals set out in the Paris Climate Agreement, and we'd be hard pressed to see much of a future for our parks, communities, and our environment. Rampant methane waste in the West has led to a 2,500 square mile methane cloud, the size of Delaware, over the Four Corners region and directly in the shadow of Mesa Verde National Park in Colorado. And for years, Colorado's Front Range communities and parts of Rocky Mountain National Park have experienced such high levels of air pollution that they have been out of attainment with public health standards for ozone. Colorado, like the rest of our nation, is at a crossroads with oil and gas producing sources as top greenhouse gas emitters, a key reason why approximately 32,000 children in the state suffer asthma attacks each year, and why the American Lung Association ranks Metro Denver as the 8th most polluted city for high ozone days. So urgent action is needed. This proposed rule is a very positive step forward. Amid our support, we do urge EPA to consider 3 needed improvements. You may hear from my other colleagues about these improvements, but the first one certainly is the rule needs to end the dangerous and outdated financially wasteful practice of routine flaring at new and existing oil and gas wells, one of the major sources of climate pollution. We encourage you actually to look at Colorado if you haven't already, one of our nation's top oil and gas producing states. In Colorado, it was recognized that the state was losing nearly $12 million worth of natural gas annually because of routine flaring, and that the majority of the practice was happening in areas neighboring Rocky Mountain National Park, and that the practice was a major source of greenhouse gas emissions. The last year, Colorado ended the practice of routine flaring at oil and gas facilities, only allowing it in emergency situations. The second improvement I'd like to highlight is that the rule should require regular monitoring at smaller, high polluting and leak prone wells. I believe you did hear about this from other folks on this testimony panel, but across the country, we're very concerned that there are many orphan wells in rural communities, federal, state, tribal, private lands. These communities have suffered for years from the boom and bust of the oil and gas industry, yet due to continued extractive development and outdated policies and lack of oversight, they now carry the burden of cleanup and polluted air and groundwater. So even when orphan wells are small in size, the impact these wells have on our climate and air quality is serious. And NPCA has a new analysis that emerged this year with the Frac Tracker Alliance that recently discovered there are more than 214,000 orphan wells across the nation. Many are close to Colorado's national park units as well. The third improvement I'd highlight quickly is that the rules should also work to incorporate emissions monitoring data gathered by communities and individuals in direct harm to help address major leaks. I can point to Colorado as well in this regard. The Suncor refinery in Colorado recently the community around the refinery recently achieved a settlement, and they used part of the proceeds of the settlement to set up a means of community reporting that will be used in the future.
You're at time.
Ensuring that engagement, I think, is a vital path forward. So thank you so much for this opportunity to comment. Appreciate it.
Yes, and thank you so much for your comments. Any clarifying questions, Riley or Sarah? No. Thank you again. Let me take this opportunity just to interject quickly here. A reminder that if you do have questions about this hearing, please use the chat feature available through Zoom and attendee support. Our next two speakers will be Corinne Stein and Karen Jakapor. Apologize for that if I got that wrong. Let's start with you, Corinne.
Hello, just first checking you can hear me. Thumbs up?
Yep.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Karin Stein. I'm Iowa organizer for Moms Clean Air Force. You have heard we are a nationwide organization of over 1 million members fighting to protect children from air pollution and the climate crisis. I support the proposed EPA methane rules, and I urge you to finalize the strongest and most comprehensive methane rules to protect children's health from all sources of oil and gas methane pollution, including routine flaring and small wells. I don't live in a state that produces oil, but we all suffer from the lack of safeguards that contribute to the climate crisis. I was trained as a scientist, but I'm not here to repeat what you already know about the horrific potency of methane as a greenhouse gas or the severe health consequences of carbon pollution from flaring. I would like to speak from a very personal place, which at first will not sound like it relates to the topic at hand, but please hear me out. I had to come to Costa Rica unexpectedly last Saturday because my sister had a horrific car accident and is on life support. She has lost a lot of blood and her body has received severe trauma. If she pulls through, she will need assistance for a long time. The domino effect of her accident will be felt long into the future. They will affect her son's plans. My brother and I have to rearrange our lives around this event. And the financial consequences of this accident will affect her ability to make retirement plans and pay for her son's education. The trauma to her and others will stay with us forever. My sister is responsible for the accident that luckily only caused minor injuries to the others involved. She fell asleep at the wheel. She should have acted on the fact that she was tired. In order to keep herself and others safe, and for the love of her son, she should not have embarked upon the long drive back from our farm to San Jose. But the usual pressures of life made her go against her better judgment. My sister's story is a metaphor for what we are doing to the planet and to each other as humans. We continue to go against our collective better judgment. The pressures of commercial life are pushing us and keeping us from slowing down. We have been asleep at the wheel for a long time. We continue to put ourselves and others in danger. We're failing to act for the love of our children. The domino effects of our judgment lapses will have traumatic and devastating consequences for a long time to come. The steps the EPA is proposing to take will help to keep us alert at the wheel a little bit better. And now I would like to say something in Spanish. Estoy acá para pedirles que implementen las mayores medidas de seguridad posibles en cuanto a los escapes de metano y la contaminación de aire ancilar, porque demasiadas veces los más afectados por el cambio climático y la contaminación son los que menos tienen acceso a información necesaria y los que menos sienten que tienen el poder de cambiar las cosas. I said, I'm here to ask you to implement the strongest safeguards possible with regard to methane emissions and related pollution, because too many times those most affected by climate change and pollution are those who have the least access to the necessary information and who least feel they have the power to change anything. I spoke in Spanish because many of the most affected are people of color, and many of them don't speak English well enough and deserve protection as our fellow humans. They also often contribute every day to the very wheels of the economy that makes them ill. Even in the midst of my sister's life hanging from a thread, the topic of methane pollution is so important to me that I'm taking the time, and I thank you for listening. I have 3 grown daughters who feel they don't want to bring children into this world because of climate change and government inaction on it. For the love of my daughters, for the love of all our children, let's just do the right thing. Let's stop falling asleep at the wheel, and let's stop bleeding this planet. The climate crisis isn't a self-inflicted injury, and we're not giving it the life support it needs. The planet is hanging by a thread. Thank you.
Thank you, Corinne, for your comments and for sharing your story. My best to your sister.
Thank you.
Any clarifying questions, Riley or Sarah? No. Okay, thank you again. Karen is our next speaker. Karen Kapoor.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Karen Jakpor, Karen Jakpor, and I'm a physician volunteer with American Lung Association from Riverside, California. I strongly support the EPA's proposed methane rules. We must fight climate change in order to protect public health. I'm a physician with a master's in public health, but I also have the perspective of a patient who has been hospitalized with severe asthma countless times. I know firsthand how difficult it is to simply breathe when the air is so often unhealthful. Yesterday, we had a red air day, unhealthful, and a couple days before it, it was a purple air day, very unhealthful. Breathing has been a struggle during the Thanksgiving holiday, and I've been on a steroid burst for a week. Our daily lives are affected by air pollution and climate change. I'm not alone in this suffering. We all know friends and loved ones with respiratory issues. Americans living in close proximity to polluters are disproportionately impacted by respiratory issues and suffer more from long-term effects. I'm concerned that even more Americans will be suffering from long-term respiratory issues because of the damage COVID-19 has done to their lungs. Now, more than ever, we need to clean up the air. Fixing gas leaks needs to be a huge priority. Air pollution is an environmental justice issue. Those who live in Southern California, where oil wells are located in the middle of residential neighborhoods, are experiencing risks to their health. It is a startling sight to see these drilling operations so close to where people live. And there are thousands of abandoned and unplugged wells that need to be cleaned up. Should any child have to grow up in a dangerous environment? Children are especially vulnerable to VOCs and ozone because of their faster respiratory rate. I'm very glad that the EPA has proposed these methane rules, but I would like to see the EPA strengthen these rules even further. These are the steps I'd like to see happen. First, eliminate loopholes that allow any wells to forego regular inspections. And second, eliminate routine flaring. Flaring is a harmful and wasteful practice, and companies should not be allowed to depend on routine flaring rather than investing in technologies to capture the methane. Colorado and New Mexico have eliminated flaring except in emergency situations, and this should happen nationally. This methane rule is so important because methane is an extremely potent climate pollutant. It is 80 times more heat trapping than carbon dioxide. This proposal would do a great deal of good by reducing 41 million tons of methane emissions by 2035. To give you perspective, that's more than the equivalent amount of carbon dioxide from all US cars and planes in 2019. So this is a big deal. The proposal would also eliminate tons of VOCs and air toxics too. That results in tangible health benefits. There would be nearly $4.5 billion in net climate benefits every year. In conclusion, I urge you to strengthen this EPA proposal to reduce methane and VOC pollution from the oil and gas industry. The oil and natural gas industry is America's largest industrial source of methane, and methane is responsible for about 1/3 of global warming. So let's take effective action to fight climate change before it is irreversible. Let's improve the health of our communities so we can have healthier and happier lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor, for your testimony. We appreciate it. Riley or Sarah, any comments, clarifying comments? No, thank you. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Let me now introduce our next two speakers, Jibiana Akpour and Joseph Frederick. Jibiana, we'll start with you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jibiana Jakpour, spelled Jibiana Jakpor. And I'm a high school student from Riverside, California. Thank you so much for this proposal. My uncle lives near an oil well and I want him to stay healthy. My county has some of the worst air pollution in the United States, and residents here suffer the consequences. Many people have asthma, cardiovascular disease, and cancer because of the pollution. And I'm really glad to see a policy that would improve health. I'm also concerned about climate change and would like to encourage you to remember youth in making the decision on this policy. Right now, it's 88 degrees where I live, and it is December 1st. To stabilize the global temperature, we need to cut our emissions immediately and drastically. If we don't act now, my generation will inherit the climate consequences, which could include deadly extreme weather events, food shortages, and the spread of disease. Because of these concerns, I would really like to thank you for proposing this rule to limit air and climate pollutants from the oil and natural gas industry. I would also like to encourage you to strengthen the rule to protect communities from emissions from routine flaring. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to share my comments, and I urge EPA to set even stronger standards. As I like to say, no free passes for greenhouse gases.
Thank you for your testimony, Jibiana. Appreciate it. Clarifying questions? Joseph Frederick, please.
Hello, my name is Joseph Frederick. It's spelled JOSEPHFREDERICK. I'm a junior political science major at the Catholic University of America here in Washington, D.C. I'm a student intern with CFACT, Collegians for a Constructive Tomorrow. It's a nonprofit organization that advocates for free market solutions to environmental problems. The EPA claims that this rule will sharply reduce methane and other harmful air pollution, and also claims that the economic benefits will outweigh the costs in the long run. Yet this analysis ignores the economic hardship that is happening right now for countless families and young people, especially college students like myself. According to the Bureau of Labor and Statistics, the All Prices Index has increased since last October by 6.2%, which is 3 times more than the standard most economists advocate for. The energy sector has increased by over 30%, with natural gas prices spiking 28.1% from last October, and fuel oil prices increasing by almost 60%. Our government should not be taking action that is likely to further increase the cost of energy and services at this time. We need financial relief, not increased costs through more regulation. Something I've learned this past year, mainly because of this inflation and as an added pressure of COVID-19, people are scared. Depression and suicide rates have increased dramatically this past year. We should not be pursuing any kind of policy that could make these families and people more concerned about whether or not they can provide for the families or themselves. The EPA has previously reported that methane emissions have decreased by 15% since 1990 from oil and gas operations, while natural gas production has doubled. We are essentially having our cake and eating it too, as it relates to emission reductions and energy production. Why would we take a meat cleaver approach with more costly regulation to our energy sector, which will hurt the least fortunate most in terms of further price increases when emissions are already decreasing from oil and gas production? That is why I oppose this rule and ask, as a student and concerned American, that the EPA consider their policies. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Joseph. Any clarifying questions from Riley or Sarah? Thank you. Let me now introduce our next two speakers. They will be Nicole Marcotte and Carol Krebs. Nicole, we'll begin with you.
Hi, my name is Nicole Marcotte, and I'm Colemarcot, and I'm a volunteer with Moms Clean Air Force in Detroit, Michigan. Excuse me, I'm having a technical issue here. Okay. Thanks again for the opportunity to testify. My name is Nicole Marcotte. I want to let you guys know I support the proposed EPA methane rules and urge you to finalize the strongest and most comprehensive methane rules to protect children's health from all sources of oil and gas methane pollution, including small wells and routine flaring. This summer, my family and community experienced the effects of climate change in a way we never had before. I live along a floodplain. In the past 15 years, my backyard has flooded once until this year. This year, we experienced 8 floods. Neighbors and friends lost thousands of dollars in possessions and had thousands more in repairs due to flooding basements. In addition, we experienced an 8-day power outage in my community. A storm that swept through in August caused close to 1 million residents of Metro Detroit to lose power. These extremely strong storms are becoming increasingly more frequent. Again, when I first moved to this area 15 years ago, we would perhaps experience 1 power outage every 3 or 4 years. In the past 3 years, we've experienced at least 2 outages a year with an average of 4 days without power for each one. Extreme weather due to climate change is increasing at an alarming rate. Communities like mine, whose residents are predominantly low income and people of color, can't afford these damaging storms. My neighbors are disproportionately impacted due to aging infrastructure and lack of funds to recover. Research shows that Black, Latino, and Indigenous communities are disproportionately affected by the climate crisis, and many are already experiencing severe weather events like heavy rainfall, flooding, dangerous storms, droughts, and heat waves. So moms around the country support the proposed EPA methane rules and urge the EPA to finalize the strongest and most comprehensive methane rules from all sources of oil and gas methane pollution, including routine flaring and small wells, in order to protect the future of our children. Methane cannot be underestimated as a driver of climate change. Methane is leaking from the oil and gas sector at the rate of more than 16 million metric tons a year, equivalent of the climate, I'm sorry, I have a dog barking in the background, I apologize for that. The equivalent of the climate pollution from all the nation's passenger vehicles in a year. In fact, methane is responsible for 25% of the man-made global warming we're experiencing today. Hundreds of thousands of small wells across the country generate just a trickle of usable oil or gas, but are an outsized source of methane pollution. EPA needs to close the loopholes and require frequent inspections of all wells, including the smaller leak-prone wells in the final rule. Prioritizing environmental justice in low-income communities is imperative, as they have historically shouldered an outsized burden from the impacts of the climate crisis. So once again, I'm in support of the proposed EPA methane rules and urge you to finalize the strongest and most comprehensive methane rules to protect children's health from every source of oil and gas methane pollution, including routine flaring and small wells. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole, for your testimony. We appreciate it. We got the dog's testimony as well, so don't worry about it. Hey, Riley or Sarah, do you have any clarifying questions for Nicole? No? Okay, thank you again for your testimony. Our next speaker is Carol Krebs.
Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this public hearing. My name is Carol Kriebs, Carolkriebs. I am the Environmental Director for the Kootenai Tribe of Idaho, and I am also the Chair for the National Tribal Air Association. I am here to offer NTAA's comments on EPA's proposed standards of performance for new, reconstructed, and modified sources and emissions guidelines for existing sources for oil and natural gas sector. The NTAA is a base member tribe organization with 153 principal member tribes, and our mission is to advance air quality management policies and programs consistent with the needs, interests, and unique legal status of Indian tribes. As such, NTAA uses its resources to support the efforts of all federally recognized tribes in protecting and improving the air quality within their respective jurisdictions. Although NTAA seeks to represent consensus on given issues, it is important to note that views expressed by NTAA may not be agreed upon by all tribes. Further, it is important to understand that interactions with NTAA does not substitute for nation-to-nation consultations. NTAA supports EPA's improvements over the 2012 and 2016 standards and acknowledges EPA's assistance in making many important technological advancements in the oil and gas sector over the past years. NTAA also recognizes that climate change caused by oil and gas operations disproportionately impact fence-line, low-wealth, minority communities, and particularly tribal communities. We also agree that states should be required to include community engagement for accepting program delegation for the new and modified sources, and as part of the program, approval for state plans for existing sources. However, we feel that this is equally, if not more important, to include consultation and coordination with neighboring tribal communities. This will be particularly important in checkerboard areas where jurisdiction between state, tribes, and federal agencies can be convoluted and confusing. Requiring consultation and coordination between all government entities, we will provide more consistency, understanding of the requirement, implementations, enforcement across jurisdictions. NTA also believes that, as stated in the agency's draft strategic plan, that the EPA should use its review authority under NEPA and Section 309 to actively review new oil and gas leasing, particularly in Indian country. NTAA believes that EPA should use this authority to help coordinate and facilitate requirements for new oil and gas production across federal agencies, particularly in Indian country. NTAA encourages EPA in the upcoming proposal to propose a federal plan to addressing existing sources addressed for Indian country. NTAA understands that EPA typically delays propagation a federal plan until after states fail to submit a plan. This has the potential of delaying implementation for a significant amount of time within Indian country. However, NTAA believes that only a few tribes will have the capacity to develop a tribal plan to address existing sources. So EPA is responsible for developing a federal plan for wells within Indian country. Also, by disseminating a federal plan for Indian country, tribal communities will see a greater emissions reductions a federal plan can expedite. Tribal program implementation, because the FIP can be delegated to interested. Tribes can develop a tribal plan that, once approved, can replace the federal plan. The proposal decision of the Executive Order 13175 EPA stated that the rules does not have tribal implications because it does not interfere tribal governance or pose a significant cost. However, EPA is only reviewing the impacts of tribes within a lens of DEO alone, but the agency's Indian policy and treaty rights policies require the agency to recognize tribal rights, issues, impacts, and other executive orders. And we will be submitting a letter with a little bit more. So I want to thank you for your time and allowing us to talk today.
Carol, thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it. Riley or Sarah, any comments, clarifying questions? Okay. Thank you again, Carol. Let me queue up actually the next three speakers. We have Farrell Sessler, Miranda LaPella, and Charlie Bird. And Farrell, we'll begin with you.
Hi there. Thank you for allowing me to speak today and for holding this important hearing. My name is Farrell Sessler. That is FarrellSessler. And I'm a freshman at Grand Canyon University in Arizona. I also interned with CFAC, the Collegians for a Constructive Tomorrow, a student-based nonprofit that discusses human progress and environmental protection. I'm very concerned about the consequences of the EPA's new rule on methane and other emissions. Prices are soaring right now, and inflation is at its highest in over 30 years. Gas prices are at their highest levels in almost a decade. With costs for higher education also increasing over the past few years as well, the last thing I need as a student is for the EPA to take action that will continue to exacerbate price increases through increased regulatory burdens like this rule. I'm also concerned about the changes that this rule brings to how our nation currently manages these environmental issues. Leaving certain issues to state government to decide is very important to our democratic republic. Arizona shouldn't be telling New York how to manage their environment and vice versa. In the same way, there are certain rules that each state should be able to make for themselves, and indeed are authorized to do so under the Clean Air Act, specifically for existing emissions. This proposed regulation takes that power away, takes power given to the states under the Civil Air Act away, and forces them to apply the same standard to every part of the nation. That doesn't make any sense for many diverse geographic regions with different economies and environments. With the likelihood that this rule will continue to fuel runaway inflation and energy price increases while also degrading the power given to state by the Congress, I urge the EPA to rescind this proposed rule. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my comments and concerns.
Thank you for your testimony, your comments, Farrell. We appreciate it. Any clarifying questions from Riley or Sarah? No. Thank you. Our next speaker is Miranda LaPella.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Miranda LaPella, and I'm the Vice President of Energy Policy at the Ohio Environmental Council. I'm joining you today from Columbus, Ohio. So I'm really pleased to be here with you today to share the OEC's strong support for the EPA's proposed methane rules and to urge the EPA to strengthen those rules even further in order to maximize the benefits for public health and for our environment. Methane pollution from the oil and gas sector is accelerating the pace of the climate crisis and harming the health of our families and communities across the country. And it's a problem that's only getting worse. In August, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change released a report underscoring that we're running out of time to tackle the crisis. Among the causes of the crisis, of course, this alarming report identifies methane pollution as one of the key drivers of climate change. Methane is an extremely potent greenhouse gas, 86 more times potent than carbon dioxide in the short term, as many folks have noted. Pollution emitted alongside methane, such as benzene, really worsens asthma and affects lung development in children, increases risks of cancer, immune system damage, neurological, reproductive, and developmental problems as well. If left unaddressed, methane pollution will continue to cause significant harm to public health, threaten the stability of our economy, and compromise the well-being of future generations and the planet. Federal safeguards are essential because air pollution doesn't stop at state borders, and this is why EPA's proposed rules are so important. While a few states have acted, some of the country's largest producers of methane have not. This means that people in the US and disproportionately Black and Brown communities are being exposed to harmful air pollution that can degrade their health at a time when everyone, especially those with pre-existing conditions like heart disease and asthma, are even more susceptible to serious respiratory illnesses, including the coronavirus. There are communities across Ohio located near oil and gas wells that face the risks associated with methane emissions every day. Additionally, one of the largest methane leaks in the history of the United States occurred right here in Belmont County when a natural gas well pad exploded in 2018, leading to over 120 metric tons of methane being leaked per hour for a total of over 50,000 metric tons of methane. More methane was emitted from this incident than some European countries, including Norway and France, a report releasing in an entire year. Approximately 100 Ohio residents within a mile of that blast had to be evacuated, with some reporting breathing issues, dizziness, and throat irritation after that exposure. In November, the EPA took this important and critical step toward reducing methane and other harmful air pollutants from new and existing sources by introducing this proposed rule to cut methane and other harmful pollutants from new and existing oil and gas operations. The rules are really critical for public health and to fight the worst impacts of climate change. We strongly support the EPA's proposal, but we also encourage the EPA to strengthen those rules further to include both monitoring requirements and to prohibit flaring. Monitoring at smaller, high polluting wells is critical to protecting public health. Wells across the country, including here in Ohio, produce small amounts of usable product, but are all too often disproportionately large emitters of methane. Second, the EPA's proposal should also prohibit the practice of flaring at oil and gas sites. All too often, companies rush to extract oil and gas without investing the necessary technology to capture and sell all of the gas they're actually able to extract. Instead, these companies burn off the excess gas they cannot capture and sell as a waste product, which emits a host of climate and health harming pollutants. Additionally, these flares have been found often to malfunction or fail entirely, releasing methane directly into the atmosphere. The EPA should really follow the lead of states like Colorado and New Mexico and eliminate flaring entirely, except in emergency situations. Recent polling shows that the public overwhelmingly supports enacting strong federal methane standards, with 71% of registered voters supporting strengthening rules to reduce oil and gas methane pollutions. This includes requiring frequent inspections at smaller leak-prone wells, as I mentioned earlier. As an agency in place to serve the public, I encourage the EPA to put rules in place that will prohibit these loopholes for additional methane pollution, and also to tighten those restrictions. Thank you for the opportunity to share our comments and recommendations. On behalf of the OEC, I urge the EPA to set stronger standards to protect public health, our communities, and our environment. It's critical that these rules eliminate loopholes for smaller operations that will continue to pollute our air and threaten public health. It's equally as critical that we end unnecessary practice of venting and flaring from oil and gas facilities, that we're moving as quickly as possible to reduce emissions and fight to prevent the worst impacts of climate change. The OEC will finalize this rulemaking as quickly as possible, also in order to protect public health. Methane emissions are exacerbating the climate crisis, and our environment and our health cannot afford any further delay. Thank you again for allowing me to testify today.
Thank you, Miranda, for your comments and your testimony. We appreciate it. Any clarifying questions from the panel? No, thank you again.
Thank you.
We'll move now to our actually last speaker of this session. And that will be Charlie Bird.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity. My name is Charlie Bird, CHARLIE BURD, and I am the Executive Director of the Gas and Oil Association of West Virginia, GO WV. We are a 500-member trade association of oil and gas operators and those companies that service them. We appreciate the opportunity to be here today to speak on behalf of the industry and share our interest to protect the environment and human health. We are proud of our producers' track record here to reduce emissions and contribute to the improvement of air quality. West Virginia natural gas industry has a long and distinguished record of operating safely and efficiently. It takes pride in striving to achieve and exceed both state and federal environmental standards. It is important to recognize that our nearly 17,000 employees live in the communities in which we work. As such, we breathe the same air, we drink the same water, and we share the same values to protect our water, air, and land. I'll limit my comments to just three items today. First is to request that the EPA extend its public comment period. On behalf of our members and their thousands of employees that are directly impacted by these proposed rules, we urge the EPA to extend the current 60-day public comment period for an additional 90 days. We believe the administration may have moved too quickly in its effort to release these proposed rules in advance of the Glasgow Climate Conference. As such, the current timeframe does not allow adequate time to appropriately review hundreds of pages of new proposed regulations and the accompanying documents. Given the importance of this review, we believe it prudent to allow more time to assess and comment. Secondly, the rules should recognize that the critical role of the oil and gas industry plays to meet the nation's energy and environmental needs. The final rules must have a pathway to reasonable and cost-effective compliance. We draw your attention to the many elected representatives and nominees of this current administration who have previously and continue to express publicly their desire to eliminate the use of fossil fuels, even at the expense of bankrupting American businesses that invest in and produce these valuable energy resources. These stated goals are, we believe, divergent and outside the authority of various governing statutes vested within the EPA and other executive agencies. U.S. produced oil, natural gas, and natural gas liquids are critical to providing affordable, clean energy to heat and power millions of American homes and businesses, to fuel manufacturing, including the production of PPE, life-saving medicines and medical equipment, and of course, to the protection of our national security. Third, we'd like to recognize existing regulatory achievements. West Virginia is currently the fifth leading natural gas producer in the nation. And when you couple us with Ohio and Pennsylvania, we're the third leading natural gas producer in the world. Proudly, we can say through these increased use of natural gas for power generation regionally, this industry has reduced emissions and provided sufficient environmental benefits, such as the reduction of VOx and NOx VOx by 40%, SO2 and NOx by 91 and 81% respectively. Natural gas operators should be admired and recognized for their unrelenting contributions to achieving such significant emission reductions that benefit all citizens. To conclude, Go West Virginia is asking the EPA to pause and recognize the critical role energy plays in the lives of all Americans. The stark reality is natural gas produced here must remain a key component to the U.S. energy portfolio. Its use as a heating fuel in manufacturing processes and for low emission power generation should be embraced and encouraged by the Biden administration. Natural gas produced in West Virginia is done so under the most stringent regulatory and environmental standards in the nation. And U.S. standards far surpass those of other nations. Natural gas is a global commodity and is in great demand throughout the world. Domestically, we have the capability to be energy dominant. If not us, who? Shifting this energy production to distant countries that fail to adhere to the standard followed by American companies will not provide the positive global reductions that will lead to better air quality nor achieve our climate goals. With that, I conclude my remarks, and I again thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Byrd. We appreciate it. Riley or Sarah, any comments, clarifying questions? No. Okay, thank you again for your contributions. Again, my name is Paul Gunning. It's been a pleasure to chair this session this afternoon. At this point, we don't have any more registered speakers, but I invite anyone that's listening on the line, if they want to speak, to call the number 888-372-8699, or again, the email sppd, lowercase public hearing, all one word, @epa.gov. At this time, I want to thank my fellow panelists and everyone who offered testimony today, and everyone who took the time out of their schedules to listen in on today's hearing on the proposed rule of standards of performance for new, reconstructed, and modified sources and emission guidelines for existing sources, oil and natural gas sector climate review. Remember, you can continue to submit comments on this proposal all the way through January 14th, 2022. I now officially adjourn this hearing. Everybody have a great evening. And thank you again for all your contributions. Thank you. Just to be clear, if anybody is still waiting and listening, we are going to take a break and resume the session, the next session, the evening session at 6 p.m. So we will resume at 6 p.m. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is David Cuzzy, and I'm the Deputy Director of the Sector Policies and Programs Division in EPA's Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards. I will be chairing this evening's public hearing on the EPA's proposed amendments to the standards of performance for new, reconstructed, and modified sources and emission guidelines for existing sources, the Oil and Natural Gas Sector Climate Review, which is also known as the Oil and Natural Gas New Source Performance Standards and Emission Guidelines. Welcome, and thank you for joining us today. At this time, I'll let my fellow panelists introduce themselves.
Good evening. I'm Kevin Culligan, and I'm the Senior Policy Director for the Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards within the Office of Air and Radiation at EPA.
Good evening. My name is Mark DeFigurito. I'm Team Leader in the Climate Change Division of the EPA's Office of Atmospheric Programs.
Thank you, Kevin and Mark. Before we begin, I would like to go through a few ground rules and housekeeping items that will help make today's hearing run smoothly. First, some ground rules. EPA is committed to an environment of mutual respect and safety. We want to hear your views on the proposed rule today. However, the agency will not tolerate harassment, discrimination, intimidation, inappropriate language and images, or sustained disruption of the public hearing. EPA expects everyone participating in this hearing, including registered speakers, attendees, and those of us on this panel, to conduct themselves in a respectful and civil manner. We will monitor and moderate this virtual event to ensure that common standards of decency are upheld. Please note, by registering for this event, you are agreeing to abide by the ground rules of this virtual event. So let's move on to how today's hearing will work. If you're registered to speak today, you should have received an email notification for today's hearing that includes the approximate time when you'll be asked to speak. We will do our best to stick to as close to that time as possible. If you have joined us through Zoom, please keep the chat box open. It is at the bottom of your screen. We will put the names of the next speakers in the chat box. We may use the chat to communicate directly with you during the hearing. I will call on each speaker when it is their turn. And let me apologize in advance for any mispronunciations. When I call on you to speak, please unmute your line. If you've joined us on Zoom, that button is on the lower left of your screen. If you have joined by phone, you will need to enter *6 to mute and unmute your phone and *9 to raise your hand. Please state your first and last name and spell it so we have accurate information for the transcript. When providing testimony, speakers are welcome to activate their camera by clicking on the Start Video icon at the bottom of your left of your screen. This hearing will be recorded and transcribed so that it can be included in the record of comments on this rulemaking action and placed in the docket. Each speaker will have 5 minutes to give comments. You will see a timer on the screen to help you keep track. When your 5 minutes are up, it is time to stop. To be fair to everyone, and we do have a very full slate of speakers this evening, we're going to strictly enforce the 5-minute limit. If you have additional feedback that you would like to share, you may submit comments to the docket until January 14th, 2022. We are here mainly to listen to your comments. However, occasionally a panel member may ask questions to clarify your comments. When you're finished speaking, please remain on the line until I am able to confirm that there are no further clarifying questions from the panel. Once we're done, the speaker monitor will remute your line. I will then call on the next speaker and we'll move on, so on from there. I encourage each of you to submit a written copy of your testimony as well. Information on submitting comments is on our website. We will also put a link to that in the chat box. If time allows, we may also ask if any of those on the listener line would like to make a statement. So even if you did not register in advance, we will try to accommodate last-minute speakers as time allows. For those of you watching the live stream, if you're not registered and wish to speak, please call 888-372-8699 or email SPPD public hearing, PUBLICHEARING, all of those with no spaces, at EPA.gov. And this is also put in the chat box. Instructions for submitting written comments and other information to the docket are provided in the November 15th Federal Register notice and in the How to Comment fact sheet on our website. Please note that there's a temporary suspension of mail delivery to EPA, and no hand deliveries are currently accepted. For this reason, we encourage the public to submit comments via regulations.gov or email. We may close this session for 15 minutes after the last pre-registered speaker has testified if there are no additional speakers. We also may take short breaks throughout the evening as needed. And if you have any questions or issues during the hearing, please contact attendee support in the chat box so those which issues and questions can be answered. Thank you again for taking the time to share your comments on EPA's proposal. Let's get started. Our first two speakers are John Fitzgerald and Rosemary Anderson. I'll remind the speakers to please say and pronounce your first and last name and spell them for the record.
Yes, I'm John Fitzgerald, JOHNFITZGERALD, and I am counsel to Methane Action, which is a nonprofit public interest organization representing scientists in Europe and the United States who have developed several methods of removing methane from the ambient atmosphere, both near sources and far from it. These scientists are at Copenhagen University, where they're currently doing lab tests in smog chambers, Cambridge University, Stanford University, and other places, including the French government. And we would urge the EPA to incorporate their findings in its supplemental proposed regulations and its final regulations in regard to the oil and gas sources you've already identified in the current proposed regulations. Under not only the Clean Air Act, but under other authorities, the EPA has the authority and indeed the duty to identify methods of removing hazardous substances and those other substances that pose significant risks to the human environment and to public health. And those include the Toxic Substances Control Act at 15 U.S.C. 1604 and 1605 in particular. And therefore, we suggest that EPA look closely at the definition of the substances covered by that act and exert its authorities. And in order to fund the program, if EPA finds that its current appropriations are inadequate, use the Independent Offices Appropriations Act, that is 31 U.S.C. section 9701, which has been used by other agencies, or not EPA, to cover the costs of rendering a service, regulating an action, or conferring other benefits on elements of the public sector and private sector, both in particular, such as the permission to emit a regulated substance. And so you can incorporate in those fees all the costs of developing the technologies you're going to require and requiring those, either of the actual emitter or of someone else paid by the emitter. To do this, it's a terribly important thing because we've recognized that at 1.25 Celsius, we cannot any longer be satisfied with 1.5, and we must remove as much technology and as much of methane as we possibly can. Please excuse the clearing of the voice here. The authorities that EPA has can bring to bear these technologies, which again are near source and far source. We suggest you work with the Coast Guard for the ocean-based removal methods, which mimic nature's methane oxidation, and that you suggest you work with DOE regarding the near source oil and gas sources that can include filtration by zeolite filters and fans or other methods. And then indeed you begin work with international authorities like the IMO, as well as the European Commission, and try to develop regulations in tandem, including not only the fees, but tariffs to reflect the avoided costs that other nations who are not pursuing this kind of strict regulation should actually pay. So I have 1 minute and 29 seconds left. I want to commend you for doing this, commend you for reaching out to the public, and urge you to make President Biden's methane pledge more effective by reaching methane emissions that have already occurred and requiring those responsible not only for the particular emissions, but also for the emissions from warming wetlands, because they, in large part, cause the wetlands to be warmer and thus cause the emissions that are coming from wetlands of methane to be greater. I also suggest that you work with USAID in terms of agricultural initiatives that can be undertaken from rice paddies and from other places where methane releases can be reduced by the addition of organic iron fertilizer and other methods of that sort. So I'm glad to stop a little bit short in case there are any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald. Are there any questions from the panel? Thank you for taking the time for this testimony today, Mr. Fitzgerald. Thank you for taking the time this evening.
Oh, by the way, one more point. If I could incorporate by reference our comments of July 27th, I will do that here. We can submit them again, but I would commend them to your attention. Thank you.
I would request that you submit those in the written comments as well, Mr. Fitzgerald.
We'll do that.
Thank you.
We will do that.
Our next speaker is Rosemary Anderson.
Hi, my name is Rosemary Anderson, RosemariAnderson, and I am a volunteer with Mom's Clean Air Force. I live in Broomfield, Colorado. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. I'm a sophomore in high school and aspire to one day be a choreographer. Although I am focused on my studies and dance right now, I'm paying attention to the climate and air quality concerns facing our world today. A livable climate and clean air is essential to life and must be our highest priority since our future is absolutely dependent on this. I support the proposed EPA methane rules and urge the EPA to finalize the strongest and most comprehensive rules to protect our health from all sources of oil and gas methane pollution, including small wells and routine flaring. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change tells us we need to be doing more to avoid climate catastrophe by limiting the global average temperature rise to no more than 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. We as a world are dealing with climate change. Colorado is facing a climate crisis, including increased and more intense wildfires, severe drought, and extreme weather events. And our state leaders know we must make changes to protect our communities. Denver is now ranked the 8th worst U.S. city for ozone population per the recently released American Lung Association State of the Air report. I live along Colorado's Front Range, where my community has received multiple pollutant alerts. So not only are we facing high levels of ozone, we also have high levels of particulate matter from the wildfire smoke, sometimes from as far away as California. Additionally, the ozone monitor near my home often records unsafe ozone levels, with one day at 99 ppb, which is dangerously high and well above the current 70 ppb threshold. On these unhealthy days, our state authorities advise staying inside because of the effects on respiratory and cardio systems, and at one point recommended that we set up safe rooms inside of our homes. This is a warning that we must take seriously, and we need to take immediate action to reduce pollution sources that contribute to ozone, including oil and gas pollution. Maya Angelou once said, "When you know better, you do better." And this is true. We do know better. So we must do better. We know that flaring methane gas is a wasteful practice. It not only reduces the amount of natural gas that will be available for future use, but it is also fueling our climate crisis, since methane, the main ingredient in natural gas, is a powerful greenhouse gas pollutant. I envision a future where we no longer depend on oil and gas and instead use renewable resources of energy. In the meantime, we must make wise choices that conserve natural gas, protect our climate, and reduce air pollution. Here in Colorado, our air quality is terrible. Our state has found it necessary to make changes to reduce pollution, and as such, we are leading the way on reducing climate pollution from oil and gas operations. I live near new well sites that are currently being drilled and fracked, and also older wells. Making sure these wells do not leak is critical. Please ensure that all well sites across the nation are frequently tested to protect our health and safety. We are counting on our nation's leaders who are implementing the changes now that will direct our path forward. My generation will be continuing this work, so we need you to act swiftly and boldly to set us on the path towards successfully controlling climate pollution for now and for the future. Again, I support the proposed EPA methane rules and urge you to finalize the strongest and most comprehensive methane rules to protect children's health from all sources of oil and gas methane pollution, including routine flaring and small wells. Thank you for the opportunity to testify and for your dedication to protecting our future.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Anderson. Are there any questions from the panel? Thank you again for taking time this evening to join us, Ms. Anderson. Our next two speakers are Edgar East and Zachary Williams. And we'll start with Mr. East.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Very well. Good evening, panelists. My name is Edgar East, EDGAREAST, and I am a volunteer with Moms Clean Air Force. I am one of the organization's over 1 million members fighting to keep our children as safe as possible from air pollution and the effects of climate change. I live in Waterloo, Iowa. I am a Panamanian citizen who has been an Iowa resident for over 4 decades. I want to thank the EPA panel for this opportunity to testify. I am what you would term an older parent. I'm almost 62, and my youngest children are aged 5 through 12. I'm very aware that I won't be around to guide them or assist them when they will experience the effects of climate crisis, which I know will be worse when my children are adults than they are now. And they are already disastrous. When my children are grown and I'm not alive anymore, where will they live and work? What natural disasters will they be exposed to? What new diseases and climate-driven pandemics will they have to live with? What climate-related domino effects will stall their dreams and their ambitions? Will my grandchildren be safe? What traumas will they endure from overwhelming natural disasters? What national security issues will constrain their mobility and stoke their fears? I will not be here to guide them and lend a hand. You know better than I what a horribly powerful greenhouse gas methane is, and that its leakage must be prevented. Whatever the cost of doing so now, if we don't cut methane emissions drastically now, the cost of not doing so for the next 2 generations will be unspeakable. It doesn't matter if there are no gas wells in Iowa or Panama, my country of origin. Climate change knows no boundaries. What happens with oil wells in Colorado or Wyoming or Texas or Pennsylvania will hit Iowa and Panama one way or another. And the air pollution released by methane flaring also drifts. Plus, I don't know where my children will live and work when I am no longer around. They might need to move close to an oil plant or oil wells. Will carbon-based air pollution make them or their children sick? Will they have asthma attacks like my wife, their mother? I support the proposed EPA methane rules and urge you to finalize the strongest and the most comprehensive methane rules to protect children's health from all sources of oil and gas methane pollution, including routine flaring and small wells. When my time comes, I would like to die knowing that our government, including its Environmental Protection Agency, has been taking aggressive steps to correct the methane being spewed into the air. I would love to have that wish granted. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Brunswick. Mr. East, are there any questions for Mr. East from the panel? Thank you again, Mr. East, for taking time this evening to share your comments. Our next speaker is Zachary Williams.
Hello, yes, my name is Zachary Williams, ZACHARY-WILLIAMS. And I'm testifying as a national office staff member for Physicians for Social Responsibility. Physicians for Social Responsibility is a national nonprofit founded by physicians comprised of 33,000 members and e-activists across our 23 chapters with the mission to prevent what we cannot cure, namely nuclear weapons and climate change. Firstly, I'd like to thank EPA for proposing this new rule on methane emissions and for taking public comment on the rule into serious consideration. Today, I offer two short perspectives, a professional and a personal. As a health educator and climate advocate, the health impacts of climate change and its anthropogenic drivers are always at the forefront of my mind. This rule to further control methane and other harmful pollutants from new and existing oil and gas sites is crucial to improve the health of the communities living in and around fossil fuel extraction locations, as well as the health of the planet. These communities are also often underserved, historically marginalized, and may lack the resources needed to either protect themselves or move away from the polluting extraction site. This rule and closing its gaps with the supplemental rule in the new year is an opportunity for EPA to bolster its commitment to environmental justice and to address the needs of the communities which have been hit the hardest by the business decisions of the oil and gas industry. In the supplemental rule coming in a few weeks' time, I strongly urge EPA to expand your scope of activity on methane to include the endpoints of fossil fuel gas distribution, particularly in residential buildings. While I understand that the rule focuses on extraction sites, fugitive emissions from the over 2.5 million miles of fossil gas pipelines covering the United States account for a non-negligible percentage of total methane emissions nationwide. The combustion of fossil gas in the home, most often from the use of gas stoves, has documented negative health effects. These impacts include increased incidence of asthma, cardiovascular disease, and neurological effects. These health effects, particularly those impacting the respiratory system, are exacerbated in children due to their immature immune system, increased breathing rate, and developing lungs. The folks most often impacted by these negative health effects from natural gas are low-income people and people of color who often rent and may not have the means to properly ventilate their homes or replace their gas stove with an induction stovetop. In some cases, low-income folks use their gas ovens to heat their homes in the winter when their building isn't properly insulated. For many Black and Latinx communities, this may be a carryover effect from racist housing policies like redlining. The levels of indoor air pollution from methane activities such as combusting fossil gas for fuel or heat would far exceed the limits established for outdoor air pollution. As people begin to spend more and more time indoors due to the COVID-19 pandemic, I strongly suggest EPA begin addressing indoor air pollution and its effect on human health and the climate as seriously as you have taken outdoor air pollution. I also urge the EPA to support the building electrification movement that many organizations, including my own, are a part of. By decreasing the nation's dependency on fossil fuels, especially fracked and fossil gas, we can finally start to take steps to not only curb and cap methane emissions, but also to avoid the worst health effects of extreme climate change. I leave you today with a personal plea. I am a relatively young person. I probably have a half a century of life in front of me if all goes well. However, climate change has derailed any plan for my future and has directly impacted my major life decisions, knowing that I will still be alive when humanity begins to reap what it has sown. How could I bring a child into this world, knowing that they won't have clean air to breathe or fresh water to drink by the end of the century? I do not see a future for myself or anyone in my generation while those in power continue to fall asleep at the wheel or steer us into climate disaster for the sake of their shareholders' portfolios. I urge you to do everything in your power to stop the combustion of fossil fuels and curb their pollutants with the urgency this crisis demands, while there is still a planet to fight for. The lives and well-being of your children, grandchildren, and generations to come depend on it. Thank you so much for your time and attention. I'll end here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Are there any questions for the panel, from the panel? Thank you again, Mr. Williams, for taking time this evening to provide your comments. Our next two speakers are Lori Brunswick and Franziska Rosser. Ms. Brunswick.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Lori Brunswig, and that's spelled Lori, Brunswig, Brunswig, and I live in Fort Collins, Colorado. I support the new methane rules that the EPA is proposing, but I would like to request that all oil and gas operators, regardless of their size, will be held to the same standards as these larger operators. Larimer County, as well as all counties along the Front Range of Colorado, are suffering with the toxic air quality, of which at least a third is due to oil and gas extraction per the FRAPI report. Many of these operators are small, but because of the intensity of these companies in this area, the cumulative impacts are huge. This just isn't sustainable. We need the help of the EPA because our state regulatory agencies, and I don't want to be critical, like the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission and the Air Quality Control Commission, are not helping us. They're ignoring the problem. I just want to end there. Thank you very much for allowing us a chance to speak. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time this evening, Ms. Brunswick. Are there any questions from the panel? Thank you again, Ms. Brunswick, for taking time out of your day to join to provide your testimony. The next speaker will be Franziska Rosser.
Hi, my name is Franziska. That's Franziska, and my last name is Rosser, Rosser. I would like to thank the EPA for this opportunity to speak tonight. I am providing testimony on behalf of myself and the American Thoracic Society. The American Thoracic Society strongly supports the current EPA proposal for the oil and natural gas source category. The oil and gas sector is the largest industrial source of methane emissions in the US. Methane is a potent greenhouse gas and contributes to climate change. The current EPA proposal reduces methane, volatile organic compounds, and air toxics emissions. Climate change directly endangers the respiratory health and well-being of all people. For example, warmer climate leads to increased wildland fires, which increases days with poor air quality. This poor air quality is not just resigned to the Western US. Indeed, a recent study highlighted increased mortality in the Eastern US because of Western wildland fires. The simple fact is that the impacts of many air pollutants, including methane, are not bound to the location of origin. As a pediatric pulmonologist, I am aware of the impacts that climate change has on the respiratory health of children. Children are uniquely susceptible to the harms of air pollution for a number of reasons, including that their lungs are still developing. Therefore, inserts during development may have lasting consequences into adulthood. Children with underlying respiratory disease are even more susceptible to air pollution. For example, pollen can worsen asthma control, and climate change increases the duration and intensity of pollen seasons. Climate change worsens air quality, which can trigger asthma exacerbations in children. There is growing evidence that air pollutants such as fine particulate matter alters viral responses and are associated with increased viral respiratory illnesses. Regarding methane specifically, methane and other fugitive emissions can lead to the formation of ground level ozone. Exposure to ozone worsens asthma control in children. For example, studies have demonstrated associations between ozone and wheezing, chest tightness, school absences, increased susceptibility to influenza infection, emergency department visits, and hospitalizations. Ozone has also been reported to decrease lung function in children without asthma, and there is some evidence that ozone may cause asthma onset. Markedly high levels of ozone above NACs have been found near natural gas development sites, including during the wintertime when ozone is typically lower. As a doctor who cares for children with respiratory disease, I can unequivocally state that climate change harms children, and policy steps must be taken to mitigate climate change. As a member of the ATS, I can unequivocally state that climate change harms all people, and policy steps must be taken to mitigate climate change, particularly for those most vulnerable. The EPA's proposal is urgently needed and necessary, and the time to act is now. We strongly support reduction of fugitive methane emissions. Such reduction is one of the most effective policies the US can implement to reduce greenhouse emissions. We strongly support the EPA's coverage of new and existing oil and natural gas extraction and refining operations. We strongly support reduction of volatile organic compounds and air toxics, such as benzene and formaldehyde. We strongly urge the final rule to cover all oil and natural gas extraction operations, especially smaller oil and natural gas companies. Smaller companies are a disproportionate source of fugitive methane emissions in the US and must be regulated to ensure effective reduction in methane emissions. We recommend careful consideration for monitoring of methane emissions. The ATS encourages the EPA to require continuous monitoring of methane emissions from extraction operations. While not addressed in the EPA proposed methane rule, it is urgent that the Biden administration take action to curb emissions from abandoned wells and mines. In closing, on behalf of myself and the American Thoracic Society, we strongly support the EPA's proposed regulations, which, as part of other strategies, protects the health of our nation. In addition to our strong support of the current proposal, we urge continuous monitoring of methane emissions and addressment of emissions from abandoned wells and mines. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rosser. Are there any questions from the panel? Thank you again, Ms. Rosser, for taking time for your day to join us and provide your testimony. Before I move to the next speakers, just a reminder, if you have any questions about this hearing, please send in a chat message to attendee support and find that address in your chat box. Our next two speakers are Suzanne Franklin and Melissa Hornbein. Ms. Franklin.
Hi, I'm Suzanne Franklin, SUZANNEFRANKLIN. I'm living in Fort Davis, Texas, near the Permian Basin Shale, an epicenter of the U.S. fracking industry. I urge the EPA to strengthen the current proposed methane regulation about the oil industry in Texas, and that they require tougher methane regulations. Ordinary people living near the ever-expanding oil patch of Texas are being driven out of their homes. The industry is poisoning us with VOCs, SO2 gases released into our air as a byproduct of methane emissions. My husband and I lived in Verhalen, Texas at 204 FM 3334. We intended on retiring, living, and dying in the future on that ranch. The oil industry seemed to have the intention of speeding up that dying process. We were surrounded by 7 poisonous gas wells surrounding our ranch. That location now contains yet 2 more poisonous gas wells on FM 3334. The worst well was called the Red Unit and was less than 1 mile from our home. We were told we would never smell any of the gas, but many were the nights I would wake up choking from the stench in my bedroom of rotten eggs, the SO2 smell. We submitted complaints to the Texas State environmental agencies in hopes of having them stem the flow of this horrible gas, but our complaints were never addressed. Mind you, we were told the site was inspected and everything was in perfect order, probably during the daylight hours, to be sure. This unit was shut down temporarily by the Texas State Agency, but only for a lack of signage, not for their levels of harmful pollution. When the inspector went to re-inspect the unit to lift the closure, we were asked to come along, I guess in hopes of us speaking to someone in charge of the unit. The man who was there was only interested in getting the unit back up. When he was asked if we could please speak to him about the damage being caused to our health, he sneered and he said he had no authority other than turning the unit back to operational. We woke up every morning with severe headaches, and I myself am having breathing problems. I had never had many health problems before, but the doctor finally had to put me on a prescription called Monteculos just to breathe, and also gave me an emergency inhaler. My health has not gotten better, and I've been assured it will not repair itself. This same company eventually put yet another well directly across the street from our house, no more than 400 yards away from our home. The noise and constant glare of light made it most intolerable. When the flare was lit, our bedroom was flooded with light, and the flare made an awful roar which could not be ignored. And the flare was lit and burning at least 80% of the time. I was told regulations were that the flare could only be lit and burning for 90 days. Then the gas was to be reclaimed and sent into a pipeline. This never occurred while we lived there. It still hasn't occurred. Why? Industry has dozens of loopholes that can take advantage of loopholes which you have the power to address with these new methane regulations. The only way oil and gas operators will respond is if they are constantly and regularly inspected by regulators. For leak detection and repair, inspections a year are simply not enough. You can do more. Our story is but one example of many cases of sacrifice zones of oil and gas production. You have the power to do something about this health crisis caused by the industry. I urge for the strongest possible methane regulation. My background is pictures of the oil well spewing the fumes from that's a FLIR camera taking the picture of the fumes spewing from across the street from our house. That's intolerable. No one should have to live through that like we did. We were lucky we got out. We now live in Fort Davis. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Franklin, for your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel? Thank you for your time this evening, and thank you for sharing your story, Ms. Franklin.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Melissa Hornbein.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. My name is Melissa Hornbein. I live in Helena, Montana, and I'm an attorney for an environmental nonprofit law firm specializing in federal oil and gas litigation and policy. I'm testifying today, however, in my personal capacity as a volunteer for Moms Clean Air Force and as the mother of a 5-year-old daughter. I want first to commend you for your efforts to regulate methane. A potent greenhouse gas that, as you know better than I do, is a precursor to ozone and has toxic impacts on both human health and the climate, as we've heard. The draft rule is a strong start, and this rulemaking process gives EPA the opportunity to make it even stronger. Thank you for the opportunity to be part of that process and for your patience and attention during these hours and days of critical public testimony. Because of my work, I am aware of the disproportionate impact methane has on frontline communities. This impact is twofold. First, there are the direct effects on the health of people who live near oil and gas production infrastructure as a result of the VOCs and other pollutants emitted by or formed as a result of oil and gas production. Second, adding insult to injury, these are the communities most likely to be disproportionately impacted by climate change, and the already severe health impacts of oil and gas related pollution on these people are exacerbated by the effects of climate change. As the mother of a young child, I am acutely aware of how privileged I am not to have to confront these health hazards on a daily basis, as they were described by the previous speaker. Despite this good fortune, I am nonetheless acutely aware of the impacts of climate change every day where I live. They are apparent during the multiple days each summer that my daughter cannot go outside because the air quality is so impaired by wildfire smoke. And as recently as last year, the fall and winter provided a welcome relief from fire season here, bringing much needed snow and cold temperatures. Apparently, fire season no longer exists here in northern Montana. Today, on December 1st, the temperature outside hit a record-shattering 70 degrees, and 4 new wildfires were reported within 200 miles of my home. Such impacts are projected to worsen, and without immediate and drastic action on climate, I fear for my daughter's future and the future of her generation. We have no right not to do everything we can to mitigate climate risk now for the sake of our children's future. Because of methane's disproportionate impact on radiative forcing, it truly is the low-hanging fruit of climate action, and EPA needs to maximize the beneficial climate and human health impacts of this rule by making it as strong as possible. 2 things EPA can do to strengthen the draft rule are, first, strengthen the well monitoring requirements, and second, prohibit routine flaring. With regard to the first suggestion, there is no rational justification for not requiring routine monitoring for small and low producing oil and gas wells. These wells number in the hundreds of thousands across the country, and their impact on methane emissions is out of proportion to their production capacity. EPA must require routine monitoring regardless of production capacity. Second, routine flaring is responsible for ground level pollution that directly impacts the health and well-being of frontline communities. These impacts include cancer, birth defects, higher community rates of asthma, particularly childhood asthma, as we've heard previously, among others. Unfairly, these impacts disproportionately affect communities of color who often already struggle with a legacy of systemic environmental racism. These are precisely the types of communities that Executive Order 14008, Sections 219 through 223 intends to prioritize, recognizing that the basic needs and interests of people in frontline communities have been put second to the interests of industry for far too long. From a climate perspective, malfunctioning flares are responsible for direct injection of methane into the atmosphere. Flaring it is also wasteful, and in the context of federal oil and gas operations, it shortchanges the American taxpayer. EPA should follow the lead of states such as Colorado and New Mexico, who have recognized that these harms and move to eliminate routine flaring. Again, I want to thank you for your good work on this proposed rule and for the opportunity to testify. On behalf of my daughter and her generation, I urge you to make this rule as strong as possible by eliminating inspection loopholes for smaller operators that are totally unjustified and prohibiting routine flaring, and to do so as quickly as possible. The climate crisis is a global emergency, and there is simply no time to waste. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Hornbein. Are there any questions from the panel? Thank you again for taking the time this evening to provide your testimony, Ms. Hornbein. Our next 2 speakers are Barbara Vasquez and Commissioner Anna Hansen. Ms. Vasquez.
Yes, I've unmuted myself. I'd ask your request to give me 5 minutes to be prepared. I was expecting to speak at 6.
Okay, we can provide, if Commissioner Hansen is ready, we can move to Commissioner Hansen.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Commissioner Anna Hampson. I live in Santa Fe, New Mexico. And I strongly support EPA's proposed methane rules and urge the EPA to strengthen the rules to maximize the benefit for public health and the environment. I urge the EPA to strengthen the monitoring requirement. EPA should require regular monitoring at smaller, higher polluting wells. Hundreds of thousands of wells across the country generate just a trickle of unusable product, but are large and disproportionate emitters of methane. EPA has recognized in the proposal that a low production exemption is not appropriate. However, under EPA's current proposal, operators that calculate lower potential emissions, less than 3 tons per year of methane, could still escape regularly leaking monitoring. This is a big problem since operators wouldn't be required to factor in super emitters or equipment failure. Important to me is flaring is another wasteful and avoidable practice that is rampant in the oil and gas production sector. When companies rush to extract oil, some forego investments necessary to capture and sell gases and instead burn it as waste product, emitting a host of climate and health harming pollutants. Flares also commonly malfunction and spew methane directly into the atmosphere, leading operators have virtually eliminated flaring across their operations, and states like Colorado and mine in New Mexico have moved to eliminate flaring except in emergency situations. EPA should likewise move to end routine flaring. Earlier this month, the Environmental Protection Agency took an important step towards reducing methane and other harmful air pollutants from new and existing sources in the oil and gas industry by introducing the proposed Clean Air Act rule to cut methane and other harmful pollutants from new and existing oil and gas operations. Still, EPA's proposal does not go far enough to address pollution from unlit flares and require frequent enough inspectors to cover sources. EPA's final rules must address pollution by enacting a ban on routine flaring, and it must not include potential loopholes that allow certain wells to forego any regulation inspection. These important gaps on critical issues must be addressed to ensure public health is prioritized, frontline communities are protected, and the planet is preserved, and the oil and gas companies are held accountable. EPA's proposal must prohibit the practice of routine flaring at oil and gas sites. When companies rush to extract oil, some forego investments necessary. EPA must also work to incorporate emissions monitoring results generated by community groups. This important step would allow the agency to accept and prioritize monitoring results from communities and fix major leaks that are harming nearby communities more quickly. There is no time to waste. We cannot miss out on this opportunity to protect the health of our children and the future of our planet. Methane pollution from oil and gas sector is accelerating the pace of climate change and harming the health of our families and communities. And it is a problem that is only getting worse. In the US, oil and gas production is the largest industrial source of methane pollution. Each year, the oil and gas industry releases 16 metric tons of methane. And without immediate action, methane pollution from this industry will continue to skyrocket. There is broad support for federal methane safeguards among the public. New polling shows 71% of registered voters support US strengthening rules to reduce oil and gas methane pollution, including by requiring frequent inspection at smaller leaks, more prone wells. EPA serves the public and therefore must put in place comprehensive loophole-free methane safeguards. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Hanson. Are there any questions from the panel? Thank you, Commissioner Hanson, for taking the time out of your evening and providing your testimony.
I thank you for the opportunity.
And our next speaker will be Barbara Vasquez.
Thank you so much for your flexibility and giving me a couple of minutes to get my thoughts together when I thought I was starting at 6. First, I want to thank you so much for hosting this public listening session. I know it takes a lot of your time and patience to hear what the public has to say. I'm Barbara Vasquez, speaking to you from the traditional homelands of the Utes, now known as Jackson County, Colorado. I'm a retired biochemist and engineer, and have focused my efforts in the last 15 years on public lands management, including serving on the Northwest Colorado BLM Resource Advisory Council for 7 years, as well as on oil and gas impacts to air and water quality. I don't need to underscore for you the urgency of dramatically reducing methane emissions to curb climate change, since it has a 20-year greenhouse warming potential, 86 times CO2, has been highlighted by multiple studies, including recent IPCC reports. And limiting methane emissions will produce co-benefits by reducing emissions of VOCs and HAPs that degrade ecosystems and damage human health, especially in frontline communities and disproportionately impacted communities. Climate change-driven drought and wildfires in the West have personally impacted me. I've been forced to evacuate from my home twice in the past 5 years by wildfires, one of which came within 100 yards of my home. Although Jackson County has a very low human population at less than 1 person per square mile, it's rich in biodiversity and wildlife, including the imperiled greater sage-grouse. It's home to a large legacy field of shallow oil wells, primarily on BLM surface. There's also a growing field of fracked oil wells 2 to 3 miles deep with substantial co-produced natural gas, which has been close to 100% flared since the first well was drilled in 2006. It is this egregious flaring that was the poster child for the new rules promulgated in Colorado to eliminate routine venting and flaring. Unfortunately, even though the new Colorado rules serve as a benchmark for rules being developed in other states, there are still escape ramps built into the rules. It remains to be seen whether our COGCC will enforce this important new rule on the operator here in Jackson County when they go into effect next January, given the absence of a pipeline. It's a prime example why it's critical for the EPA to exercise its full authority to put rules in place that apply to all new and existing oil and gas wells on federal minerals to prohibit routine venting and flaring, regardless of the production level of the well and regardless of the existence of a pipeline. As other speakers have mentioned, there are other beneficial uses for co-produced natural gas, such as creating and trucking CNG and NGLs to market and or using it on or off site. Any extra cost imposed on the producers by applying new rules to all wells, including elimination of venting and flaring, plus frequent monitoring, reporting of results, and repair of leaks detected, should be viewed as a reasonable cost of doing business. Methane emissions are not strongly correlated with production levels of a well, and I want to use Colorado to highlight the representation of low-producing wells on our landscapes. Colorado currently has approximately 50,000 unplugged wells. Of those, approximately 35,000 or 70% of all wells produce less than 15 barrels of oil equivalent per day, which is either marginally profitable or unprofitable depending on market prices. Of those 35,000, 17,200 or about 35% of all wells produce less than 1 BOE a day, which fails to generate enough revenue to pay for even routine maintenance. Of those, approximately 9,500 or 20% of all wells had zero production in 2020. I've repeatedly heard from Colorado operators during our state level rulemaking that adding monitoring requirements to these zombie wells would drive the operator out of business. If the EPA accepts that argument, you indeed will be complicit in the climate crisis and the terrible damage done by methane and the co-pollutant emissions done to human health, environment, and our planet. So I strongly urge you, the EPA, to exercise your authority to adopt the strongest possible oil and gas well methane emission reduction rules. Thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Vasquez. One question, as part of any written, would you be able to provide a citation to those statistics you discussed on the Colorado wells?
Yes, I will provide the comments I made in written form and find the reference. It's all in the COGCC database, but yes, I will do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from the panel? Thank you for taking the time this evening, Ms. Vasquez, to provide your testimony. At this time, we're going to take a 15-minute break, and we will rejoin at 7:10. Welcome back from the break. My name is David Cussey, the Deputy Director of the Sector Policies and Programs Division in EPA's Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards. I am the chair for this evening's public hearing on the EPA's proposed amendments to the standards of performance for new, reconstructed, and modified sources and emission guidelines for existing sources, oil and natural gas sector climate review, which are also known as the Oil and Natural Gas New Source Performance Standards and Emission Guidelines. Thank you again for coming this evening. Again, joining me on the panel, I'll let them introduce themselves.
Mark DeFigueredo, team leader in the Climate Change Division of EPA's Office of Atmospheric Programs.
Mulligan, Senior Policy Director with the EPA's Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards.
Thank you, Kevin and Mark. If you're listening to the hearing but did not register to speak and you wish to speak, please call 888-372-8699 or email SPPD public hearing, all one word with SPPD at epa.gov. And that is also in the chat box. We have open time on the schedule. We will call you. Please note, by registering for this event, you're agreeing to abide by the ground rules of the virtual event. That includes rules of behavior. EPA is committed to an environment of mutual respect and safety. The agency will not tolerate harassment, discrimination, intimidation, inappropriate language and images, or sustained disruption of the public hearing event meeting. EPA expects all participants, including panelists, registered speakers, and attendees, to conduct themselves in a respectful, professional, and civil manner. We will monitor and moderate this virtual event to ensure that common standards of decency are upheld. A quick reminder about when providing testimony. When I call on you to speak, please unmute your line. While you're providing testimony, you are also welcome to activate your camera by clicking on the start video icon. As a reminder, this public hearing will be recorded. This time, I'll call our next speaker, and that is Linda Weiss.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Ms. Weiss.
My name is Linda Weiss, LINDAWEISS. I am a board member and past chair of Dakota Resource Council and a DRC representative on the board of Western Organization of Resource Council. I live on land in Western North Dakota that was territory of the Mandan, Hidatsa, Rickarock people. Also Lakota, Dakota, Oseti Sakuin, Cheyenne, Chippewa, and other Northern Plains people. Dakota Resource Council is a member-based grassroots organization that promotes sustainable use of North Dakota's natural resources and family-owned and operated agriculture. Many DRC members, myself included, live in the Bakken Shale play. Living in the midst of almost 7 years of heavy oil and gas extraction and all the associated activities means I understand firsthand the damage to human health and the environment these activities cause. My neighbors, especially those living in and around Fort Berthold Reservation, and I are twice impacted by oil and gas extraction activities. First, with direct and immediate impacts of living in proximity to such activity, and second, through the impacts of climate change. At COP26, President Biden committed the United States to reduce carbon and methane emissions by 50 to 52% from 2005 levels by 2030. Joining more than 190 countries to address the climate crisis, the US made strong emission reduction rules to be able to fulfill our country's global commitment to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. I applaud the good start the EPA has made with the proposed rules, but urge you to have supplemental rulemakings to make them stronger. This is your opportunity to more fully address the climate crisis and the health and environmental crises that stem from weak regulations and monitoring practices. Please add rules that prohibit wasteful practices of burning unwanted methane gas, widespread routine venting and flaring, including during pipeline maintenance and repairs. Just west and northwest of the farmstead I live on, there are 14 or more flares at well sites, burning 24/7, and prevailing winds like today bring those VOCs and particulates right in my direction. Long-term effects, who knows? Who is studying that? Please require regular monitoring at all smaller, high-polluting and leak-prone wells and work to incorporate emission monitoring results generated by community groups and other third parties into the rules. Quote, a recent analysis in Texas suggests that flaring volumes reported to state regulators represent about 1/2 of the actual flare activity, highlighting the limitations of state regulatory data to assess gas flaring activity, end quote. Please strengthen requirements to cut pollution from pneumatic controllers that are used in oil and gas production. According to methane guiding principles, an international partnership between industry and non-industry organization that has methane reducing guiding principles, quote, millions of pneumatic devices, mostly pneumatic controllers, are used in the oil and gas industry. These devices, when powered using natural gas, can be one of the largest sources of methane emissions in petroleum and natural gas supply chains, end quote. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. The initial rules are a good step, but I ask you to do everything you can to strengthen the rules and protect me, my community, and an inhabitable planet for generations to come. Step boldly onto the stage of history. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time for your testimony today, Ms. Wise. Couple quick questions. You quoted a couple of documents related to the flaring and activity and to the pneumatic devices. Will you be providing citations for those quotes?
We will be, I'll be sending in the written testimony and those will be provided in the written.
We greatly appreciate that.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions on the panel? Thank you again for taking the time this evening, Ms. Weiss, to join us and provide your testimony.
Thank you.
If there are any speakers available and ready to speak, please send a message to attendee support, and we will put you in the queue to speak.
I'm sorry, I don't know how to do attendee support, but I'm registered for this time frame and I'm ready to speak if you all would let me do that. Sorry, it looks like you have others lined up.
Yes, if you go into the chat box and you should be able to send a message to attendee support. If you hit the pull down in the chat box, it'll give a pull down menu and look for attendee support there. Our next two speakers are Ann McCartney and Lisa Lynch. And I remind speakers to please pronounce and spell your first and last name when you begin speaking. At this point, I'll ask Ann McCartney to just turn on her mic and speak.
Thank you for holding these hearings. My name is Ann McCartney, ANN MCC ARTNEY. I live in New Mexico, and I am co-chair of New Mexico Interfaith Power and Light. We are a faith-based organization addressing climate change. I am concerned about all the creatures on Earth, non-human beings and humans, Since we have the power as humans to create a safer world, it is imperative that we do so. We have the power to act to reduce methane emissions. Living in New Mexico, I live in one of the most dangerous methane hotspots in the world. It is impacting our health and increasing the temperatures for us and across the world. My husband has developed late onset allergic asthma, and it is increasingly poor air quality from methane, ozone, CO2, and smoke that is affecting his health. And my husband has access to medical care, but many people impacted by methane, ozone, and CO2 do not have resources or ready access to medical care. And many of those have the least responsibility for the rising temperatures, poor air quality, and rising sea levels. We have a moral responsibility to address the inequitable conditions that the US has contributed to so mightily. While EPA's proposed methane safeguards are an important step in the right direction, and we so appreciate the right direction being taken, they do not go far enough and must be strengthened to protect communities on the front lines of oil and gas that we've heard about this evening, and to confront the climate crisis head on. We must care for our brothers and sisters and the common good. EPA must strengthen their proposed rule to protect public health and the climate through a supplemental rulemaking or other action in order to first end the wasteful and dangerous practice of routine flaring at oil and gas facilities, as states like Colorado and New Mexico have moved to do, and to require regular monitoring at all smaller, high polluting and leak prone wells, and work to incorporate emission monitoring results generated by community groups and other third parties into its standards that we have heard about tonight. I want to share with you words from Mary Oliver. I would say that there exists 1,000 unbreakable links between each of us and everything else, and that our dignity and our chances are one. The farthest star in the mud at our feet are family. And there is no decency or honoring one thing or a few things and then closing the list. The pine tree, the leopard, the Platte River, and ourselves. We are at risk together, or we are on our way to a sustainable world together. We are each other's destiny. So I ask the EPA on behalf of all of us to move us to a more sustainable world by adopting strengthened rules regulating methane emissions, which are so important to our health. Thank you for your consideration and your efforts as we work to care for our common home.
Thank you for taking the time this evening, Ms. McCartney, to provide your testimony and comments. Are there any questions from the panel? Thank you again, Ms. McCartney, for taking the time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lisa Lynch.
Hi, good evening. My name is Lissa Lynch, spelled Lissalynch. I'm the director of the NRDC Climate and Clean Energy Programs Federal Legal Group, and I'm here this evening on behalf of NRDC. NRDC supports EPA's proposed methane rule as an important first step. But as proposed, it doesn't go quite far enough to protect communities on the front lines of oil and gas development and to address the oil and gas industry's contribution to climate change. As you know, methane is a powerful greenhouse gas, more than 80 times more potent than carbon dioxide. And since it has a shorter lifetime in the atmosphere, preventing near-term methane emissions delivers an immediate climate benefit. This year, the IPCC released yet another report detailing the devastating impacts climate change is already causing and the mounting costs of our continued failure to act. All of the causes of this ongoing crisis, the IPCC points to methane pollution as the second biggest factor in the warming we've experienced so far. And the report concludes that cutting methane stands out as a mitigation option that will drive both short and long-term cooling. The global methane assessment that was released by the UN Environment Program earlier this year reached the same conclusion, that limiting methane emissions is one of the most cost-effective and fastest ways to reduce the rate at which the planet is warming. This assessment found that, quote, readily available targeted measures could reduce methane emissions 30% by 2030, and that over half of those measures are actually cost saving. Recognizing this critical opportunity that we have right now to make rapid climate gains by curbing a powerful pollutant, last month, President Biden and other world leaders announced the global methane pledge to cut methane emissions by 30% by 2030 worldwide. And that pledge has now been signed by more than 100 countries. The US can lead this effort by setting strong standards for methane emissions from oil and gas production, which is our largest industrial source of methane pollution. The current proposal is a very good start, but it must be strengthened in at least two critical ways. First, to eliminate routine flaring, and second, to require more frequent leak monitoring from more sources. So first, routine flaring. This practice of burning off gas as a waste product rather than capturing it is wasteful, dangerous, and unnecessary. When flares are working properly, flaring emits climate and health harming pollutants for no reason. But when they're malfunctioning, unlit flares just release methane straight into the atmosphere. Colorado and New Mexico put in place sensible bans on flaring except in emergencies, and EPA can and should do the same here. And second, on fugitive emissions or leaks. Those represent the largest category of emissions from the sector, and these emissions can be virtually eliminated with robust monitoring and repair requirements. The proposal should be strengthened to require regular monitoring at smaller, highly polluting wells. As proposed, the rule allows the use of a potential to emit calculation that could enable thousands of wells to escape regular monitoring with no accounting for equipment failures or super emitters that could end up going undetected for years. So we believe EPA should close this loophole and subject these smaller wells to routine monitoring for leaks. And EPA can also improve the speed and frequency that leaks are found and fixed by accepting emissions monitoring results from community groups as evidence of violations. We know that cutting methane emissions from the oil and gas sector is a critical and cost-effective way to make rapid climate progress and to protect nearby communities. Allowing industry to flare excess gas and let leaks from smaller wells go undetected and unrepaired are wasteful and unnecessary gaps in an otherwise strong rule to limit climate and public health damaging emissions. EPA should take the sensible steps necessary to cut the oil and gas industry's harmful methane pollution by closing these loopholes and finalizing a strong rule. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and we look forward to submitting these and more detailed written comments soon as well. Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony and comments, Ms. Lynch. Are there any comments, any questions from the panel? Thank you again for taking time this evening to join us and provide your testimony. Our next two speakers are Margaret Bell and Tanis Fox. This time I'll call forward Margaret Bell.
Yes, good evening. My name is Margaret Bell, M-A-R-G-A-R-E-T-B-E-L-L. I want to thank the EPA for the opportunity to provide comment on the EPA's proposed Clean Air Act rule. I am a resident of Albuquerque, New Mexico, 73 years old, recently retired, and even with the few years I have left on the planet, I am terrified of the immediate future. New Mexico is part of the Permian Basin, which sadly is the largest methane emitter in the country. Statewide drought in New Mexico is approaching the severity of a 16th century mega drought. Our reservoirs are drying up. We may not be able to meet our interstate water agreements, and the state must plan for long-term water shortages according to local climate scientists. We are at a point where farmers are being told not to plant due to lack of water. This does not bode well for our food supply. While New Mexico is enacting stronger methane rules, for which I am very grateful, those rules cannot protect New Mexico or the rest of the country or the planet from the part of the Permian Basin not in New Mexico and from other states where legislators are failing to act to prevent global warming. That's why a strong, comprehensive rule from the EPA, the federal rule, is so desperately needed. We need bold federal leadership and comprehensive safeguards like those proposed by the EPA, because while leading oil and gas companies have spoken out about the need to address methane pollution, to date, climate commitments from these companies have failed to translate into any meaningful climate action. These new federal safeguards, which include a requirement that all pneumatic controllers be non-emitting, will help reduce methane emissions. However, the proposed rule leaves out several important sources of emissions, which must be addressed in the final rule. These sources must be addressed as follows: more frequent monitoring of equipment leaks, removing loopholes for smaller drilling operations, banning the routine flaring of gas extracted from oil wells, addressing orphaned and abandoned wells as they can still emit methane, and allowing community reporting of violations. This latter requirement is especially important as the EPA and state and local agencies do not have the resources or funding to adequately monitor compliance with these rules by the oil and gas sector. And where there's no monitoring or enforcement, there is no compliance. We consistently see this in New Mexico because we are dealing with an industry we are dealing with an industry that always has and always will put profits ahead of our communities and our planet, and they will continue to do so until the planet is no longer habitable. In order to stop the devastating and accelerating effects of methane emissions on our climate, EPA must put in place the strongest, most comprehensive, and loophole-free methane safeguards before it's too late. According to the scientists at the COP26 meetings, every moment of delay, even a fraction of a degree of global heating, will have dire consequences. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you for your time, Ms. Bell, and your comments this evening. Are there any questions from the panel? Thank you again for taking time this evening, Ms. Bell, to provide your testimony and comments. Our next speaker is Tannis Fox.
Hello, my name is Tannis Fox. That's Tannis, Fox, F-O-X. I'm a senior attorney with Western Environmental Law Center, a public interest law firm that protects public lands, wildlife, and communities in the West in the face of climate change. I work and live in Santa Fe, New Mexico, and have represented national, statewide, and frontline community organizations in the 2 methane rulemakings held this year by the state of New Mexico. New Mexico is the 2nd highest oil producer in the US and 4th in overall energy production. Our state is highly dependent on oil and gas revenues and royalties, which account for 25 to 30% of the state's general fund revenues. Despite the state's overdependence on oil and gas, New Mexico has moved to pass some of the strongest science-based methane rules in the nation. We need strong rules. Oil and gas is the largest source of greenhouse gas emissions in our state, accounting for over 50% of those emissions. I'll focus my remarks on leak detection and repair, or LDAR. Leaks are a significant source of methane emissions. It's imperative the EPA pass robust LDAR requirements. However, under EPA's proposal, oil and gas facilities with a potential to emit, or PTE, of less than 3 tons per year of methane are only required to conduct a one-time survey for leaks and are then exempt from any further inspections. There is no basis in the science for a one and done approach, even for lower production facilities. Methane emissions are episodic and randomly distributed, and all sites, even low producing sites, can be high emitters. Surveys contracted by EPA and the New Mexico Environment Department have found that approximately 5% of all flares in the Permian Basin are unlit and venting. Low producing wells are the most abundant type of well in the US and represent a disproportionate source of methane emissions compared to their production. Oil and gas equipment fails, malfunctions, and wears out over time. A one-time inspection is no guarantee there won't be leaks in the next 6 months, let alone over the lifetime of equipment. Oil and gas operations emit harmful pollutants, including volatile organic compounds or VOCs, like benzene, which is a known human carcinogen. VOCs from oil and gas can damage the central nervous system, the liver, kidney, and endocrine systems, respiratory tracts, and our eyes and skin. These health risks increase the closer people live, work, or go to school near oil and gas operations. An Environmental Defense Fund study found that over 35,000 New Mexicans live within 1,000 feet of a well site in our state's major oil and gas producing counties. Of those, 2,700 are children under 5. More than 4,500 are adults 65 or over. More than 5,700 live in poverty. And over half are people of color, including more than 5,800 Native Americans. EPA's exemption does not safeguard frontline communities and the vulnerable populations within those communities. We urge EPA in the strongest possible terms not to exempt oil and gas operations with PTE of less than 3 tons per year or any operation from regular LDAR inspections. Similarly, we urge EPA not to adopt its co-proposal to reduce LDAR inspections for facilities with PTE of 3 to 8 tons per year from quarterly to semi-annually. More frequent inspections result in significant emissions reductions. New Mexico's Environment Department is not proposing any LDAR exemptions in our rules. If New Mexico has the political will to pass strong science-based methane rules, the federal government should be able to do the same. Cutting methane emissions is one of the fastest ways to slow global warming in the short term, and we have no time to waste. We urge EPA to meet the moment and pass the strongest possible rules. The climate crisis threatens every corner of our nation and our most vulnerable citizens. Low-income communities and communities of color are most at risk. Thank you very much for the opportunity to provide comment this evening.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any questions from the panel? Thank you again for taking time this evening, Ms. Fox, and for providing your testimony.
Thank you.
Our next 2 speakers are Todd Larson and Gwen Latchell. And we'll be going Mr. Larson.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Todd Larson, Todd Larsen, and I'm an executive co-director at Green America, which is a national membership nonprofit organization. We represent about 250,000 individuals and 2,000 small businesses across the country. Green America's mission is to create a green economy that works for all people on the planet, and a major focus of our work and a major interest of our members is reducing climate emissions that already threaten our planet and working to reduce those emissions so that global warming stays under 1.5 degrees Celsius. Our members, including our small business members, take action, reduce their emissions, and reduce their overall environmental footprints. They know that unchecked climate emissions and toxic emissions from oil and gas sources threaten their lives and livelihoods. And they also know that climate change and toxic emissions are already having a devastating impact on poorer people and communities of color in the US and around the world. If small businesses with limited resources can take action to address climate change effectively, it's entirely possible for the oil and gas sector to take action to reduce methane emissions. And that's why I'm speaking in support of the EPA regulations to limit greenhouse gas emissions of methane from oil and natural gas sources, and encouraging the EPA to go even further than the proposed regulations. Currently, hundreds of thousands of wells, pipelines, and storage tanks are leaking millions of tons of methane per year. As you know, methane is a potent greenhouse gas with up to 80 times the short-term global warming potential of carbon dioxide. And oil and gas wells and infrastructure are a major source of methane leaks. And recent research demonstrates that the industry is leaking far more methane than previously estimated. The new EPA rule will also go a long way to meeting US obligations under the Global Methane Pledge, which requires a reduction of methane emissions by 30% by the year 2030. The Green America supports EPA proposals to limit emissions by regulating oil and gas based on emissions, not on the amounts of production from a particular well, requiring a 0% SEP in the production of oil and gas per year, prohibiting venting of methane, which is a major source of emissions, addressing leaks from storage tanks, providing an advanced screening approach to accelerate leak detection and remediation, and reducing emissions from maintenance activities like liquids unloading. We also encourage the EPA to go further to ensure public health is prioritized, frontline communities are protected, climate emissions are addressed, and oil and gas companies are held accountable. The rule currently incorporates a tiered system for regulating wells, and the smallest wells will only receive a one-time inspection. These small wells, which produce the least amount of usable product, are often the most leak-prone and should be subject to frequent inspection. The rule also doesn't regulate routine flaring, which is an important source of emissions. Flares also commonly malfunction and spew methane directly into the atmosphere. And both Colorado and New Mexico regulate flaring in state, and the US EPA should follow their examples and regulate routine flaring. The proposed regulation of storage tanks doesn't address smaller storage tanks and allows for a higher leak rate than current regulation in Colorado and New Mexico as well. So those tanks need to be regulated. And the EPA needs to incorporate emissions monitoring results generated by community groups. This important step would allow the agency to accept and prioritize monitoring results from communities and fix major leaks that are harming nearby communities more quickly. Green America therefore urges the EPA to strengthen the rules and adopt them to limit the impacts of methane on climate change and to protect local communities. Thank you for considering my testimony today.
Thank you, Mr. Larson, for providing your testimony this evening. Are there any questions from the panel? Thank you for taking the time this evening to provide this testimony, Mr. Larson. Gwen Latchell will be our next speaker.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to provide comments on the EPA's proposed methane rule. And thank you for your perseverance in listening to all of these public comments. I know it's been going on a while. My name is Gwen Lachelt. That's GWEN-LACHELT. I'm the Executive Director of Western Leaders Network, and I'm a former two-term La Plata County Commissioner. I have worked for many years to secure methane regulations at the federal and state level. Western Leaders is based in Durango, Colorado, in the San Juan Basin, home to a vast complex of thousands, tens of thousands of gas and oil wells in northern New Mexico and southwestern Colorado. My region has the very sad and alarming distinction of having one of the largest concentrations of methane emissions, known as a methane cloud, in North America. Our communities in the Four Corners region receive poor grades every year from the American Lung Association because methane, an ozone precursor, has caused high ozone levels, which negatively affects public health. Western Leaders is a network of more than 450 local and tribal elected officials across the 8 interior West states and over 30 tribal nations. Western Leaders strongly supports EPA's proposed methane rules, and we urge the EPA to make these rules even stronger to protect communities like mine from industry practices that unnecessarily waste precious natural gas resources. We urge the EPA to strengthen the monitoring requirement. EPA should require regular monitoring at smaller, high polluting wells. Hundreds of thousands of wells across the country have very low production amounts, but are large and disproportionate emitters of methane. EPA should also move to end routine flaring, as states like Colorado and New Mexico have done, except in emergency situations. Flaring is another wasteful and avoidable practice that is rampant in the oil and gas production sector. When companies rush to extract oil, some forgo investments necessary to capture and sell gas and instead burn it as a waste product, emitting a host of climate and health harming pollutants. Flares also commonly malfunction and spew methane directly into the atmosphere. Leading operators have virtually eliminated flaring across their operations. Thank you again for the opportunity to share my comments. Western Leaders Network urges the EPA to set stronger standards, eliminate loopholes for smaller operations, and end venting and flaring from oil and gas facilities. Finally, we urge the EPA to finalize this rulemaking as quickly as possible to address the climate crisis. We simply can't afford further delay. In the words of Mary Oliver, as stated by previous speaker Ann McCartney, we are each other's destiny. Thank you, and thank you again for listening to all of these public comments. Good night. Sir, I believe you're on mute.
I pressed the button. It didn't want to come off mute, I guess. Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel? Thank you for taking the time this evening to share your testimony with us.
Thank you.
Our next two speakers are Morel Goldsmith and Jean Soto. Ms. Goldsmith.
Hello, I'm Dr. Mirela Goldsmith, MIRELEGOLDSMITH. I am co-chairperson of Jewish Earth Alliance. We are a grassroots national organization mobilizing Jews to raise a moral voice for action to reverse climate change. I strongly support EPA's proposed methane rules and urge you to strengthen the rules to maximize the contribution to healing the atmosphere and public health. Eliminating methane pollution will lead to an immediate slowdown in the rate at which the Earth is warming. Finalizing these rules and enforcing them will save millions of lives now and in the future. As a Jew, I have been taught that killing one person is like killing an entire world, and saving just one life is equal to saving an entire world. This teaching is originally found in the context of what to say to a witness in a capital case. The rabbis taught that the witness should be intimidated to make sure that he understands the implication of his testimony, because it will determine the fate of not just one life, but potentially generations of descendants of the defendant. The witness must understand that he will bear the responsibility for his testimony for eternity. In giving my testimony now, I feel that I bear this kind of responsibility. In particular, I urge you to strengthen the monitoring requirement to include regular monitoring of smaller wells, to end venting and flaring, and to add regulations to reduce methane emissions from abandoned and unplugged wells. As Jews in times of danger, we encourage each other with the words that Moses spoke to his successor, Joshua, as he took responsibility for leading the children of Israel to the promised land. Chazak ve'ematz, be strong and courageous. Our future depends on you. I urge the EPA to finalize this rulemaking as quickly as possible because climate change is an emergency and we cannot afford further delay. Thank you for the opportunity to share these comments.
Thank you, Dr. Goldsmith, for providing your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel? Hearing no questions, Dr. Goldsmith, I want to thank you for taking the time this evening to provide your testimony.
Thank you.
Next will be Jean Soto.
Hello, and thank you so much for this opportunity to share my comments. My name is Dr. Jean, Jean, last name Soto, Soto. I am a native of El Paso, Texas, and I am currently living here. I am also a member of the Interfaith Power and Light of New Mexico and El Paso. These are faith-based communities. My beloved border city of El Paso, Texas, is a perfect example of our need for cooperation between the United States and Mexico, and between the states of Texas, New Mexico, and Chihuahua. In an article in the El Paso Times of November 22nd of this year, it was reported that El Paso County was ruled a non-attainment area by the EPA and must reduce ozone pollution. This means that El Paso County has ozone or smog levels above the EPA's national ambient air quality standards. And furthermore, since El Paso is contributing to the ozone levels of our neighbors in Sunland Park, New Mexico, El Paso was joined to Doña Ana County in New Mexico as a non-attainment area. The Texas Commission on Environmental Quality responded by this new ruling saying, quote, the significant emissions contribution to the proposed El Paso Las Cruces ozone non-attainment area comes from Juarez, Mexico, and that Juarez's impact on emissions should have been considered. Across the border, our sister city of Juarez and the state of Chihuahua does contribute to the air pollution in this area. But this same border makes it impossible to enter into a dialogue about our common environmental problems. But air pollution knows no borders. To untie this binational three-state knot, we need first a willingness to seek the common good of all who are affected by this problem, no matter what state or what country they live in. If we put this as our goal, we can then create the trans-border structures that will benefit each and every one of us. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your testimony, Dr. Soto. Are there any questions from the panel? Thank you again for taking the time this evening and providing your testimony, Dr. Soto. Before I call our next speakers, I just want to remind attendees Please keep your chats open, your chat boxes open in case the support staff needs to communicate with you. Our next two speakers are Delvin Rabbithead Sr. and Eric Kills 100. We'll start. And I again ask that as you pronounce your first name, last name, and spell it for the transcript.
Yeah, good evening. Hi, my name is Delvin Rabbithead Sr., DELVIN RABBITHEAD Sr. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you. Okay, good evening. My name is Delvin Rabbithead Sr. I live in Portia, North Dakota, which is on the Fort Berthold Indian Reservation, home of the Mandan, Hadassah, and Rickawa Nation. I'm a Lati and mineral owner, rights owner, and current president of the Dakota Resource Council affiliate, Fort Berthold Protectors of Water and Earth Rights Power, an organization that's been fighting for stronger regulations of methane and other toxic emissions since its founding in 2015. As a Lati and mineral owner on the Fort Berthold Indian Reservation, I want to respectfully remind the EPA that you have a trust responsibility to tribal members, not just to the tribal government. Every tribal member has the right to be informed and invited to decision-making spaces where our opinions must be given strong consideration. As a result of this real progression, I would like to hear me, and when I say that you must speak to the Latis about what we want our property, our land to be managed. On Fort Berthold Indian Reservation, we are feeling all the effects of heavy extraction, social problems like drugs and human trafficking, long and short-term health impacts, including greater susceptibility of COVID and increased cancers and damage to our land, air, water due to spills, heavy traffic, and flaring. We are also burdened by the effects of the climate crisis. We, along with everyone else, have experienced severe droughts, wildfires, and weather extremes, all due part to the planet that is steadily warming. If the earth is sick, all the creatures, including humans, are sick. You must act before we reach the climate crisis tipping point. I'm glad to see that the new proposed EPA rules, I am pleased to see existing sources finally being regulated. These are important steps, but now it's time for a bold action. A supplemental rule making must be held to strengthen the rules. Climate change is real and it's a big deal. Future generations depend on you taking good, decisive action today. Additional action needed. I asked the EPA proposed rule to be strengthened through some supplemental rulemaking and another action to protect public health and address the catastrophic climate change. End flaring at oil and gas facilities, a dangerous, wasteful practice. I live surrounded by flares and even worse, unlit flares, and know firsthand just how harmful they are to the health and well-being of the people in the environment. Here is my fellow Power member Lisa DeVille experience reported in Native Sun article, Balkan Cough, an oil field worker's dilemma from November 26, 2019. The DeVilles live less than a mile away from facilities that produce, store, and transport natural gas. In August 2017, she and her husband became ill with what termed debilitating respiratory infections. She said they went to the McKinsey County Clinic where the physician told them that they had the same symptoms as oil field workers treated at the clinic known as the Balkan Cough. And require regular monitoring of all smaller, high polluting and leak prone wells and work to incorporate emission monitoring results generated by community groups and other third parties into its standards. No one cares more about the health, safety, and well-being on Fort Berthold Indian Reservation than its members. The truth is, self-regulation by oil and gas industry is an abject failure. Right now, there's thousands of wells in and around Fort Berthold Reservation, and not a single air monitor. We have the right to know what is in our air and what we are breathing. Citizen conscience would create meaningful local jobs for our youth, giving them opportunities to protect our lands and stay close to home. in order to have members run monitoring, make a difference. Standards for reporting required actions regardless of releases, including methane leaks, must be also implemented. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you. Please remember to invite Alati owners into decision-making space and strengthen the rules by ending all possible flaring and making rules for citizens and third parties air monitoring. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions?
No.
No. Well, thank you for taking the time out this evening.
Thank you much.
And providing your testimony. Our next speaker is Eric Kills 100.
Oh, Madakyapi. Eric Kills 100 Amachia. Good evening to my relatives. My name is Eric Kills 100, spelled ERICKILLS, a space, the letter A, another space, HUNDRED. I'm the Tribal Programs Manager for the Environmental Defense Fund. You may already be aware that the United States Environmental Protection Agency was one of the first federal agencies with a formal policy specifying how it would interact with tribal governments and consider tribal interests in carrying out its programs to protect human health and the environment. I want to applaud the EPA's continued dedication to working with the tribes and encourage you to be a leader among other federal agencies in your outreach. Recently, I have heard tribal leaders assert that accompanying resources are needed to support tribal consultations. I encourage you to consider this in your outreach to the tribes. Consider asking tribal leaders what resources they require to facilitate a robust tribal consultation. As a strong supporter of self-determination, I understand that the needs and desires of the tribes vary. It is not enough to create a one-size-fits-all template when providing tribes with resources. The needs of tribes vary, and so should resources when consulting tribes. I encourage you to consider or to include the following question when reaching out to tribes. What resources could the EPA offer your tribe to make this consultation relevant to your tribe? We understand that this proposed rule will establish a strong federal regulatory floor. This regulatory floor will be a good complement to tribal efforts. Those efforts, like those of the Navajo Nation, who are working to establish strong tribal regulations to reduce methane emissions on their lands. I encourage you to vigorously support the efforts of the tribes to reduce methane emissions. I hope that with your support, the tribes will be able to go well above the regulatory floor established by this rule. I encourage you to provide resources and technical support that will enable tribes to realize their sovereignty when enforcing regulations that ensure clean air for their populations. On page 119 of the proposal, the EPA identifies impacted tribes and tribal lands. This is pulled directly from the proposed rule. In a proximity analysis of tribes living within 50 miles of affected sources, we found 112 unique tribal lands, federally recognized reservations, off-reservation trust lands, and Census Oklahoma tribal statistic areas located within 50 miles of a source, with 32 tribes having one or more source located on tribal lands. I would like to ask the panel if tribes were included when conducting this analysis. If not, I ask that this analysis be revisited and conducted with the inclusion of tribes. This will be an important step to ensure the accuracy of the analysis and will be vital for tribal participation in the stakeholder process. Finally, I support the rule and ask that the EPA take steps to ensure comprehensive rules to address methane emissions. This will include requiring that all wells are covered with frequent inspections and that the rule end routine flaring. I thank you all for working late this evening and look forward to any follow-up questions you may have.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel? I would just ask Eric whether you will be also submitting written comments on this, including the types of questions you posed in in your testimony as well?
I certainly can.
I appreciate that.
Yes.
Thank you again for taking the time out this evening. Our next two speakers are Jessica Sandoval and Jan Rose. But before I call those speakers, I once again ask that if you are in attendance, please leave your chat box open so the support, participant support can reach out to you if need be. And with that, we'll go to Ms. Sandoval.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Sandoval, Jessica Sandoval. Today, I'm representing Green Latinos, an active comunidad of Latino, Latina, and Latinx leaders, united to demand equity and to secure our political, economic, cultural, and environmental liberation. I am also a multi-generation Coloradan. My ancestors are connected to this land, and as such, I understand the value of its protection, not just for my family, but for the tribal communities, the ranchers, the farmers, and all the other folks who rely on it for their way of life. Currently, I live in Southwest Colorado, where there's a methane plume the size of Delaware over the Four Corners region. Around the country, methane pollution from the oil and gas sector is accelerating the pace of climate change and harming the health of our families and frontline communities. And it is a problem that is only getting worse, especially for communities of color. More than 1.81 million Latinos live within half a mile of existing oil and gas facilities. And 3% of Latinos live in areas where toxic air pollution is so high that the cancer risk is above the EPA's level of concern. Now is the time to take action. We've missed our opportunity to take baby steps, and now we must take robust action. Help us protect our communities by strengthening methane safeguards. It's what the people want and what the people need. Thank you so much for your time here today.
And thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel?
Yes, I was just wondering, where did you get the statistics on the number of Latinos in the proximity to the oil wells?
Sure, I'd be happy to share it. We got it from working with, I'm sorry, I don't.
You could just, if you're doing written comments, you could just include it there. We don't need the answer now, but that type of information is very helpful. So thank you.
Yes, it is from an environmental organization. We are working here in Colorado. I believe it's Moms for Clean Air.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Any other questions from the panel? And thank you again for taking the time this evening, Ms. Sandoval, and providing your testimony.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jan Rose.
Hi, thank you so much for staying into the evening to listen to these public comments. I will do my best not to be repetitive for things that previous speakers have said. My name is Jan, Jan Rose, R-O-S-E, and I'm the legislative analyst with the Colorado Coalition for a Livable Climate. The CCLC is a consortium of 36 of Colorado's primary environmental and community groups. And we come together under the CCLC umbrella to speak with one voice about the importance of reducing emissions to net zero by 2040. Our recommendations for the methane emissions reductions is that you require compliance with EPA rules as a minimum for receiving a state permit to drill, regardless of whether a well is defined as a major or minor source polluter. Budget more inspectors within the EPA and within PHMSA so that you can more frequently inspect transmission and gathering lines, as well as wells, compressor stations, tank batteries, valves, thief hatches, etc. The major components of a well site that are notorious for venting and leaking methane. Require retrofitting of all existing full production wells, wells that generate more than 5 barrels of oil equivalent, meaning 17 MCF of gas, or 5 barrels of oil per day. Electrify pneumatic controllers. Require high combustion enclosed flaring. Disallow intentional venting except in emergency depressurization situations. Require enclosed flowback and completions in the drilling process. Require that all thief hatches be closed as their normal state. Require updated pollution control devices on existing wells. Require closed loop pigging operations. Require quarterly inspections for leak detection and repair of wells and their associated equipment using FLIR or OIG cameras, either optical gas imaging cameras. The good news is that all of these regulations have been implemented by the state of Colorado already. And you have a new Region 8 administrator, Ms. Casey Becker, who was instrumental in passing most of the laws that resulted in these regulations. So you not only have access to the regulations the state of Colorado has developed to control the most leaky parts of well operations, you have an excellent resource in the new EPA Region 8 administrator. We're also recommending that you take a look at the rules, specifically Rule 3, Rule 7, and Rule 22 within the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. I'm happy to supply a written comment with links to those rules that outline our very specific technical recommendations, as well as our statements of basis and purpose that undergird the regulations, which is critical documentation, and fine the heck out of non-compliant operators. It's simply got to become more expensive to pollute than it is to produce. That's a critical part of the equation. As long as it is cheaper to vent that gas and flare that gas than it is to capture and sell that gas, primarily oil wells will continue to do so. Thank you so much for your time, and I look forward to submitting a written comment.
Thank you for your testimony. It would be helpful if you did submit written comments with those links. And I just need some clarity. You mentioned something about retrofitting for wells, all wells greater than 5 BOE. I guess it was, I missed what the retrofit was.
Yes, there is a standard calculation for determining how many thousands of cubic feet of gas is equal to 1 barrel of oil. And the standard measurement is 17 MCF. So if you look at uneconomic wells, wells that produce less than 1 BOE of either oil or gas, barrel of oil equivalent per day, what you have is an uneconomic well that has, 99.9% of the time has not been retrofitted with modern pollution control devices, is not required by most state law to retrofit their devices, but you, in defining a federal standard, can in fact require existing wells more than 5 years old to comply with current regulation.
Thank you. Okay, I now I'm clear. Any other questions on the panel? Again, thank you for taking the time this evening to provide your testimony. Again, ask that please keep your chat boxes open so the support staff can reach out to you during the speaking. Our next two speakers are Patricia Garcia Nelson and Greg Goodnight, and we'll start with Ms. Garcia Nelson.
Hello, thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to speak. I know y'all have been here all day. My name is Patricia Garcia Nelson. I am a lifelong resident of Weld County in northern Colorado. For the last decade, the oil and gas industry has expanded in my county, making us one of the largest producers of oil and gas in our state, and on some days in the nation. While there have been many jobs created, there has been so much harm done to our community, and I'm afraid it'll be too late before meaningful changes are made. The rampant flaring and fracking costs our communities our health and safety. While there are methane regulations in Colorado, these do not go far enough. We do not have time to waste, and we need bold federal leadership and comprehensive safeguards now. As we speak, there is an active site less than 700 feet from the 4-8 campus of Bala Romero Academy in Greeley. I learned about this project in 2017, just months before my son would become a Lobo at the K3 campus. For years, we fought to stop the installation of these wells, and I naively thought that if we sued the state for the approval of the permits, it would be an open and shut case. How could it be legal to install a dangerous industrial facility next to our school? All the while, our air quality in the state got worse. And for nearly 3 years, I fought alongside others, watching the site go up, listening to the concerns of other parents in my community who did not have the means or felt that they could not speak against this project. Extraction oil and gas said that there would be no drilling while the kids were in school. Since the project started in 2018, we have had active rigs on the first day of school in 2019 and 2021. Our biggest concerns were that there would be leaks, that the operator would go bankrupt, or that there would be an explosion. We were able to get air monitoring at our school for a little over a year. The data collected showed that there were over 200 detectable leaks near our school, most notably a spike of benzene at nearly 15 parts per billion in November of 2019 that occurred at the exact time that the children were being released from class. I have been told by experts that benzene is just a tiny fraction of the harmful emissions that will be found at sites like these. And the harm is only compounded by the many feedlots and meat packing plants that surround us, which are also large sources of methane. This operator has submitted documentation for thousands of leaks in their yearly reported, over 3,000 leaks in 2018. And still, we had the air monitoring removed from our school in March. Extraction Oil and Gas has declared bankruptcy. They did so in June of 2020. And there is only one thing that hasn't happened, and I pray that it never does. My son is a 4th grader this year, and he was so excited to finally be a student at the big campus. When he asked me, will me and my friends be okay if something happens at the school? I knew that I could not send him to his place. He did not feel safe. The industry might tell you that these new regulations are going to kill their industry or drive up costs for consumers. But at the same time, they're going to tell you that they have the best and most cutting edge technology available. My community has been put at risk so that CEOs can give themselves multi-million-dollar bonuses. And I tell my story because many changes have been made in Colorado because of the site that is commonly referred to as a sacrifice zone. This industry is encroaching on our communities across the country, and this is an opportunity to stop other communities from becoming another statistic. You can make changes now that will protect communities like mine before any harm is done. We are running out of time to make meaningful changes. If safeguards are not put into place now, I'm afraid it's going to be too late for communities like mine that have been bullied into silence. This industry has installed projects across the country that will be there for decades and that will all eventually fail, possibly outlasting the operators that put them there. We can establish regulations that will protect us long-term and begin to prepare for a future where oil and gas is obsolete, and we can create an economy that is focused on clean, green energy. I'm asking for stronger regulations because we need more air monitoring and leak detection, and we can make changes that will protect us with the technology that's available today. We need to invest in more inspections and get inspectors in a ratio that makes sense. We need to create standards that are more appropriate for school settings, like for measuring emissions, like the California standard that was created. I can't even believe I have to say that there was a standard created to measure emissions at a safe level for school settings, like the one at Bala Romero. I know I have a very limited amount of time, but I know that earlier this morning, the staff was asking specifics about Bella Romero regarding the distance from the site from the school. And like I mentioned earlier, the site itself is 700 feet from the playground. At the time, the rules allowed for sites to be placed within 1,200 feet, or excuse me, from 1,000 feet from the brick and mortar building. So at the time, this facility was technically legal.
Thank you for your testimony. And I'm assuming that people weren't able to provide that answer this morning. So I appreciate you following up on that. Are there any questions from the panel?
Would you be able to spell the name of the school that you mentioned in your testimony?
Yes, it is Bella Romero, B-E-L-L, Romero, R-O-M-E-R-O, in Greeley, Colorado.
And is the data that you mentioned from the air monitoring available to be submitted to the record?
Yes, sir, I can submit that information.
Appreciate that. Are there any questions from the panel? Thank you again for your testimony. Thank you for taking the time this evening.
Thank you.
This time I'll call forward Greg Goodnight.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can.
My name is Greg Goodnight, G-R-E-G-G-G-O-O-D-N-I-G-H-T. I'm a retired engineer out of Pearland, Texas. And good evening to my fellow citizens. I'm very impressed and humbled by your testimony, and I do not doubt the sincerity of anything I've heard from many of you. I thank the EPA for this opportunity to address you today and to give my views on the proposed rule regulating methane emissions in the United States. I will say at the outset that I oppose the regulation of methane under the presumed authority of the Clean Air Act. Please note that I am not opposed to setting effective regulations and emission standards for methane per se, but I firmly believe that this should be done under the authority of a new mandate from Congress, one that is tailored for the particular issues associated with methane and natural gas production in the industry, and one that recognizes the difference between a non-toxic gas, that is methane, and priority pollutants such as H2S, SO2, ozone, VOCs, and particulate matters, and others regulated under the Clean Air Act. I believe that any such initiative would benefit from the broad consensus that currently exists in the public and within the fossil fuel industry. And I believe an effective law could likely be expeditiously passed even under today's highly politicized political environment. The Clean Air Act of 1970 and later amended was a major step towards making our air in the US among the cleanest in the industrial world. The focus of this act was to set standards for the industry that would minimize the public's exposure to hazardous air pollutants. At the time, non-hazardous emissions associated with fossil fuel production and the subsequent power generation, namely methane and CO2, were not targets of this legislation, but attempts have been made to retroactively apply the Clean Air Act to their legislation using unrelated justification of assumed man-made climate change and assumed validity of the global warming hypothesis. To be clear, methane itself, I understand, is a non-hazardous, transparent, odorless gas. The lowest proposed standard for its TLV, the threshold limit value, a measure of inherent toxicity, has been proposed at 1,000 parts per million, or 500 to 1,000 times less than the level of materials regulated currently under the Clean Air Act. It is an asphyxiant, that is, it will not support life, and it can reach explosive levels in air in order for retail customers even to detect methane leaks. It is necessary for a powerful odorant, typically butyl mercaptan, to be injected in the methane. If the laudable goal is to limit related well site emissions of hazardous materials such as benzene and VOCs, and such is co-produced with natural gas and is sometimes leaked, then a law needs to be passed and regulations need to be required. But if the attempt is to limit the impact for climate change, then a specific law needs to be formulated, debated on, and voted on. The regulation of methane under the Clean Air Act was clearly not the original intent of the law. In general, all temptations to extend executive branch authority through the reinterpretation of existing laws, in my opinion, must be avoided, as this approach clearly undermines the legitimate authority of U.S. Congress and will surely result in unforeseen consequences. In my view, it is simply not acceptable to apply laws on an ex post facto basis. Laws enacted during harsh and buggy periods do not apply to modern automotive society, and 100-year-old telegraph regulations should not apply to today's internet. Such an approach undermines our system of government and blurs the responsibilities of the three branches of government. Issuing executive orders to affect desired policy outcomes is the lazy way to govern. While it may shorten the time to implement new regulations, these regulations will prove to be less durable, as their validity under law will certainly be challenged. Subsequent changes of administrations and policy initiatives, which has happened in the case of methane, will result in unproductive uncertainty. I repeat that in our current situation with methane, there appears to be a broad consensus among all parties, including the oil and gas industry, that reasonable regulations are justified, particularly to rein in the methane. In closing, I would think that citizens should insist that the government's branches execute their responsibilities as defined by our founding fathers in the Constitution. The hard work of passing new laws through deliberation, compromise, and detailed analysis should not be sidestepped through illegal executive orders and the extension, reapplication, and evolution of existing laws. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Goodnight. Are there any questions from the panel? Thank you, Mr. Goodnight, for taking the time today to provide your testimony.
Thank you in all your efforts.
Our next two speakers are Ian Tafoya and Carol Warren. At this time, I'll call forward Ian Tafoya.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Hello, my name is Ian Thomas Tafoya, and I am coming to you from occupied Ute, Cheyenne, and Arapaho territory, also known as Denver, Colorado. I'm the Colorado State Director for Green Latinos, which is an active community of Latino leaders emboldened by the power and wisdom of our culture, united to demand equity and dismantle racism, resourced to win our environmental conservation and climate justice battles, and driven to secure our political, economic, cultural, and environmental liberation. What I just heard was typical industry playbook about reasonably wanting to participate with our communities. But what you heard earlier was a member of mine, Patricia Nelson, with Bella Romero. Obviously, that was not reasonable to drill wells next to a school. And yet this extraction oil and gas has been seen as an industrial leader. That's right. They were given an award after drilling dozens of wells, 750 feet from a community. Then this is the same community. If you heard about JBS meat plant that were devastated by COVID and the impacts of air pollution on our lungs, this is that same Somali and Latino community. What we see is that these companies are not reasonable and they try to skirt all compliance whenever possible. This is true across the EPA's self-reporting databases, and it's important that we rein in this ability for them to self-report, and when they do screw up, it's time to find them. We're here today to ask people for direct regulation, OGI, LDAR. All of these are super important, retrofitting of zero bleed pneumatics on old facilities and all new ones. And I can't get started enough on flaring. Flaring is so disheartening, whether you're on public lands, tribal lands, urban land, rural land, or suburban land. It's unfortunate that it exists in all of these capacities because we have allowed this industry to capitalize on the health of people across all areas of the United States. It's disheartening, so disheartening to be in public land, a grassland. I recently went to go put prayer ties for my uncle, who's Lakota, in South Dakota. And you go to a grasslands thinking, wow, I'm going to be able to go to this grassland, gather herbs for my culture, do what I need to do to pay respects for my aunt and my uncle. And instead, all I see is fracking and flaring. We know that this flaring and the leaking methane gas leads to ground level ozone. There's groundbreaking research that's coming out of the state of Colorado that makes very real connections between this methane and ground level ozone. And we know what that does to the lungs of our youth, our elders, workers, and community. What the EPA is doing now is a good start, but it doesn't go far enough. And I disagree that the Clean Air Act can't be applied here. It's important to use the tools that we do have available to us, especially when our government is so gridlocked to do what is right for people. I want to be clear that people in Colorado, in Oklahoma, in Texas, in North Dakota, in tribal nations, they deserve levels of equal protection. Here in Colorado, they'll say, we were the first. We're not the best. Being the first does not mean you're the best. And here we are at the state of Colorado now, in the midst of our own oil and gas regulation, where we are fighting for stronger rules for direct regulation over these industries. In my time working for Green Latinos, I've traveled to nearly all 64 counties of the state of Colorado, having deep conversations about concerns of air and water pollution, conservation and equity access, transportation, clean energy, you name it. But what is clear to me is that people want industry reined in, they want toxics out, and they want to keep this stuff in the ground. We have an opportunity here with the EPA and the work we've been doing in Colorado. We have groundbreaking legislation that's created environmental justice offices, much like the EJ40 mandates, to fight for what these communities are asking for. I've partnered with these organizations over the last few months to have groundbreaking meetings that have brought in people from all across the state of Colorado, focus grouping. And what is clear is people want direct regulation for protection. These proposed safeguards must be strengthened before they're finalized to ensure the EPA is using the full force of the Clean Air Act to truly meet this moment. And trust me, it's a global moment with people marching across this globe and being arrested for fighting what they believe in, including me, for going to jail, for singing to protect an industry, and for me singing to protect the Bella Romero. It's important that we strengthen leak detection and repair requirements for all facilities, and we must address routine flaring. I can't say that enough. So if you care about the most impacted people as the environmental justice executive orders called for, then you will meet this moment. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel?
Thanks for your testimony. Could you spell your name so that our transcript is able to reflect it accurately?
Yes, my first name is Ian with an E, E-A-N, and Thomas is my middle name, T-H-O-M-A-S, and Tafoya, T-A-F-O-Y-A.
And you mentioned a study coming forth from Colorado on the relationship between ground level ozone and the fracking. Do you know when that will be available? And if so?
It's already been published and it came out of the University of Colorado at Boulder.
Can you provide a citation to that or reference to it or in any written comments? Or
I would be happy to submit that writtenly.
That would be fantastic. Thank you. Thank you again for taking the time this evening and providing your testimony. Our next speaker is Carol Warren.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Carol Warren, C-A-R-O-L-W-A-R-R-E-N, and I live in Davis, California. But I grew up and spent most of my life in West Virginia, so I am no stranger to fossil fuels. I'm speaking to you today as a Catholic, a Christian, person of faith. I'm interested in the new methane rules for two main reasons. One, I see how industry practices often afflict the poorest among us. And two, my concern for our planet upon which all life depends. It is in peril. I don't have to tell you that methane is one of the most powerful greenhouse gases and contributes a significant percentage of US greenhouse gas emissions. You know all that. I believe we have a moral obligation not to let innocent people suffer on behalf of the enrichment of others. I lived in West Virginia when the fracking boom started in the Marcellus Shale. I knew people who experienced the nosebleeds, the nausea, the neurological issues, also that fossil fuel companies could avoid the cost of reducing emissions. Ignoring the public health impacts of these operations seems to me just immoral. We need to take better care of our common home. That's Pope Francis's term. If we as Christians believe that creation is somehow the expressed word of God, how can we justify the destruction that we're causing? Millions of species have ceased to exist because of human actions and indifference. Little words of God that have been silenced forever. I quote from the encyclical Laudato Si, "We have no such right." I have a granddaughter who's 17. I fear for and am haunted by her future. Young people her age are telling us we're not doing enough to guarantee them a livable world. And they're right. Our denial is overwhelming us. We're drowning in it. Climate scientists have for years been giving us a range of possible effects. And it's absolutely tragic that we focus only on the best case scenarios. The main message out there is still, we can keep warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. When, if we're honest, we may be hurtling full speed ahead toward 3 degrees or even more. We excuse our temporizing with, it would be upsetting and depressing, or people would be frightened. Well, my father, who died of COVID earlier this year, was a Marine at Iwo Jima. And I'm pretty sure that he and his unit never lost sight of the worst case scenario. It was their motivation, and they were willing to give their lives to prevent it. We need to know the truth so we can act intelligently and bravely toward the result that we need. And our government agencies must stop allowing the comforting lies to dominate the information that we're given. We're in the fight of our lives and for all life. If we fail, we break faith with the Creator and with all humanity. Right now, you can help reduce methane emissions. I strongly support this rule, and I beg you to take bold action urgently, based on truth, to address climate change. Nothing is more important. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel? Thank you again for taking the time this evening and providing this testimony. Our next two speakers are Adrian Shelley and Daryl Junes Joe. Mr. Shelley?
Yes, thank you. Adrian Shelley here, ADRIAN I'm the Texas Office Director of Public Citizen based out of Austin, Texas. Public Citizen is a national consumer rights advocacy organization. In Texas, we work on issues including energy policy and the impact of people's health and welfare of the energy industry. Appreciate the opportunity to deliver comments and appreciate all the hours that you all are putting in this week. It's much needed. It's a very important rule, perhaps nowhere more than in my home state of Texas. Some of the most active oil fields in the world here and some of the greatest sources of methane pollution in the world here in Texas. And frankly, we don't get anything done in Texas without federal mandates. Our state regulatory agencies are essentially captive to the energy industry. This is certainly the case with the Railroad Commission, the Oil and Gas Regulatory Agency, but also the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality. There's overlapping jurisdiction between those agencies, and there's serious unaddressed issues in the state that frankly will not get addressed without federal mandates. So always encourage folks to keep that in mind, when considering Texas and how these rules impact us. So just into a couple of specifics, Starting with the fugitives portion of the rule, the LDAR program obviously is great. I'm interested to know what kind of data collection will go on and what sort of information sharing will happen in the future about operators that choose to use the alternative of different advanced technologies. It would be good to get some data about that can influence future rulemakings. Similarly interested in, the continuous monitoring technology proposal. I think there's a lot of opportunity in Texas and elsewhere for, a big role in third-party contractors using that technology. And so would be interested to know what sort of, data collection and data sharing you might have with those approaches. We have pretty great concerns about the various thresholds in the rule, the 3 ton per year threshold for the most robust portion of the program. Just to give some numbers that were quoted by railroad commissioners yesterday, just to give some examples, 131,000 leases, gas leases in Texas, producing about 28.7 billion cubic feet of gas a day. 80% of that gas comes from 15% of those leases. So you've got 100,000 or more leases that are very small producers. And a lot of these marginal producers are going to be very big polluters. There's a lot of undercounting of methane. There's been great research done by our friends at Environmental Defense Fund in Texas, looking at satellite technology, on the ground monitoring technology. They've estimated that EPA might be undercounting methane nationwide by about 60%, could be as much as 13 million tons per year methane in total. A lot of that undercounting is happening in Texas. We've got a huge number of orphan and abandoned wells, about 6,200 orphan and abandoned wells in the state. A quarter of those are more than 20 years old. We're pretty concerned that this rule is going to overlook those. The one-time survey demonstration for the smallest wells, we're concerned that's going to be gamed in Texas. It's a one-time demonstration. We don't have a lot of confidence that that's going to take care of a major problem in Texas. Moving on, the venting portion of the rule, the question of whether a sales line is available may not always be something that operators agree about. There's a lawsuit by an Oklahoma-based operator, Williams Company, against the Railroad Commission over this very question of whether a sales line was available to an operator. So I think that's something to consider. Very concerned that routine flaring is missed by the rule. The Railroad Commission regularly grants, as a matter of course, flaring exceptions to our statewide flaring rule 32. There is widespread support to eliminate routine flaring. Even the current Railroad Commissioner, Wayne Christian, who is very outspoken, is in support of this. But again, we need the federal regulation to make it happen. The operators want it to happen, the companies want it to happen, but we need the mandate. So appreciate what you all are doing and encourage you to take those considerations into the work. Thank you very much for being here this evening.
Thank you again for taking time this evening for your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel?
Yeah, if you are going to submit written testimony or comment, additional written comment, it would be great if you could provide a site to the court case you mentioned. It was Williams, and I think it was in Oklahoma that you mentioned it, regarding the proximity to sales lines.
Will do.
Very helpful.
I will do that. Yes, we will. Public Citizen will be submitting written comments, so I will make sure that's in there. Thank you.
Thank you.
And it would be helpful as well to provide information on the lease information and the well production and such that you cited as well.
Yeah, that was verbal comments by commissioners yesterday, but I'll see what I can find. Thank you.
And it would also be helpful to provide the information on orphan wells that you had cited in your testimony.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again for your testimony. Thank you for taking the time this evening. And our next speaker is Daryl Junes Joe.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, my name is Daryl Junes Joe. I'm the Nez woman from the Navajo Nation in Shiprock, New Mexico, commonly referred to as the Four Corners. I'm also a member of the United Methodist Women Organization, on which I serve as one of the directors and part of the climate justice. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to voice my comments in strong support of the EPA's proposed methane rules. And I'm urging that it be strengthened to maximize the benefits for public health and our environment. Our Mother Earth, she has suffered enough. We can revive her waters, her air, and her lands by taking action now. I speak of the harmful methane emissions stemming from the oil and gas facilities within our Navajo communities, as well as the flaring. These well sites are set near residences, schools, and businesses. It has affected our elders suffering from asthma or cancer. Our children play in the yards at home and schools, inhaling these toxic chemicals, causing them to miss school. Unborn babies are affected as well. The EPA, in modifying the rules, we're asking that it be strengthened to include more stronger rules. The proposal that they're recommending does not go far enough. These proposed rules must include a ban on routine flaring, both on the lit ones and unlit ones, and potential loopholes that allow certain wells to forego any regular inspections. Also, it should incorporate a third-party community monitoring. These are critical gaps that must be addressed to ensure that public health is prioritized, that our precious Mother Earth is protected and preserved, and more importantly, hold oil and gas companies accountable rather than having us bear the burden. I am a great-grandmother, speaking on behalf of those who cannot speak, my elders, our children, my great-grandbabies, and other relatives, including four-legged relatives, those in the water and those flying above us. I see so many of our Native communities having well sites installed near their residences. Many of our Navajo elders do not understand the English language, nor do they understand the complexities of the industry regulations. But what they do understand is that their failing health was caused by the heavy smog of these pollutants. Last year, when I was at the hospital waiting for my appointment, I was conversing with an elderly grandmother who was on oxygen. Her words hurt when she said in Navajo, "I wish they would clean the black smoke." Her home is near one of these sites. It is said that we are living in a sacrifice zone with the nation's largest methane hotspot hovering overhead. And we've had to live in the pollution from oil and gas development for many decades. These spewing are just ruining our environment, from the mountains to the waters and to the lands. Everything has a spirit, and if you're not spiritually connected to the water, to the Mother Earth, and understand the spiritual reality of how to live on Earth, it's likely we will not make it. As a woman of faith, I believe that climate change is not a political issue, but an ethical, moral, and biblical responsibility, because we're supposed to be caretakers. We're failing in that responsibility. As United Methodist Women, we've spoken out supporting efforts on these climate change and stood in solidarity with many communities and tribes on our climate justice campaigns and actions. We all have different backgrounds, but we drink from the same stream of consciousness. We're all connected in that stream. We're all related to each other. What we do to others, we do to ourselves. We're not living in harmony. So I'm urging EPA to hear from us, from our grassroots people, and strengthen these. And lastly, I would add that rules should include provisions that the companies return the lands just as they were prior to the arrival of the oil and gas wells. With that, I thank you for hearing my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time for your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel? Thank you again for taking the time this evening and providing your testimony.
Yeah.
Our next two speakers are Drew Martin and Elizabeth Riebschlager. Mr. Martin.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I'm going to try to go quickly. I'm at our local library and they're closing down, but I appreciate very much the opportunity to speak to your group. And the work you're doing now is so important. And I just want to compliment you for the time you're taking. As you well know, methane is one of the most toxic gases, greenhouse gases, and causing tremendous problems to the environment and causing a great deal of climate change and global warming. And so the fact that methane is allowed to be released at all is a huge problem. Now, I'm glad to see that your new rules will try to bring that under control. But as we well know, that the oil and gas industry will do everything they can to avoid the regulation and to not meet the standards you set. I particularly was disappointed to hear the testimony of the oil and gas industry basically trying to stop the promotion of the rule. I also think that methane is extremely toxic, and as the woman speaking before me from the Navajo reservation stated, it has a great, negative impact on people with breathing problems and disabilities. It also impacts people and can give people cancer. Methane should never be, and there should be no oil and gas drilling anywhere near schools, although we know methane can travel great distances. We also know that anecdotally that where methane is released, that there are serious health problems. So we know that the release of methane should not take place. But unfortunately, a lot of oil and gas drilling is done by low budget operations who don't follow the necessary safety regulations, ignore that, go out of business, or just fail to meet the standards, and that there's very limited enforcement or regulation. We know that methane is a serious problem in causing huge health issues. I recommend that you move full force on this and go forward with removing all methane. My goal, ultimately, and the goal of the Sierra Club, is to move away from fossil fuels in total, that the use of fossil fuels is causing the earth tremendous harm. But in particular, methane is causing even more harm. It also, not only does it get into the air, but it is impacting many wildlife species. Methane is also a risk of fire, as it can be, in some cases, could catch fire, or these wells could explode. Wells anywhere near housing or schools is extremely problematic. I personally think that wells should not be allowed to operate anywhere near residences or schools. Further, that oftentimes wells are contaminating the water quality. Although this rule will not deal with that, we know that all the processes of fracking have caused huge environmental impacts throughout the areas where we have them. I really encourage you to continue to move forward as quickly as possible on this rule and to undo the use of the oil and gas drilling and the allowing of any type of flaring or release of methane. Also, since methane is a fuel, by releasing it into the atmosphere, it's unproductive because that fuel could be used. So if you are going to allow someone to do oil and gas drilling and to create methane, then it should absolutely be captured, and the wells should be sealed if the methane cannot be captured. I recommend that you move forward as quickly as possible and that you do this on behalf of the children of the future, as well as the children in schools who live near these oil and gas wells. So again, I encourage you to move forward with the proposed rules, and that to eliminate all release of methane and cut and file enforcement against operators who do not meet the required standards. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I much appreciated it, and I know it's a late hour and that you have been very patient in listening to the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Could you say your first name and last name and spell it for the transcript, please?
Yes, DREWMARTIN. Did you get that?
We did, thank you. Are there any questions from the panel? Thank you again for your testimony, and thank you for taking the time this evening, Mr. Martin. I remind speakers, when you come on, please say your first name and your last name and spell them for the transcript. Our next-
Elizabeth Riebschlager, Elizabeth Riebschlager, Elizabeth Riebschlager. Thank you for this opportunity, and I think that this kinds of public hearing really do draw forth the wisdom of the people living the reality at the grassroots level. Too often they are not heard, and so I appreciate this opportunity, and you're listening to us. I'm a sister of Charity, the Incarnate Word from San Antonio, Texas, but I'm currently working in the Victoria, DeWitt County, Gonzales, and Karnes County areas of the Eagle Ford Shale. I lived in DeWitt County in 1988, was staying with my mother, and shortly after I got there, an historic flood event occurred on October the 19th, 1998. The Guadalupe River was 7 miles wide as it came through Cuero and destroyed 46% of the buildings and small businesses and homes in the southwestern part of Cuero and other parts of Cuero. I worked as case management director for 2 years, getting people back in their homes with the local flood recovery organization, DeWitt County Cares. We worked with the FEMA organization and the Red Cross to do so, and the Texas Department of Human Resources. I saw the devastation that natural disasters can have on small communities. Beginning in 2010, I found myself drawn into the vortex of the new fracking phenomenon that established itself over the next 10 to 15 years in the Eagle Ford Shale. Because my immediate and extended family would be offered leases, I decided I needed to learn more about this technology before I signed any lease as a moral and ethical obligation, because I was aware of the environmental risk of this new type of industrial effort. So what I learned led me to work at making the general public aware of this ludicrous but dangerous development in Texas shale areas. At the request of a small nonprofit organization in San Antonio, I agreed to take tours of persons around the Eagle Ford Shale, had the opportunity also for them to meet persons whose lives were being impacted. One of those families had a man living a company placed a site right behind their house that involved 2 large flares and a lot of emissions from their storage tanks. This man became ill and had to move off his property for 1 year. A charitable organization paid rent for them because he couldn't live in their own home. He showed great liver damage and was told by a doctor that he would have to have a liver transplant, but he was able to get into a research study program, and this organization paid for him to live away from that site for a year in rental property. During that year, he was seen by this doctor, and at the end of the year, he was told that his liver had improved so much that he no longer had to have a liver transplant. Now, this man, every other cause for liver damage was ruled out. So the emissions were the only remaining suspect for destroying this man's liver. Many, many stories like that exist in the Eagle Ford Shale and have been covered by other research. So I would urge, and I strongly favor the urgent need and for these regulations to control methane, which is 86% more destructive to the ozone layer than CO2 ever was. So I would say also suggest the use of fence line monitoring as one of the permanent established methods for detecting leaks the moment they occur. And this was applied at the Deer Park refinery in Houston, Texas, as a part of the Air Alliance Texas and others lawsuit against Shell refinery there in Deer Park. They were mandated to install this fence line monitoring system that had been developed by NASA scientists who had retired. And they discovered that not only were they able to spot leaks, but also they were able to stop the leaks immediately rather than having to look for them.
And they were actually saving product and saving money in the process. So it benefited the refinery as well as the environmental studies. So I would suggest looking at that type of technology as one possibility. I would also wonder if these regulations should not be also applied to injection wells who have storage of wastewater, but they also emit sulfur dioxide, as well as hydrogen sulfide, as well as other emissions that come from those tanks. So perhaps they might be considered as well. I'm not a scientist, but I can say from my experience that your regulations are certainly urgently needed. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reed-Schlager. Are there any questions from the panel? Well, just to let everyone know, although this hearing is scheduled to close at 9 p.m., we do have some registered speakers still to speak, and we will remain open to hear everyone's testimony this evening. If you need any assistance, again, please send a chat to the attendee support. And thank you. Our next two speakers will be Rebecca Curry and Mitzi Nicoletti. Ms. Curry, if you'd like to go first.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me tonight. And just heads up, I'm sitting next to my infant in case there's baby noises. My name is Rebecca Curry, REBECCACURRY from Denver, Colorado. Methane pollution from the oil and gas industry is accelerating the pace of climate change and harming the health of our families and communities. As you know, in the US alone, the oil and gas industry releases 16 million metric tons of methane each year. Without immediate action, methane pollution from the industry will continue to skyrocket, and those on the front lines of the crisis, which include Black, Brown, and Indigenous communities, as well as low-income communities, will be forced to deal with the worst impacts. As I mentioned, I live in Colorado. Many people, when they think of Colorado, think of cool, crisp mountain air, but that couldn't be further from our reality here on the ground. I am watching in fear as my state becomes hotter and drier and our air quality becomes worse and worse. And I live in cycles of fear that my family's home will burn to the ground. Just 2 weeks ago, a wildfire ignited less than a mile from my home in Estes Park, Colorado, near Rocky Mountain National Park, a wildfire in November. It's now December and we have yet to see snow. In the Denver area this past summer, we experienced over 65 consecutive air quality alert days, largely driven by pollution from oil and gas operations. As a mom to my infant daughter, I worry for her health and how air pollution is impacting her future. But I also know that my personal experiences are only scratching the surface of profound climate impacts that communities are experiencing every day across the globe. In August, the IPCC's report highlighted the costs of inaction, detailed the devastating impacts of climate change around the world, and underscored the fact that we are running out of time to tackle this crisis. Among the causes of this crisis, the alarming report identifies methane pollution as one of the key drivers of climate change. Methane is an extremely potent greenhouse gas, 86 times more potent than carbon dioxide. To address the climate crisis, it's essential that we rein in methane from new and existing sources in the oil and gas industry by cutting methane and other harmful pollutants from the industry. There's no excuse. Today, we have the tools and technology to cut methane pollution by as much as 65% below 2012 levels by 2025, and there's no time to waste. We need regulations that ensure direct, meaningful, and equitable reductions of pollutants like methane that are driving the climate crisis. And we need to ensure that the regulations prioritize communities that have historically and disproportionately been impacted by oil and gas development. I'm heartened to see, consideration of requirements like non-emitting pneumatic controllers that will help reduce pollution. However, we need urgent, bold action. The proposals could and should go much further to include frequent LDAR inspections and an outright ban on routine flaring. Without these additional protections, we will fall short of protecting frontline communities from pollution, safeguarding public health, holding oil and gas companies accountable, and acting on climate. We also need a robust accounting and inventory system to ensure that we achieve the necessary level of reductions. Methane is, of course, not the only pollutants of concern. Oil and gas wells also emit toxic pollution that harm people in their communities. In Colorado, oil and gas development has intruded on schools and homes, as you heard about the Bella Ramirez School, putting people in danger and risking public health. We also have tens of thousands of no or low producing wells across our state that remain unaddressed. They have been left unplugged and unreclaimed, leaking harmful pollutants that jeopardize public health, drive climate change, and scar the land, including on federal land. But current rules in Colorado incentivize operators to delay plugging uneconomical and inactive wells, letting them indefinitely leak toxic and climate-driving pollution. The cost to clean up these abandoned wells are substantial, totaling an estimated $8.3 billion in Colorado, and Colorado has financial assurance to cover only about 2% of those costs. We need to ensure that operators clean up after themselves and actually close no or low producing wells. To date, climate commitments made by oil and gas companies have failed to translate into meaningful climate action, underscoring the need for federal action to cut methane pollution from the oil and gas sector. We know that methane pollution from the oil and gas sector is accelerating the pace of climate change and harming the health of our families and communities, and that is a problem that is only getting worse. There's no time to waste, and we cannot miss out on this opportunity to protect the health of our children and the future of our planet. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for taking the time this evening to provide your testimony. You mentioned the cost associated with plugging the abandoned wells. Is there some paper or information that provides more information on that? And could you make sure that if you're providing written comments, submit that to the record as well?
I can submit that information. Yes.
Any other questions from the panel? Thank you again for taking the time this evening to share your testimony.
Absolutely.
Our next speaker is Mitzi Nicoletti.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Mitzi Nicoletti, Nicoletti, and I'm from Longmont, Colorado, which is near Boulder, up in the northern part. I strongly support doing everything possible to limit methane pollution from the oil and gas operations, and I urge the EPA to strengthen its proposed rules to maximize climate and health benefits. I live in walking distance to one of the largest well pads in the state of Colorado, and I frequently experience headaches and respiratory problems. At this site, there has been ongoing flaring and venting, mainly taking place in the morning hours. Some days when the VOCs and methane levels are really high, I end up canceling my workday because I feel so poorly. I wonder what the long-term health effects are from these exposures that I'm receiving on an ongoing basis. I urge the EPA to strengthen its monitoring requirements for all well sites, even low production sites. Colorado has quite a few low production sites that contribute to our horrible air quality. This year, one day, we got to experience the worst air quality in the world. The EPA must also work to incorporate community monitoring that allows frontline communities to engage with regulators where there is documented evidence of pollution or ongoing emissions. Accepting monitoring results from these third parties would help the agency enforce comprehensive rules on the millions of wells across our country, and also in prioritizing fixing major links that are harming all of us. I feel we need to transition, of course, away from fossil fuels as quickly as possible in order to protect our health and to stave off the worst effects of climate change. As already mentioned, here in Colorado, we are directly feeling the effects of climate change. We have seen mega fires, and this winter, there's been no snow. It's extremely dry. Until we do something, we must do everything possible to protect our communities living next to oil and gas operations with comprehensive, loophole-free, and well-enforced methane safeguards. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for taking the time this evening. Are there any questions from the panel? I don't see any questions. Thank you again for taking the time this evening and providing your testimony. The next two speakers are Lorena Gonzalez and William Lyons. Call for and ask Ms. Gonzalez to speak first.
Hi, sorry everyone, I'm having trouble with my video. Oh, sorry, and I'm getting some pop-up boxes. Hello everyone, thank you for the time this evening. My name is Lorena Gonzalez and I'm the climate advocate at Conservation Colorado. We're an environmental organization that works to protect Colorado's natural resources and communities through organizing, advocacy, and elections. I'm here today because the latest IPCC report released in August indicated that methane has caused a third of global warming, driving at least half as much warming as carbon dioxide has. And in Colorado, we feel the impacts of methane every day. This past summer, Colorado experienced some of the worst air quality in the world and a record number of unhealthy air quality days. And this happened because oil and gas operations that leak methane and other climate pollution mixed with out-of-state wildfire smoke and added to the ozone pollution that the state has been experiencing. This summer, I experienced relentless asthma attacks where I was forced to reach for my emergency inhaler at least once a day. And I can't help but think about the children and the other vulnerable Coloradans who have lived the same reality for decades. We cannot turn our backs on the Indigenous, Black, and Latino communities who shoulder disproportionate burdens of pollution from the oil and gas industry. And each day without meaningful regulation and continuing to give industry the benefit of the doubt through self-reporting further heightens the environmental harm that these communities face. These protections proposed by the EPA are an important step in the right direction, but mounting threats from climate and air pollution mean that we need a new approach, one that is more aggressive than ever before and one that is driven by the urgency to protect those most impacted by climate pollution. These proposed safeguards must be strengthened before they are finalized to ensure the EPA is using the full force of the Clean Air Act to truly meet the moment. And that should include strengthening leak detection and repair requirements for all facilities and addressing routine flaring. We cannot be complicit in allowing disproportionately impacted communities to continue to be sacrificed. And I'm asking that you use the tools and technology that can provide the reductions that we can count on to cut methane pollution from the oil and gas sector by as much as 65% before 2012 levels by 2025, and enact stringent protections for disproportionately impacted communities. It has never been more clear that we are living in an emergency, an air quality and health emergency, and on climate, and we need to act with haste to address it. Thanks so much, everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Could you say your first name and last name and spell them for the transcript?
Yes, apologies. It's Lorena, last name Gonzalez.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the panel? Again, thank you for taking the time this evening to share your testimony. Our next speaker is William Lyons, and I would remind speakers to please pronounce your first name and last name and spell them for the record, for the transcript.
William Lyons, WILLIAMLYONS. Thanks for listening into Overtime tonight. I'm the Chief Executive Officer and Spiritual Leader of the Southwest Conference of the United Church of Christ. We're 42 local churches in Arizona, New Mexico, and El Paso, Texas. The San Juan Basin borders our conference to the north. The Permian Basin, the #1 source of methane pollution in the country, borders our conference to the southeast. EPA's methane regulation decisions directly impact the health of our neighbors in frontline communities. Using the term frontline communities can make it easy to forget that this problem impacts people. Many of those people are Native American and Latinx. This is about more than rules. This is an environmental justice conversation. If communities like Scottsdale, Arizona, or Corrales Village, New Mexico, were frontline communities, I wonder how the struggle to achieve stricter regulations would be different. There should be no difference. I wonder if methane regulation is more than an environmental justice concern, but is also a racial justice concern. EPA's proposal doesn't go far enough. EPA's final rules must prioritize public health, protect the people living closest to the wells that will be regulated, preserve the planet, and hold accountable oil and gas companies who are profiting at the expense of our neighbors. There's broad support for strong federal methane safeguards among the public. New polling data shows 71% of registered voters support the US strengthening rules to reduce oil and gas methane pollution, including by requiring frequent inspections at smaller leak-prone wells. EPA serves the public, and therefore must put in place comprehensive loophole-free methane safeguards that protects the public. Members of the EPA, your most vulnerable neighbors are counting on you to protect them, and I'm trusting that you won't let us down. Thanks.
Thank you for taking the time this evening for testimony. Are there any questions? Are there any questions from the panel? I don't see any questions from the panel. Thank you again, and thank you for taking time from your evening to share your testimony. Our next speaker is Ruth Striegel.
Thank you for taking these comments. My name is Ruth Striegel, Ruthstriegel, and I live in Albuquerque, New Mexico, on land historically belonging to the Tiwa people. I'm on the board of directors of the New Mexico chapter of Interfaith Power and Light. The mission of IPL is to inspire and mobilize people of faith and conscience to take bold and just action on climate change. My faith tradition teaches me that humans are a part of the living community we call Earth, and it's our responsibility to care for and nourish all life, human and non-human alike. Our climate here is very different from only a decade ago. Day after day, it's warmer than average and sometimes by 15 or 20 degrees. We should have had a hard freeze by now, but we've barely had a mild frost. We live in the high desert, and in an average year, we get only about 9 inches of precipitation. So far this year, we're at 5.5 inches. The entire Mountain West depends on snowpack and spring runoff for our water, but the snow is melting too fast and too soon. Our Rio Grande is down to a trickle, and more of it runs dry each summer. Water is life, and we are running out of it. If we are to effectively combat climate change, we must take decisive action on many fronts with all possible speed. Reducing methane pollution is imperative, as methane is such a potent greenhouse gas. The EPA must require frequent inspections of methane sources. Smaller and older wells often leak and emit egregious amounts of methane. The current EPA proposal would exempt many such wells from regular leak monitoring. This is unacceptable. The EPA proposal must also prohibit routine flaring at oil and gas sites. Here in New Mexico, we are all too aware that oil companies, in their rush to bring oil to market, fail to install the needed infrastructure to capture and sell gas, instead venting or flaring it. This puts a plethora of pollutants into the air, which increase the greenhouse effect and damage the health of nearby residents, who are very often Native American, Latinx, low income, or recent immigrants. Natural gas contains volatile organic compounds as well as methane, and these VOCs are causing a host of health problems such as cancer and asthma, and can damage the lungs, liver, kidneys, and central nervous system. Keeping methane out of our air will keep the VOCs out as well. We have a moral obligation to our neighbors, our children, and to all life on our planet to stop methane pollution from the oil and gas industry. Each year, oil and gas releases 16 metric tons of methane, and if we don't act quickly, that amount is projected to continue rising at an alarming rate. This is no time to hesitate or take half measures. Please act boldly. There's no time to lose.
Thank you, Mr. Eagle. Are there any questions from the panel? I want to thank you for taking the time this evening to provide your testimony. Really appreciate it. Good evening. Again, I'm David Cuzzy, and I've been chairing this session this evening. At this time, I want to thank all my fellow panelists, Mark DeFigueredo and Kevin Kelligan, and everyone who has offered testimony this evening, and everyone who took time out of their schedules to listen in on today's hearing on the proposed rule standards of performance for new, reconstructed, and modified sources and emission guidelines for existing sources, the oil and natural gas sector climate review. As a reminder, even with these public hearing tonight, you still have the opportunity to provide written comments on this proposal through January 14th, 2022. This hearing session is now adjourned. Thank you.